York Sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Jets owner Woody Johnson said earlier today in support of Aaron Glenn, if you look around the league, not too many head coaches are going to have success with a quarterback rating like that, referring to Justin Fields. And with that, they are reportedly making a move to bench Fields and start Tyrod Taylor this week. The Giants have reportedly released kicker Jude McCamady. The move hardly comes as a surprise as he missed 2 extra points last week, or 2 extra point attempts. The Knicks and Nets take the court tomorrow for their respective season openers, and the Knicks will reportedly be without both Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson tomorrow night, as Hart's still bothered by a back injury, and the Knicks will be monitoring Robinson's usage this year, starting with the season opener. It's been 4 months since the Oklahoma City won the championship, and tonight they get to raise the banner and get their rings as the NBA season opens with a pair of games. First up, the defending champs hosting the Rockets, while the second part of the doubleheader features the Warriors and Lakers in L.A. St. John's opens the season in the top spot in the Big East preseason poll, followed by UConn and big man Zuby Ejiofor. The Red Storm named the conference's preseason player of the year. The Islanders and Sharks are getting underway at UBS Arena, as well as the Devils and Maple Leafs in Toronto. This report sponsored by Staples and by Ray Catena. Experience the power of 3. Visit bensfam.com. That's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan. It's KM to AM on WFAN. Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Yeah, let's do another one. A 5-hour KM to AM. How about it? I'm down. You down? Okay, cool. We're all down. Got Paulie behind the glass. We will have a guest later on in the night, but I think this is my only 5-hour show this week, starting at 7 p.m., so I don't need too many guests. I got it. And guess what? Just when you think we don't really have anything different to talk about from the little show I did last night after Monday Night Football, here comes Woody Johnson. Yeah. Owner of the New York Jets. Gotham City football, baby. 0-7. Aaron Glenn. Justin Fields. We're talking ratings. We're talking about completing passes. We're talking about the fans. Well, let's start with the fans as I let Paul cue up the audio, just in case you're at work, school, in transit, and you didn't get to hear from the Jets owner. Let's start with the Jets fans. I'm not going to pile on. I feel bad for you. I really do. I lean gangrene. I feel your pain. I wanted to believe myself. I've done a bunch of shows prior to the season where I knew, hey, saying you believe in the Jets, saying you believe in Aaron Glenn and Justin Fields, it's risky business. This is the Jets. I wanted to believe that after the whole Rob Saleh, Joe Douglas, Aaron Rodgers saga, Zach Wilson saga, that the only way to go was up. Well, what we're now realizing is that wasn't rock bottom. This is the rock bottom, and this is a moment in time here for Jets fans. This is one of those rare points in your fandom where you got to make a decision, because I feel like they just set the franchise back another 5 years. And last week and the week before, I think since week 3, I talked about Aaron Glenn, and I said, yo, this guy must be getting the battery in his back from Woody Johnson. Why is he so mean? Why is he so combative? Why is he talking like he's got a win when he doesn't have one? It's because he gets a daily hug from the owner that says, I believe in you. I've known you since 1996. We're going to play the audio, but I feel like we got to start with a little Jet fan therapy. This season is over. We're already talking about Mendoza coming out of Indiana, Moore coming out of Oregon, Simpson coming out of Alabama. Like, there are Jets fans that don't watch college football. They're not trying to tune in and start thinking about who you're going to draft. And why would you think Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn in year 2 are able to draft, develop, and start the right quarterback when they chose Justin Fields? They gave him $30 million guaranteed. That was their pick. That was their guy. They didn't even hesitate to kick Aaron Rodgers to the curb. And I do think it was the right decision. I don't think You might have a win or two here with Aaron Rodgers, yeah. Right? Aaron Rodgers wouldn't have been the Steelers quarterback. Maybe you get that first game. Maybe if Aaron Rodgers is in London, he knows what to do at halftime, that second half. But this is a mess. And this last game, there is a viral video that I spoke about last night, and I actually made friends with the guy. Shout out to DeAndre McKenzie. He was shooting outside a Yankee Stadium. And I saw his content after the Yankee postseason games. I connected with him. We met up after the game on Sunday. And this video has been making its rounds, and it's going viral, but it encapsulates the young Jet fan that is living through this 15-year playoff drought. Go ahead and play that, Paulie, the sound from the Jets losing to the Carolina Panthers at home. And this young man, I hope people have found him and reached out to him, but this young man expressing, how he feels when he was asked about his thoughts on the game.
Sit down and get your thoughts on the game.
I hate this team. I was born into this, and I'm not going to ever – I'm always a Jets fan, but, I hate this team.
You could hear it in his voice. If you're a Jet fan by now, you saw that video. There was a little twinkle in his eye, not in a good way, almost like a sad cry, thinking that was our only opportunity to win. Why am I even out here? Who knows where this kid had to travel back to? And I think about the young Jets fan that inherited this. That video went viral, and I was one of the first to comment on it, and I wrote, I hope this guy inherits stocks, bond, some property, money, because everybody loves football, right? The NFL is king. And when you inherit this Jets fandom as a young guy, and that kid looked like he was 14 or 15 years old, it's all pain. It's all misery. It's all embarrassment. He was wearing a Quinnen Williams jersey. Is Quinnen Williams getting traded? Is Jermaine Johnson getting traded? Is Breece Hall getting traded? They might as well be open for business because they crashed out this year already. And now these young fans, I say this to you. I know it's hard to tell your pops, your brothers, your uncles, your grandfather, you don't want to do this anymore, but I think this is the time. I think this is the inflection point. An 0-7 start. And Woody Johnson comes out and basically tells you he's supporting Aaron Glenn. I knew he had to be. Because there's no way Aaron Glenn is so combative and talking to the media like that without the assurance that his job is intact. Now, I don't know if he's going to make it all 5 years. And if he goes 0-17 this year, it's going to be tough to keep him. But Woody Johnson says he believes in him. Now, before we play Woody Johnson, I'm telling you guys, you got a decision to make, specifically you young Jets fans. I feel like even the older Jets fans, you could leave too. Life is too short. I suffered for 30 years under Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. And this is the first year that I packed away all that Dallas stuff, gave some of it away. I haven't put on a clown suit on Sundays. I haven't watched a straight Dallas game on 7 weeks. I watched the Giants play them, but I haven't watched the game straight. I watched the Jets play them, but I haven't watched. They just beat up on the Commanders, and I'm like, oh, good for them. It is not we anymore. And I'll tell you how I did it. It was a decade of not going to Jerry World, because a decade ago I went there and I watched them lose to the Atlanta Falcons, and I said, I'm not giving Jerry Jones another dollar. This is stupid. And now all of these years later, I grew up a Cowboys fan, but I'm grown now. I grew up. I understand. I didn't inherit that. I had free choice, right? I just roll with the winners. Was a front runner as a child and said, they're winning Super Bowls. That looks fun. I want to be a Dallas Cowboys fan. But as a grown man, you know what it really was for me as we're talking about inheriting things? I had a son, and I'm not going to put that evil on my son. And the Cowboys win games. The Cowboys go to the playoffs, but they're one and done. Jerry Jones is a complete laughing stock. They're not going to win anything. 30 years not going to the NFC Championship. So I'm out. I'm on the Giants football network. I'm in New York. Dallas Cowboys never reached out to me. Being a Cowboys fan hasn't helped me in business at all. I got no allegiance to them. And it is freeing on Sunday. I care about my fantasy teams. I care about my parlays, my prop bets, my anytime touchdowns. Got no strings to hold me down. I got nothing to do with Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones don't care about me. Woody Johnson doesn't care about you. Think about it. 888-808-1019. Let's hear what Woody Johnson had to say today. He can't help himself. At the owners' meetings, And shout out to Zach Rosenblatt, who I've had on the fan at least 6 or 7 times, and Diana Rossini, who is there. And they wrote the article last year that talked about Woody Johnson's kid, Brick Johnson, coming in to give a game ball, right, over like the coaches. Like, hey, I'm giving this game ball to Garrett Wilson because he had the catch of the year. Was that the Texans game last year? You know, they talked about the Madden rating stuff. And when I hear him speak today, I'm like, he's talking about rating. What rating are you talking about? Passer rating? QBR? PFF? Oh, you're talking about, I hope you're not still talking about Madden ratings to judge players. Those same people that Aaron Rodgers talked about, oh, we got to quiet the noise. There's, I don't know, he said something along the lines of like, there's a mole in the building. We got to, those people are still right there putting microphones and cameras in Woody Johnson's face. And he gave us a lot today. Paulie, you call it. Tell us what we're about to hear. We'll play it and we'll react.
What's your confidence level in Aaron to turn it around?
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it.
Parts of it he's turning around, Keith.
Well, big ships turn slow. So it looks like, I don't know, is there something that we don't see in the building that he's turning around?
No, I think he's trying not to embarrass himself and fire some guys.
Yeah, like he's put in some work. He hasn't done nothing. He hasn't won a game, but there's some stuff that we're seeing, yeah. I don't know what.
Right, and this is the big take from Woody today. This is Woody on Justin Fields.
It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that
what rating?
got, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
$30 million. Justin Fields, I hope the $30 million is enough. You're under the bus. They threw you right under the bus. Woody threw you right under the bus.
The weird part about that is Woody's not wrong. Something isn't jiving. So from a football perspective, Woody isn't wrong. Justin Fields is just awful. The issue is he thought Justin Fields would be a better option than Aaron Rodgers. That's the issue.
We arrived to this point about Justin Fields a couple weeks ago. But for the owner of the team to be talking about your starting quarterback, that didn't you go get him? Didn't you sign off on that? Isn't that $30 million of your money? That's how you know he's filthy rich. Mm-hmm. Because it's week 7. This kid got benched at halftime. And Woody is talking just days later as we're going into week 8. And they didn't even make a decision. Now everybody obviously is like, well, you can't go back to him. And then reports have come out that they're leaning to go with Tyrod Taylor this week. But for Woody to be speaking to the media and throw Justin Fields under the bus, he's throwing himself under the bus. You don't realize, you don't look good by doing that.
Yeah, but he doesn't care if he's throwing himself under the bus because he has all the money in the world.
$30 million doesn't matter. $30 million for 6 losses, and this kid is the fall guy now.
Woody, more on the passing and the defense.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good. And if we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You got to complete some pass. You got to convince them that you can do something. Otherwise, it's hard to have a game that you can win.
Yeah, a few things, Paul. If we could just complete a pass. A lot of people ran with that quote. They've completed some passes, some short passes. They don't attack down the field. Aaron Glenn is saying, hey, well, if he throws interception, you guys are going to be bitching about it. I think it's weak, man. I think it's weak. Look at your receivers. You have the worst receivers in the league now without Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, again, Woody, from a football perspective, Woody isn't wrong with what he's saying. He's not. There is a problem with that. The issue is
coming from him is wrong.
An owner saying this 7 games into the season.
It doesn't help anything.
You're throwing your entire team under. It's not even
same
just
way
Fields.
We were talking about Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn has a lot of truth in what he says, but when he says it on the podium to Brian Costello and Rich Cimini and Zach Rosenblatt and Connor Hughes, it does not help.
This is Woody on that note. If they should respond to Aaron Glenn's message, the players.
If I were a player,
you're not.
I would respond to him because he's the real deal. He's no BS. There's no second agendas. What you're hearing is the truth, and a lot of times players don't get the truth. They get a lot of gobbledygook.
Gobbledygoo.
Thanksgiving, a few weeks away.
What is gobbledygoo? It has to do with turkeys? I don't know, bro. Woody sounds like a turkey. Is that alluding to Rob Saleh and what he had to say with all the commanders and competitors and contenders, and we're going to soar like the highest eagle where they can't?
Yeah, I think at this point, Woody is just trying everything he can just to save a little bit of image and a little bit of face. with these
He's
comments.
not doing that, though.
No, he's not.
The whole league is laughing at him again, and the Jets, the only team without a win.
And media as well. This is a back and forth with the aforementioned Diana Rossini.
I hug him every day. All right?
literally help
I do.
I hug him every day. He's a
I
grown
say
man.
keep the faith, man.
And do you really believe in it?
I do.
What
I'm
is
not
it?
a liar, you know. You may think I am. But I can't say something I don't believe.
Oh, and Diana doesn't care. You definitely have told plenty of lies in your times, but I imagine the morning meetings in the building, Woody giving Aaron Glenn a hug and literally putting the battery in his back, patting him, go get him, Tiger, keep the faith. I know this sucks. We always suck. I wasn't expecting you to come in here and work miracles, but then I say to the fan base, what were you expecting? I know a lot of us were expecting at least a win or at least a competitive offensive football team. You kicked a Hall of Fame quarterback to the curb. With that, Devontae Adams says, I'm out. Like, none of this makes sense. None of this is good. And so after a while, I say, who's the fool? Those fools or the fools following the fools? You don't have to do this. You don't have to go all the way over there to Jet Life. You don't have to wear those Jets jerseys. You don't have to make all that Jets content. You don't have to be miserable. You don't have to let the New York Jets affect your at-home, personal, and family life. There's other ways.
And this is the last one on that note about what is the key to fandom.
Faith, I guess it comes down to, or something. But it's really an absolute phenomenon, and it happens in sports. And it happens in other things, but particularly happens in sports. When you get this allegiance to a team, it sticks with you. It sticks with me, but it sticks with them. And I'm thankful we have fans like this. So I think they're the most important ingredient by far.
Oh, I bet you are. Faith, because you know what? Like, people are showing up and paying $100 to park. Is that a real thing? People are showing up and they're watching the offense not be able to move the ball at all. And they're still paying and they're still lining your pockets and you're still making money off your TV deals, your merchandise, everything else. You should kiss up to the fans. The fact that you even still have fans.
It's a miracle right now. And we were talking about this before the show started, about how on the subject of fandom, I'll remind everybody that owners and teams do not care about you. They care about your money, but they don't care about you. So you have to ask yourself, why should you care that much about the success of the team? And the reason we do, the reason I care about the Mets, the Jets, the Rangers, and the Bulls, even though I have not seen one win substantially in my entire life, which I'm approaching 40, is because I have a sickness, and it's called being a sports fan. It legit makes me sick that all of my teams routinely lose, that I chose
so get
wrong.
New ones.
I chose wrong. I chose the Mets instead of the Yankees. I chose the Giants instead of the Jets. But I try to remind myself that no matter what, and I'm a massive Mets fan, Steve Cohen doesn't care about me. I'm sorry. I care about the success of the Mets more than the players. I care about the success of the Jets more than the players. On and on and on. And that is, so when you're throwing, just have faith. No, dude.
No.
This is not about faith. This isn't
Faith
a faith
is run
thing.
out.
This is, do it. Show me why I'm giving you money.
Faith comes from walking with faith and things happening in your life, and then you're reassured that, yes, I've had faith in the past, and I should have faith in the future, and it's going to come my way again. It's going to go my way again. This is a guy who is clueless, talking about if I were a player, I would respond to him. Thinks he has more on the team than he does, like last year when he fired the head coach 5 weeks into the season, and it wasn't looking as bad as this. And then, of course, he's got to build up his fans, his paying customers, and hope that they don't go away. But I'm telling you tonight, you don't have to do this anymore. I think we put too much emphasis on, like, loyalty and family and, we got to stay down, and, like, nah. I used to be on that stay down till you come up, and then I understand there's too much pain in this. And you do get time served, definitely with the Jets. If somehow the Jets come around in 2045 and you put all this time in, you can leave. You can freeze your account. You can come back, and there's pictures and images and things of you being a Jet fan. But this is miserable, man. This sucks. You're already thinking about quarterbacks and thinking, how are they going to work out? This is the head coach. This is the GM. They are going to have a top pick. I went through it last night that Cam Ward and the Titans are going to be around there, but they took Cam Ward. They don't need a quarterback. The Saints and Spencer Rattler are going to be there, but they took Tyler Shuck. I guess if there's a quarterback they really love, Kellen Moore can go to him. But here we are, the Jets, defeated. And I don't see a win in the next few weeks, not with Tyrod Taylor throwing interceptions, underthrowing balls. Like, you're going to get to a point where, Brady Cook, let's see what you got at the end of this season. And it's going to be full-on tank for Mendoza, I guess, out of Indiana. And then fingers crossed that works. But you've seen them screw up rookie quarterbacks over and over and over and over. Fool me once, can't fool me again. 888-808-1019. Jets fans, call me up. Tell me how you feel. Tell me if it's Grandpa and you don't want to let Grandpa down because he took you to your first Jet game and bought you this Jets hoodie and it's a forever thing, and I understand that. But there's some of you that didn't inherit it, and I don't understand why anyone would just choose to be a Jets fan in the last 10, 15, 20 years without, it being forced upon you. But football's too much fun these days. There's way too much, you're watching an offense that can't get first downs. There's teams putting up 40. Fantasy football, FanDuel, all of this is too much fun to be miserable every Sunday because of the ineptitude of one owner and one franchise over and over and over. Jets talk to start. Of course, we're going to get into Jackson Dart, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Giants going down the turnpike. And then, there's a lot on to watch tonight. I got to get the TV on the Devils myself as the Devils and Sheldon Keefe go to Toronto. And they're feeling good about themselves now that they're going to the World Series. I'm sure we will talk about the World Series matchup as well between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. And NBA opening night on Peacock and NBC. Hoops is back, and the Knicks open up tomorrow. The Nets as well. And we're off and running. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan till midnight. Don't go anywhere. I'm coming right back.
The Nets open the 2025 season on the road, taking on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
He baked it in from straight on.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit BenzFam.com.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. How long have I been talking about the Chef IQ Sense wireless thermometer? You know how much I love it, but check out what one of our listeners says. It's phenomenal. You want to make a brisket, you look at your phone, and your mouth starts watering when you've got 20 minutes left. Phenomenal. The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat. Whether cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill, the app alerts you when everything's done. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense now at chefiq.com.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold is the largest Lexus dealership in central and southern New Jersey.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Off and running, here we go. Watching the Devils, they're down 1-0 to the Maple Leafs. I believe the Islanders are also down as I go to pull up these scores. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Yep, the San Jose Sharks lead 1-0 over at UBS. So local hockey, keeping an eye on that. And then, basketball, NBA. They had a nice little promo they cut with Jordan. I'm surprised Jordan is even doing it. Like, Jordan doesn't need any money. Jordan, I guess, wants to be seen and heard. And probably wants a spot to kind of mix it up, when people say something about him or LeBron, or he probably is here too also because LeBron is on the way out. Like, I'm interested to see what MJ has to add to that broadcast. But let's get back to this broadcast, 888-808-1019. We're talking about the Jets. It's just a tough situation. I'm not here to pile on. I'm here to talk to you about it. I'm here to understand you. I'm here to get a pulse of the fan base, see where you're at. It's miserable. You're on a backup quarterback that doesn't really inspire any confidence. There's no young quarterback to go to. You didn't draft one. And honestly, enough with the Shedeur Sanders stuff. Like, there's a reason Shedeur Sanders didn't get drafted for 2 days. There's a reason Shedeur Sanders was passed on by the entire league multiple times. Now, he's with the Browns. He's QB2 to Dylan Gabriel. But, like, you have a Bill Parcells disciple who kicked Aaron Rodgers to the curb because he's a celebrity quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is probably the most popular quarterback to enter the NFL as far as who his dad is, how long people have known of him, the amount of followers and attention he has. Like, they weren't drafting Shedeur Sanders. And it's no guarantee that Shedeur Sanders can play and would have helped the Jets. So it's like we keep throwing his name out there for what? Let's see what he does when he gets in the game. If he was that good, he beats out Dylan Gabriel. If he was that good, he starts over Joe Flacco. 888-808-1019. Lewis is in Brooklyn on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, are you coming back? They won 44-22.
No, but I
When are
have
you
time
coming
served.
back?
I'm not ever coming back because I don't want to be a bad influence. See, I take being a father seriously, and if I'm walking around with a Dallas Cowboys hat or shirt, my son now is at the age where he might say, "What that, Daddy?" And I don't want to explain it to him. I don't want to explain it to him.
Let's say Jackson is on a little league team that's not doing well. You're not going to tell him to quit, right? A person has to.
Little league teams, they expire in a year.
That 14-year-old is loyal. He's staying with the Jets, even though they're not doing well. That's pretty impressive.
Nah, you don't have to go through the pain. You don't have to go through that misery.
But
You
when
gotta-
you go
you gotta-
through
you gotta
the
look out for
pain,
yourself.
Then you go through the joy when you're winning. You can't jump.
But when? But when is that joy? Like for me, as a former Dallas fan, like beating the Commanders does nothing for me. I didn't get any joy out of that. I was like, oh, good for them. but where are they going this year?
Cowboys, I'm enjoying that they're one of the best offenses in football.
Yeah, because Dak is like that.
Two wide receivers. Dak's playing great. The defense is not good. That's correct.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus. There's enough shenanigans for me to get off the sinking ship. They're going to win some games like they do every year, but ultimately they'll either miss the playoffs or make the playoffs and be one and done again. And I'm not getting all fired up for that.
You're a Nets fan, Keith. You're a Nets fan, right?
Yeah.
They're not winners.
But we know
Why aren't you quitting them?
There's no reason to quit the Nets. You don't expect the Nets. You don't expect the Nets to win. You don't expect the Nets to go to the finals. You don't expect the Nets to get it right. Like I've always kind of known that. And honestly, I was a Bulls fan as we're talking about MJ as a kid. And then once MJ retired and started playing baseball and then coming back and then going to Washington Wizards, I'm from New Jersey. I picked up the home team.
The Knicks were losing, Keith. The Knicks were losing. Now they're winning.
I know, and that's great for the fans. They are setting themselves up for a great heartbreak at the end of this one. It's going to be fantastic.
But Keith, we have
you can't
to
convince
people.
me. You can't convince.
Come on.
I am already convinced and convicted. I'm a Yankee fan. That's stuck. There's no reason to be anything else.
One more thing, Keith, and then you can hang up. If you come back to the Cowboys, I'll be like the Jets. I'll give you a hug too every day.
Yeah. You stay with Jerry Jones, Lewis. Thanks for the call, man. You stay a faithful Dallas Cowboys fan and be looked at as a clown. I don't have to do that anymore. Like I said, the biggest thing for me is not letting that rub off on my son. Jerry Jones doesn't even know what finger to use. He's in MetLife Stadium. He can't control his hands. He traded Michael Parsons. Dak Prescott is making all this money. Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. Anybody else wouldn't have had to pay him so much. But Jerry Jones never believed in Dak Prescott till he had to. You got to look. I can't follow Jerry Jones. I'm in Jersey. I'm in New York. It doesn't behoove me. It does nothing for me. You got to grow out of it, especially being a radio host, right? Salicato was a Falcons fan. I think he probably still has a place for them in his heart. Greg Giannotti, Vikings fan, right? I still got to find that clip of Gio talking about Jackson Dart is a pudgy Utah clapper. We got to play that tonight. Mark Malusis, the Moose, Washington Redskins fan. But what does it matter when you're hosting the show, when you're in the media in New York? You grow out of it. You become a member of the media where, you know what? They want you to be neutral. I'm talking to the fans tonight. I'm talking to the Jets fans tonight. That it doesn't do anything for you on Sundays but make you feel bad. It doesn't do anything but make you mad, make you negative. And that can affect your at-home life. That can affect your relationships. It's time to dial it back a little bit. The Jets have shown you over and over and over again, they're not changing. You can. Ben is in Manhattan with us next. What's up, Ben? You're on.
How we doing, Keith?
Good.
Well, I first started off in life as a Green Bay Packers fan, and once Brett Favre left the picture, that's when I started watching the Jets. And bear with me as I say this, the first 2 seasons with Mark Sanchez, that was probably the most fun football I've watched with the Jets. Why? Because that second season, you had 2 weeks in a row where I remember one against the Browns, a long pass to Braylon Edwards, then to Santonio Holmes to steal the game off last minute. Then also the next one against the Texans. You don't have any elements of that, at least with last year. And argue with me, debate with me. Last year, at least you had some fun plays with Aaron Rodgers, right? You had that Hail Mary,
him, Devontae Adams,
Garrett Wilson. But do you think we have something that's set for the future? Is it worth still being a Jets fan? That's the whole conversation.
No, this is a bad spot. This regime chose Justin Fields. Nobody else was looking to give Justin Fields that much money guaranteed in that contract. And now this regime is going to be trusted with a young quarterback entering the NFL. I've been saying on air all week, silly me for thinking Justin Fields would step into the Jets organization and succeed when the Jets organization is where everyone comes to fail. They succeed after. So Justin Fields may land somewhere else and be better for this, but I don't trust them with who they're going to draft, who they're going to develop, and how it's going to work out. So this is setting the franchise back.
First 3 weeks, I had hope. Right, you see that first game with Justin Fields, you're like, okay, we got something. You know, you're
first 3 weeks. The whole NFL has hope. That's the thing too, Ben. We're past that, like trying to figure out and see who is who and what is what. And you know what's even crazier? Everyone has a loss. There is a lot of parity this year. The Jets should be in the mix, but they have a first-time head coach who's completely over his head, a first-time play caller who can't get the best out of the quarterback that they chose. The math isn't mathing. It doesn't make sense.
I agree, and I think that the whole point, like the whole reason why we're here is because, for example, we had an offensive line last year and the season before that collapsed like a house of cards, and it basically Justin Fields right now is kind of like an Eric Wilson that can move, right?
Eric Wilson,
he's still not playing. Zach Wilson, my bad.
Zach Wilson,
but he could just move.
And he's not even moving. He's a sitting duck. He's taking sacks. Thanks for the call, Ben. The offensive line folded this week. You know, like this stuff starts to get compounded. The offensive line was supposed to be a strength. Week 1, we looked at Armand Membu and said, wow, he's one of the best players in the NFL off of 1 week. He had a good first week. But now you're looking at the Jets and you're saying maybe they should have drafted a quarterback. They could have drafted Jackson Dart. They weren't gonna. But it's a conversation that's being had. We'll get to Jackson Dart in the 8 o'clock hour, and you'll hear from Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. You'll hear from Nick Bonito, linebacker from the Denver Broncos, who, you know, both of those guys are putting respect on his name. Tyler Warren is who I was pounding the table for. Why won't the Jets draft Tyler Warren, a big target, an offensive weapon that if you see how Shane Steichen and the Colts use him, they'll line him up in the backfield, they'll put him in motion, they'll put his hand in the ground, they'll stand him up, they'll pitch him the ball, they'll throw him the ball because he is a offensive threat. No, we'll take another tackle. Back-to-back years, we'll take another tackle. I guess that is good in the long term, but you need to score, you need points. And that offensive line, would they give up 6 sacks to a team that didn't have 6 sacks coming in? The walls are closing in on this Jets team. It's tough. I don't see a way out. Paul is in East Brunswick, New Jersey, next up on the Fan. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Keith. How you doing?
All right. Watching the Devils scrap with the Montreal Maple Leafs, or the Toronto Maple Leafs. Paul, he's looking at me like, what are you talking about, Montreal? I know, those are the Canadiens.
We just don't want to talk about any Toronto anything.
No, I know. I'm sick. I'm still thinking about last night, George Springer.
Yeah, I won't even pay attention to it. But I just want to say, man, you're my favorite thing that's happened on the Fan since Francesa.
Oh,
I love your show. Man, you're my favorite. But I got to tell you quick, I'm actually going into my son's parent-teacher conference right now. But my poor son just turned 7. He loves sports, loves the Yankees. That's the only requirement in my house. You got to be a Yankee fan.
Same.
But I got being a fan from my dad. And I told my son, you know, he wanted to go to his first game. We went Sunday. He had a great time because he don't have any pain yet. And he just had fun being with his family. But they charge $109 to park. $109
Insane.
to park.
I'm going home.
I couldn't leave.
I'm going to park an American Dream.
I couldn't. I wanted to just leave my car in the street.
Yeah.
So you know, what do? I was going to leave. I got a lot of friends in Baltimore. I was going to leave and be a Ravens fan a few years back. I'm like, how do you do that? How do you just leave? So I'm stuck here, but I hope my son chooses something else.
Okay, at least you're going to give him the freedom to choose. At least, like, you bring him into that, but, like, you're not going to force it upon him at a certain age. It's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to explain.
I'm going to recommend he chooses something better for himself because they are rough. That's the worst game I've ever been to, and I've been to some dreadful, dreadful games, and they are just
They just
so
find
bad.
a way to look like they are not playing in 2025 NFL football. They're not. Hey, get to that parent and teacher conference. Thanks for the call and the compliment, Paul. Yeah, I'm serious. Like, I have a very curious 2.5-year-old. And when I got on last night, I talked about how my son gets in the car. We can drive for 2 minutes. And if the scene changes, which it does, he says, "Where we at now?" And he wants you to explain. Where we going? Where we at now? And so last night I started to explain where we at now with the Jets and the Giants. The Giants are starting to come back to life, relevance, come out of the wilderness because of Jackson Dart. And like not for nothing, a 22-year-old quarterback that is playing like that in this NFL, you keep him healthy, you build around him, like he is the franchise for another 15 years. Longer. There are 40-year-old quarterbacks playing in this league. They protect the quarterback. They don't let you hit them. Like, how long could Jackson Dart actually be the franchise quarterback for the New York Giants? Maybe like 18 years. By then, my son is out of college. I've already said 100 times on this station, my son's name is Jackson. You can't find a kid's Jackson Dart jersey around here. They're sold out. They're gone. You can't get them online. You can't walk in anywhere and get them. So right now, if you don't think there are some young kids whose dad wants them to be a Jets fan, but they're looking at Jackson Dart with the Anakin Skywalker eye black, the chain around his neck, the visor, the armbands, the pants, the cleats, the drip, just the way he plays, it makes plays. They play in the same building. You're going to stop your kid from being a Jackson Dart Giants fan? I'm not. And I grew up a Cowboys fan, but that has nothing to do with right now. That has nothing to do with my son. He's not inheriting that. I'm not putting that evil on him, Ricky Bobby. 888-808-1019. We got to take a break already. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I will be right back.
It's Chris McMonigle overnights on the Fan, 1019 FM.
It is outrageous to me that the general manager did not take the kicker more seriously and that there isn't an NFL kicker after all the disasters they've had over the last couple of years with the kicker. The idea that an NFL kicker, I know Gruneau got hurt, there should have been an NFL kicker sitting there today.
Listen to CMAC on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
During the Jeep Drive Into Fall event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2025 Grand Cherokee Laredo X4x4 for $389 a month for 24 months with $2,249 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Call 1-888-8925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease to qualify. Extra charge for miles over 15,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery from dealer stock by 11/3. Jeep is a registered trademark.
My name is Maria. Okay, I lied, it's Mary. But I'm feeling more European after my European-style holiday on MSC Cruises. The restaurants, nightlife and shops and La Galleria. And of course, American touches, like a sports bar and water slides. Bellissimo. Okay, this is a problem.
Book now, starting from $229, plus kids sale free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit msccruises.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ships registered in Panama and Malta.
I've been looking for that perfect lightweight jacket for fall, and Flag and Anthem's Chapin quilted jacket checks every box. Throw it on in the morning when it's chilly out, grabbing coffee, heading to the office, or walking the dog. And you end up wearing it all day because it looks that good. Lightweight, but still warm, so you'll never be too hot. Every single year, this jacket sells out, so don't wait. Check out the Chapin quilted jacket at flagandanthem.com. Use code WFAN for 25% off your order. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what's to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metrics from score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
We all must do our part to keep our roadways safe. When driving, look out for pedestrians. Slow down and keep a 4-foot distance while passing. Let's look out for each other. Safety is a shared responsibility. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Make the smart choice, the Mazda CX-5. With standard all-wheel drive, advanced safety, and effortless handling, there's more to a Mazda than meets the eye. Lease yours for $229 a month and elevate your journey wherever the road takes you. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
There are a lot of reasons why people buy at Ramsey Mazda. It's their selection, it's their customer service, and it's their savings. Get 1.9% financing on a new Mazda 2025 CX-50 or lease for $219 for 36 months. Start shopping now at RamseyMazda.com. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. VIN SN 390557. MSRP 32455. Zero security deposit. APR 1748. 1000 finance. VIN 103125.
Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released 3rd-generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Another West Side World Series as the Dodgers are back in it. California knows how to party, and they know how to get it done. They know how to hit every loophole to sign every player and defer every contract. And, yeah, we're going to get to that later. It is what it is. There's no one for me to root for in this World Series. But shout out to you if you watch Don Mattingly and you can root for Donnie Baseball to get his ring, or if you're rooting for the Toronto Blue Jays to save baseball, or you're rooting for the Dodgers to ruin baseball. Either way, get the baseball done. We're in the football season, and it's usually misery around here. And the Giants fans, you guys aren't completely out of the misery either. Don't act like your season didn't end last week. Don't act like you're not making the playoffs. You win that game, going into this game, maybe we're talking about something. This is not a playoff team. But everybody feels good about what they've seen in Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo and other little parts of the team. But now you got some injuries and some things to deal with. We were going to break, and I was hearing Big Mac yelling about the kicker issue, and we were both talking about that last night. It's ridiculous how the Giants have let that kicker issue, this regime specifically around Graham Gano, it is ridiculous how they have let that pop up over and over and over, at least 4 times that I can recall in this NFL. And Brian Daboll's an offensive mastermind, right? If you were so much of an offensive mastermind, you would know that you need a reliable kicker on those drives, especially to help out your rookie quarterback get points. Changes everything. Changes what you're going to do. Now you got to go for 2. Now you got to go for it because you're not in field goal range. Now what are you going to do? You're going to go to Younghoe Koo? Is Graham Gano going to be able to go? Because now McAtamey is gone. They cut him. And of course you had to cut him. Some people could blame that loss specifically on him. 888-808-1019. And Jets fans, I think the blame is specifically on Woody Johnson. While Woody Johnson was talking to the media, I hope Darren Muji was looking at the releases in the NFL. Tyler Lockett has asked for his release. That is a receiver that could help you if he's down to come to the land of misery. Ray McLeod is another receiver that was released by the Falcons, and he's a playmaker. He can go. And from what I was reading on Steelers Now, because he's a former Steeler, and the Steelers are obviously looking for wide receiver help. You know, Raheem Morris was asked about it last week, and he said, I sent him home, excused absence home, working through some things right now that are private with my young man, and we'll figure those things out as we go. This is between Ray, the organization, and us dealing with those things. Nothing to do with that. It's just more of a football thing, and we've got to get it straightened out. So I think there was a blurb that said McLeod was being sent home. McLeod being sent home had nothing to do with the fact that the wide receivers coach Ike Hilliard was fired. Just a personal matter. But now that he's released, how are you not on the phone with his agent trying to get him or Tyler Lockett in the building? Because with Garrett Wilson down, and now you're down to Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor is going to throw the ball. He can read defenses. He can make some plays. But no one can make plays in this league without playmakers. Like, it's not going to cut it with Johnson and Smith and Reynolds and Mason Taylor and Jeremy Ruckert, and they don't even know how to really get the ball to Breece Hall. And guess what, Jets fans? Like I said, there's not a clear win in sight. Like, now you got to look at Joe Flacco with the Bengals, who are on extra rest after they beat Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers on Thursday Night Football. And the conversation coming off of that, like I was listening to Hoff's show Friday, and Hoff opened up about Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco getting it done, winning games, still got it. Aaron Rodgers comes here, 4 plays in, hurt, Achilles injury. And Joe Flacco was here, couldn't get anything done. Was not good. They thought he was going to retire. He is not retired. He won comeback player of the year, and he's still, helping teams get wins. He beat the Packers this year with the Browns, and he just knocked off the first-place Steelers with the Bengals. So you got to go to Cincinnati and deal with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Chase Brown, and Joe Flacco. This defense has been able to hold back-to-back weeks, 13 points. You should be able to win games if your defense is keeping the other team to 13 points. But the Jets are a complete mess right now. They're being led by a guy who is learning on the job. They hired a first-time play caller because he went to college with the GM and he used to work with Aaron Glenn in Detroit. There's so many layers of this. Like Ben Johnson right now just ripped off, 3-4 wins in a row with the Bears? And I know the Bears are a different situation, but Ben Johnson coming out of Detroit, he declined his interview with the Jets. He said, no, I'm good. No, thanks. And Kelvin Shepard, if you watched the game last night, Kelvin Shepard, the new defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions, he got a lot of airtime. The Lions don't look like they're missing Aaron Glenn. Fred is in Clearview, Pennsylvania on the Fan in New York. What's up, Fred?
Ben, the reason why I called in, I love the stuff that you're saying. I'm 68 years old. I've been a Jets fan since 1969 when my dad and I watched Super Bowl III together.
Wow.
2 years ago, I couldn't take it anymore. And I told my friends that I cannot be a Jets fan until the Johnsons sell the team because they're clowns.
Yes, it's right on.
What I've discovered is it's a lot more fun rooting against the Jets than it ever was rooting for the Jets. So I don't think I'll probably ever be able to come back to them. And that said, my talking about your son and my son, we're both hardcore Yankee fans. Have been, he's 26. We've been pilgrimaging to the stadium since he's been 5. But he didn't grow up a Jet fan. He discovered the Steelers. And so I don't really have a team now, but what I found out is that I want my son to be happy, so I root for his team.
Yeah, and the Steelers are an organization of consistency. Sixburg, they have won multiple Super Bowls that your son has seen, and they're in first place right now and have a chance to go to the playoffs this year. They're probably going to walk into the playoffs with that division.
Absolutely. And Mike Tomlin's a wonderful coach, and they're a team that's always had a lot of character, you know?
Great call, Fred. Thanks for that. Because in my notes I have from Sleeper NFL, right, people are responding to what Woody Johnson said, where Woody Johnson said something along the lines of like, you give any team a quarterback like that and they're going to struggle. And it's like, bro, the quote was, it's hard when you have a quarterback with the rating that we've got. He has the ability, but something's not jiving. I would look at any head coach with a quarterback like that. If you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you are going to see similar results across the league. And so Sleeper NFL came out with a tweet just to remind folks, like, Justin Fields was the starting quarterback with the Steelers last year. Were they 0-6 with him? No, they were 4-2. Aaron Rodgers is 4-2 with the Steelers this year. He was 5-12 with the Jets last year. Woody Johnson's got to look in the mirror and say, It me. I'm the curse. And hopefully when his sons get old enough, right, as Fred was talking about them selling the team, they're not selling the team. Why would they sell the team? Brick Johnson is 19 years old. And I think he already does have some influence on his father and the organization from things that we heard last year. How long is it going to take for him to get to the age that he's really the front man? Another 10 years? Do you got another 10 years on top of the 15 years that you've already? I don't know. That is your choice. We got a break already. See, look, time flies when you're having fun talking about why do we do this fandom stuff? Why do we force ourselves to do something? We don't have a blood pact. There's no debt that has to be paid. There's no contract. Like, you just get up every Sunday and put on a Jets jersey and go to the stadium and sit there and watch the Jets play to be miserable. After a while, you could just do something else. Like Fred said, now I'm rooting against them. You should be betting against them at least. You should every week have some problem. Like, you got to know, like, they're not going to win the game. All right, 8 o'clock. In this hour, we will start to hear some respect that was put on Jackson Dart's name. You got to love that if you're a Giants fan. And we'll continue to talk about the Jets and the Giants, but more Giants conversation this hour as they are going down to Philadelphia. And you know what? You can't bring that kicker down to Philadelphia. If he couldn't survive the pressure of Mile High, those Philly fans would be heckling him from the second he steps out there for warm-up. So, yeah, we will get more into Jackson Dart and the challenge he faces a second time with the Philadelphia Eagles defense and going down there to the link. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Stay with us. I'm coming right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tires' guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get breaking sports news here. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 8 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by Tap Room, Long Island's local spot for real food, craft beverages, and game day fun with your friends. The Jets are 0-7, and changes are coming. Rookie head coach Aaron Glenn is safe, but Justin Fields reportedly being benched in favor of Tyrod Taylor. Only Woody Johnson said he still believes in Glenn, that any coach who had a quarterback with that rating would struggle. The Giants have reportedly released kicker Jude McTamaney after missing 2 extra points last week. The Knicks and Nets open their respective season tomorrow after the NBA tips off with a doubleheader tonight. And right now, the Rockets in front of the Oklahoma City 21-17. The Knicks will begin without Josh Hart, who's nursing a sore back. Mitchell Robinson out for maintenance for tomorrow's opener. St. John's picked to finish first in the Big East in the preseason poll, followed by UConn. Seton Hall at the other end of the spectrum, picked to finish last. And the Red Storm bestowed with many accolades as Zuby Ejiofor picked as the Big East preseason player of the year. The Islanders up 3-2 on the Sharks after one. Bo Horvat scored his 5th goal this season in a high-scoring first period. And the Devils trailed the Maple Leafs 1-0 after one on a goal by one-time Islander John Tavares. And that's what's happening. I'm Rich Eck.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Okay, we're inside the 8 o'clock hour. Let's rock. Let's get to these calls a lot faster. I'll pull from the YouTube chat. Also, if you didn't know, we are live on YouTube streaming WFAN YouTube until 12, and then Big Mac will come in and we'll stream his whole show. Let's get to the phones, like I said. Jack and C Caucus, thanks for holding. You're on.
Hey, Keith. How's it going tonight?
It's going. The Islanders just went on a run. I'm waiting for the Devils to go on their run.
Hey, well, it's been a while. Haven't been able to call in since the Yankees got eliminated, but got a couple of points on the Jets and Yankees, as I'm one of the rare few of the Yankees-Jets fans out here. But starting with the Jets, I don't know when it happened, but it was truthfully Chad Pennington, Wayne Corbett, and Curtis Martin's fault that I liked this team, but they were actually good when I was growing up. And then the transition to Sanchez was actually enjoyable. So I never really felt like they were a bottom-tier franchise until, obviously, the departure of Mark Sanchez and then the darker years. So, I don't know. I really just don't think there's any way to not like this team for me, because I tried to watch the Giants this weekend, and it didn't make me feel a single thing.
Yeah.
Watching them go up.
So let me interject.
Down.
There's a part of you that the Jets speak to your inner child, and boom, there it is. Devils tie it up. Who else? Jack Hughes. There's a part of you that something is reactivated when the Jets do well. There's also a part of you that you won't betray, because that young you that, latched on to Chad Pennington and those teams, you want to feel that again when the Jets are good again. But when are they going to be good again? I understand not leaving. Don't get me wrong. This is for the point of the show and a little bit of shtick and a little bit of just like a premise of like, this is bad. Like, there are kids that they don't know what you're talking about. I had a pre-show little conversation with Paulie. I'm like, this kid coming out of MetLife Stadium that got interviewed, he didn't watch Chad Pennington. He doesn't know who Lavernius Coles is. He doesn't know who Wayne Corbett is. He doesn't know who Curtis Martin is. Like, he that's not his life. It's tough for these young guys that, like, they go with their dads and their uncles or whatever. And like right now, the NFL is fun, but if you're a Jets fan, it's a lot of embarrassment.
Yeah, it's been embarrassment for many years. And I'm telling you, Keith, like, I've tried. Like, my favorite player in the NFL is Lamar Jackson, and I tried to go in and satellite root for the Ravens. And even last year when they're good, I'm not saying this year when they're bad, and it just doesn't do anything for me. Like, I don't feel anything to watch another team play.
And how old are you? How old are you right now, Jack?
I'm 27.
Yeah, you're also still in like a young prime age too, where it won't wear on you until you start to get like closer to 40 like me. You have a kid, you're married, it changes a bit. Like it literally like can age you. Like fandom can age you. Waiting and going through all that, all the years of disappointment where it's just like it beats it out of you. You don't have it anymore. You're still young, you're still fresh in it. So stay down till you come up, and maybe the Jets come up sooner rather than later, but I just feel like they're in a bad spot here for the next few years.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a long time, and I think what I kind of told myself growing up is that I'm going to root for a bottom-tier team, and I'm going to have, obviously, a top echelon team in the Yankees that I go for. So shifting gears over to the Yankees, I was thinking about it last night, and I think this World Series, instead of calling it Dodgers versus Blue Jays, you got to call it Guggenheim Partners versus Rogers Communications. And they are the biggest owners in baseball, and I believe that the Yankees, if they want to have success next year, they got to go out and they have to be more attractive than those two teams. And also the Mets, .72 asset management, they're going to come back, and you know they're going to try and sign big players. So I want the Yankees to go out and get Murakami. I think the whole notion around the Yankees being unable to sign the Japanese player to the East Coast, that needs to go out the window. We used to have Hideki Matsui, we had Tanaka Time, like we had players come from Japan that actually made an impact on this team. And the Yankees need to go out and get Murakami. I think that'll be the beginning of getting the infield back into form. And I think the Yankees just need to start putting their best foot out there when it comes to free agency this year. I would also like to get Ketel Marte, but I know that's also moving mountains. But the Yankees were in touch with the Diamondbacks for Suarez, and I think they can go back and revisit those conversations.
So you've got Munetaka Murakami starting at first base for the Yankees, and then Ketel Marte starting where?
I would put him at shortstop.
Okay.
And if Volpe's not ready by opening day, I would just say that he needs to win the job back from.
And where's Ben
like
Rice?
Ketel
Ben
Marte.
Rice is backing up Munetaka Murakami. They're both left-handed.
I think Ben Rice should be the starting catcher. I think Austin Wells should also ride the bench too, or trade him. You can get some value, I think, out of that.
Okay, you got it, Jack. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. The Guggenheim Partners versus the Rogers Center. Yeah, I hate to break it to you guys. The Steinbrenners, it's a family business. And as global and as big as the Yankees are, it's more mom and pop than you realize. Like it's more tight-knit. A lot of the same people been working there doing the same things. And like I think they keep it that way for a reason. Not everybody can get a job in there. Not everybody can work in there. Not everybody can know their secrets. And they're not changing. They're also not selling the team, but they're not changing with the times to be like the Guggenheim Partners who have it all figured out. Or like, you know, these big companies, these conglomerates that own other things. The Steinbrenners own the Yankees. That's their main thing. I think they have a, stake in AC Milan and NYCFC or whatever, but it's obviously, the money that the Yankees make that brand. And they are not taking that money and saying, hey, we've made so much money over the years since we've won a World Series. We've exponentially tripled our worth. Let's raise our pay. Like, it's not working like that. So I'm just telling you now, because we're going to go through it this whole winter. I have no expectations. I'm not hopeful to go out and sign Munetaka Murakami, Ketel Marte, Kyle Tucker. Who? Like, maybe they bring Belly back, but I've kind of soured on that. Like, it depends on what Scott Boras is trying to charge for the guy. They're probably going to bring back like Devin Williams, and then they're going to say, hey, getting Garrett Cole back's like signing one of the top arms on the market. So, yeah, I don't know. My hopes are down in that regard. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm not rooting for the Dodgers. I'm not rooting for Toronto. Whoever wins, wins, because it's bad for the Yankees regardless. The Dodgers win, and then it's bad for that kid in you, well, some of you, myself included, that watch the Yankees go back to back to back. Watch the Yankees rule baseball and be a dynasty. Now it's the get back. And if the Dodgers go back to back and win, then they get compared to that team. And then we go into 2026 and all eyes on can they, three-peat, and they'll probably sign Kyle Tucker. They'll keep, up in the ante. Because why not? They've got the money deferred. They've got it all figured out. If the Blue Jays win forever, that is a team that you couldn't win one more game to edge out. That is a team that you had a 7.5 plus more lead on for first place That's another goal. Let's go. I said I was waiting for the Devils to go on their run. And the run is happening live before your eyes. Well, my eyes. I don't know if you guys are watching the Devils. Sheldon Keefe needs to go up there and get a win against his former team. It's been a minute. I don't think he hasn't beat them at all with the Devils. Last year, I'm pretty sure he was 0-for. And now going up there to their building, as we're talking about the Toronto Blue Jays. And, it's 2-1 Devils now. I'm trying to get back to my thought about the Blue Jays winning. Oh, yeah, if you're a Yankee fan, you know the beef between us and them. Vladdy talking all that trash. Buck Martinez saying the Yankees weren't a good team. John Schneider and Aaron Boone with their comments back and forth. Oh, yeah, the Yankees are good. Basically saying the Yankees are good at sign stealing, and they're good when they know something's coming, and how they're, they put the ball into play. They don't strike out a lot. They're not the Yankees, and they've got IKF in the World Series. We had to bench IKF in the ALCS. And if they actually go beat the Dodgers the year after the Yankees folded, got the gentleman's sweep, embarrassed themselves, that's forever. They went to do what you couldn't do. They built a team that dominated you in the DS. The run differential was like plus 15. They built a team that swept you in their building during the season, outplayed you in the Rogers Center every single time. I think you might have got one win up there. Like, that's forever, bro. Talking about the league has closed the gap on the Yankees. No, the division has closed the gap on the Yankees. So it's not just the Red Sox who have gone to win multiple World Series in the last 20 years. It'll be the Blue Jays that not just go win the World Series, they beat the Dodgers, who you could not beat in a year that if you won one more game, if you don't get swept by the Miami Marlins, if you don't lose all of those games in June and July, you lose into the Cincinnati Reds. Well, the Cincinnati Reds are pretty good. They beat the Mets out for the last wild card spot. Let's get back to the phones. Mario in Long Beach on the Fan next. What's up, Mario?
What's going on? Nice show, Keith. How you doing?
I'm good. Talking through it.
Good. I got three observations, and I'd like to see how you feel about them.
Yes.
Okay, number one,
I'm watching this game. I'm locked in. Cody Glass with a goal, and the Devils are on their run that I just predicted. Brendan Dillon just scored, so now it's 3-1 Devils in Toronto. They are turning it on. The Devils have been a wagon so far to start this year. Go on, man.
That's great. Okay, yeah. First
You're not a hockey guy. You're not into any puck. You don't have a hockey team. I know
a little bit. I'm more. I'm not hockey. I'm basketball, baseball, and football.
I know it. We talk a lot.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are like that too. I'm not the only one, but I know you got to get into it based on what you do too. And you get it. I probably like it too if I got into it. And maybe I should. So maybe you're turning me around a little bit. So I got three comments, and I want to hear how you feel about all of them. Number one is they're making a big, even though Justin Fields is not good, they're making a bad mistake about how they're using him. I'll give you an example. They did the right thing with Jones. The first year when Jones played really good for the Giants, they would tell him, he rushed for like 800 yards, like that year, which is unbelievable, Jones, right? So they told him, go back. We know you can't process that good right now. Look for your first read, maybe your second read. It's not there. 2.5 seconds, you start running. Every single time. You do not sit back there another second, you run. And that's what he should be doing, too. And you know what? It's real funny. I think you were saying earlier that Justin Fields got, about their sacks. Well, what quarterback had the most time to throw? The Jets. So that's not on the offensive line. That's on Justin Fields.
It's different because, this is a first-time play caller with Justin Fields. Lamar Jackson had multiple play callers before he really got it going. I mean, he got it going with different guys. I remember the year Greg Roman came in. But, I feel like Tanner Engstrand has not played to his strength. I don't know why they put him under center so much. I don't know why they ask him to run quick game where he's supposed to just from under center take 3-step drop, know where to go with the ball and throw it. That's not the type of guy he is. That's not the type of
absolutely.
With Lamar, at least they kind of opened up the offense for him. They also changed the offense where you only have one or two reads. He knows he's going to Mark Andrews. He knows he's going to Zay Flowers. He knows he's looking for Rashad Bateman or whoever it is. I just feel like this experiment with Justin Fields, I was completely led down a road thinking that because these guys were in Detroit, they played against him when he was with the Bears. They saw something and they knew how they could utilize his strengths. Instead, they came in with what they do, and it hasn't looked good under Justin Fields.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, look at the Giants. Would Daniel Jones be better? Look how he's playing now. What if Daniel Jones was on the Giants now?
I mean, it helps to have
better,
Jonathan Taylor.
Right?
It helps to have Tyler Warren, who I was talking about. Michael Pittman Jr., Alec Pierce is back. Adonai Mitchell, Josh Downs. I'm trying to they have a ridiculous offensive line. Quentin Nelson is one of the best in the business.
Keith, before you let me go, can I ask you one question as a quarterback and tell me your feelings on this?
Yeah.
I was watching a video on Lamar Jackson breaking ankles. You got to look at it one time; it's unbelievable. So I saw one play where he got into the open field and a guy had a clean shot at him. Right? He faked him out so much the guy didn't tackle him, didn't touch him, and he fell. And he did that 3 times on the same play. He made people fall. How hard is that? I mean, if you can make somebody fall and not touch you.
Were you watching him at Louisville? Were you watching him when he won the Heisman? That's all he did. The college kids, he made them all look foolish. Thanks for the call, Mario. Go look up Lamar Jackson Louisville highlights and watch him, disrespect Syracuse. Watch him disrespect Boston College or something. He would take off, pump fake, freeze a guy. He would just boop, boop. Oh, that's too easy of a goal given up right there. We've got a battle going on up there at Scotiabank Center. Is that the name of Scotiabank Center? Is that the name of the Toronto? It's Scotiabank Arena. Still learning all the hockey arenas. Some of them obviously double as NBA arenas as well. Let's see what happened here. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, 3-2. Devils still lead after going on a run of 3 unanswered goals. But right there, the defense just kind of fell asleep. You get a 2-on-1, and Jake Allen is outside of the net, gets got. But this is an exciting game if you are getting into puck like I am. This is my 4th season with the Devils. I just feel like I'm learning more and more, and the more that I watch, the more I understand, the more I'm fired up, the more I can see things happening, the more I can and it's different. Going to the game is amazing. But it kind of just spoils you when you go to live games and then you watch it on TV. It's just not as good as it is going live. To be able to see everybody on the ice at the same time, to see the puck move, is different. But it's still fun. I'm glad I have a hockey team. I am glad I have a hockey team, especially while we're getting ready for one of the worst World Series matchups ever. But yeah, back to Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is not Justin Fields. They can run, but they're a different skill set type of guy. Lamar Jackson came a long way as a passer, and he had a lot of help, and it took years. Justin Fields has been in different cities, different offenses, and it seems like he still can't read defenses. That's my number one thing with Justin Fields. It seems like pre-snap read, he doesn't know what he's looking at, and then he snaps the ball, and it's paralysis by analysis. He doesn't know where to go with the ball. He's late with the ball, and that motion that he has, it's a looping long back motion with the ball. He's not just firing the ball off his helmet, off his shoulder pad. He's bringing it down with a backwards loop. It's time. In the NFL, everything is fast. Let's go to Simon in Jericho on the Fan. Hello, Simon.
What's up, Keith? First time, long time. You're doing a great job. Really enjoyed the show.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
And I agree. There's nothing like going to a pro hockey game. All 3 teams in the tri-state area do a great job. And if anyone out there has never been, I highly recommend it. It's awesome.
Yeah, I was late to the party, but I've now been to a bunch, probably 20 Devils games, and I've been to UBS Arena once, and it was great.
Yeah, they're all fun. Anyway, the reason I'm calling is to talk about the Giants and bring up a name that hasn't been talked about a lot at the beginning of this year, but as his suspension's coming to an end, Justin Tucker as a potential replacement for the Giants.
I had that thought. I had that same thought earlier in the week, and I looked it up to see he's got a 10-game suspension, so that doesn't help anybody yet. And would the Giants bring him in with his looming allegations and possible Deshaun Watson-type behavior? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the Giants aren't normally the type of organization that bring, guys in with that kind of baggage. But, if they find a way, he's still 35, over 90% in his career, makes a 60-yarder look like a chip shot, guaranteed 4th and long into points, some food for thought. If Abel sticks around, you never know. So
yeah, they got to solve this problem once and for all. Thanks for the call, Simon. I thought Younghoe Koo was the answer, but I guess not. Maybe he'll be the answer this week. But like it's got to be so aggravating to be a Giants fan and get in the game and be handicapped by not having a kicker. Jude McAtamey, like, bro, hit one extra point. It's a different game. The pressure can't get to you that much. Not in this NFL, man. These guys are hitting these 60-yard field goals with ease. Like and I look at it, I also, like, it's not just Brian Daboll. He's the coach. He's supposed to oversee that. It's also the GM. And when I talk about the Yankees, when I say, the cracks in your armor will show, what you do in the dark will come to light, those little things that you think you can cut corners on, they get exposed every time. Those little things that you think you can get by, nope. When you need them, they're not there. So they got to fix that. They got to fix that this week. Because you're about to go into enemy territory as we go into some conversation around the Jets or around the Giants as we started with the Jets. You're going into enemy territory, and they got some get back, right? Last week, A.J. Brown got going. Devontae Smith got going. If you don't think those Philadelphia Eagles fans are fired up, like Brandon Graham decided to unretire and come back. I don't know if he's going to be active for this weekend. He's not really a game changer, but Jalen Carter is. You didn't see Jalen Carter last time. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is going to be different. And as great as Jackson Dart has been, this is going to be a challenge. He's going to go down there to Philly, a place that he's going to go play once a year for, 18 years. And he's got a challenge here. You also didn't see Quinyon Mitchell. Those are arguably their two best defensive players. So, like, this is a challenge for the Giants. And I'm sure you're going to be excited about the game, and you should be as a Giants fan. But just know that the Eagles fans and players and that team, they're looking for their get back. They went to Minnesota. They beat those guys. And now they are waiting for you to come to their building so that they can avenge that Thursday Night Football loss where Jackson Dart and Cam Scatteraboo ran around them, threw their helmets and shoulder pads at them, and then danced in the end zone. 888-808-1019. When we come back, I'll start with some audio of Vic Fangio and Nick Bonito putting respect on Jackson Dart's name. We'll talk a little bit more about how crazy it is that Jackson Dart at 22 years old is playing like one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL right now. We'll also talk about Brian Daboll and the state of the franchise. Is Brian Daboll safe because this is the quarterback that he wanted, he handpicked, and they selected? Keith McPherson on the Fan. It's about 8:30. We've got plenty of time. Call me up. We'll be right back.
The Nets open the 2025 season on the road, taking on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
He baked it in from straight on.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
This Halloween season, the deals at Route 22 Toyota are wicked good. Treat yourself to hundreds of new in-stock Toyotas like the sporty Corolla and stylish RAV4, both drastically reduced. Qualified buyers can save more with leases as low as $199 a month or 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on select new Toyota models. Visit Route22Toyota.com for all the details. But hurry, as these wicked good deals disappear soon. So fly over to Route 22 Toyota in Hillside, New Jersey and drive home in a brand new Toyota before they vanish.
Hey, it's Al Licata. Get your game on at Wind Creek Bethlehem. Play the hottest slots and table games, or go big in the poker room. Feel the thrill of live dealer stadium gaming. Try axe throwing or virtual golf. Dine at their classic steakhouse, chop house, or enjoy contemporary urban cuisine at Urban Table. Cap it off with cocktails and a stay at Wind Creek's AAA 4-Diamond Hotel. Play online anytime in the Wind Creek Casinoverse. Learn more at windcreekbethlehem.com. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Adventure meets luxury in the new Lexus GX from Ray Cattina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Cattina Lexus of Monmouth. With bold design and spacious comfort, it's ready to take you anywhere. Discover your new GX at Ray Cattina Lexus.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Hey commuters, the Mega Millions jackpot is up to $650 million. Just one ticket could mega change your life. Make a quick pit stop and play today at any New Jersey lottery retailer.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Drive into fall event.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And the NBA is underway. It's the most wonderful time. If you like the sports are sportsing. Trying to keep an eye on everything. The Rockets and the Thunder are tied. Good first matchup, obviously. I'm not watching it, but Kevin Durant being from drafted by the Seattle Supersonics that turned into Oklahoma City Thunder, the Thunder winning the championship last year. There's a storyline right there with KD finding a new home. You may remember KD used to call Brooklyn his home. The Brooklyn Nets will start their season tomorrow night against the Charlotte Hornets. Why can't they beat the Charlotte Hornets? They possibly could. You'll have that coverage right here on The Fan. I'm looking forward to it. I just like watching basketball. I've had the highs and lows with the Brooklyn Nets, New Jersey Nets. Of course, I'm a fan, but I don't think I go as hard, even though the Nets' new hashtag is their old hashtag we go hard. I don't think I go as hard as I used to. And I was having conversations with friends of mine that are Nets fans. I used to go to a lot of games before my son was born, and I had the time. And my wife didn't care. I wasn't dragging my wife there. Go. You want to go? Go. Jump on the train. Go to Barclays Center. Tickets were affordable. And even before I was on The Fan, you could stand outside of Barclays Center and buy a ticket for $15. The Nets have just had so much turnover from ownership to different teams, to different people in the building, to just a bunch of other different things where, again, how I talked about the Jets, after a while, who's the fool? The fool or the fools that follow the fool? That's how I felt with the Nets. Now, I'm not diehard. I know some of these Knicks fans are diehard where all those years that the Knicks were trash, they were upset about it. Years that the Nets aren't good, I wasn't letting it affect my day. I wasn't expecting much. Years that they were good, though, those years hurt. as a young guy, I knew they weren't going to win the finals, but you get excited to watch your team as one of the last teams standing, thinking that maybe, I don't know, somebody could get hurt, ball bounce a certain type of way, somebody could get hot. You've got Jason Kidd, like maybe you could win. And then even their most recent run, as we talk about Kevin Durant on opening night here, their recent run with KD, Kyrie, Harden, short-lived. And it's funny, I got to watch the starting five, Doc, because, I saw a clip of KD saying, hey, ask James Harden why he left Brooklyn. He said, it was a lot. It was coming off COVID. I was hurt. It was a lot. Bro, you forced your way here from the Houston Rockets. See how we tie it all back together? David is in the Bronx on the Fan. What's up, David?
Hey, Keith, love the show. Big fan and really enjoy the show on a daily basis. But I got to disagree with kind of what people are saying about switching teams, not being a Jets fan. You're kind of being soft on the Nets. I'm like, wait a minute. I just don't understand how people kind of go in and out of being a fan of a team. If your team's not good, you're not good. But you can't be like, I'm half in, I'm half out. I'm not really a fan, or I'm not, a diehard. Like, I didn't know this, Keith. I'm like a little perturbed that you're actually saying you're not a diehard Nets fan. I mean, is this like news?
I'm dead already.
Everyone on the
I died. I was.
Okay, no, I mean, I didn't know you're like that. I mean, I thought you were more of a dude. I thought you were kind of like a real guy. If you're saying I'm not a real fan of the Nets,
yeah, but it depends who you ask. Who
wow.
It depends who's the judge. Like if David in the Bronx is judging my Nets fandom, then I'm not a real dude. I'm not a real guy. But
I'm crying on the Jets. I'm like you're pointing out these kids. I don't want to raise my kid a Jets fan. You're saying you're not a real Nets fan. Like, I don't know. Like,
are you a Nets fan?
Of course I'm a Nets fan. I'm never going to.
So let's talk about the Nets. When did you start rooting for the Nets?
I'm not. Since I was a kid.
Yeah, well, what year about did you start watching them? Drazen Petrovic, how old are you?
46. So before, Buck Williams, Mike Jerminski,
of course.
Otis Birdsong.
Yeah, that's before my time. I've seen the.
Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. You asked me when I'm a fan, so I'm a fan since then.
That's great.
So I don't understand. Like, why would you not be a fan? Like,
there are plenty of years in your life, and the Nets are a great example. Yeah, you might think it's soft, but I don't know. You don't know me. We're talking.
I'm not soft. You're soft.
I said you might think I'm soft. You don't know me.
It's
We're
unbelievable
talking.
how people are. You're on the Fan as a host.
You're a grown-ass man. You're what,
fan?
45, talking about your fandom, getting fired up about it. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, David. Nobody cares.
Crazy.
The Nets don't pay your bills. The Nets don't take care of you.
I'm not even that. But you guys are not even a fan. You're like, I'm half a fan.
You are being the judge of people's fandom. Nobody paid you to be fandom
I don't
police.
Care. But like
you do care. You've been on hold for an hour to get this off, so let's get this off. You're a Nets fan. How many years of your Nets fandom have been thin, have been disappointed? How many years have you been a Nets fan where they weren't worth
most?
And did you go to every single game? Did you walk around town with a Nets hat, Nets jersey on? Were you loud and proud about the Brooklyn Nets, New Jersey Nets?
No, because I'm not corny. But no, I'm a huge Nets fan, but I'm not corny. I'm not wearing a jersey. I'm 46, dude. I haven't worn a jersey since I was a kid.
See, but I'm wearing a Devils jersey right now. I'm a grown ass man, but that's how I give it up. Yeah, but you think you're cool, David. We don't know you. Nobody knows who you are, David. You're talking like you're the judge of everybody. Nobody. You're David from the Bronx. We don't even know if that's your real name or location, bro. Got to get you up out of there. Have a good one. You can be the judge by yourself. Nobody knows who you are, bro. You don't make the rules for everybody. You don't tell people what to wear. You don't tell people how hard to go for their teams. You don't get to say who is soft, who is this, who is that. We're having the conversation on The Fan for all the fans. Results may vary. Some people inherited their fandom. Some people have years where they have to go to work and they're more into their jobs than they are into the games. They might miss a couple Nets games. I'm not going to hold it against them. They might not ever go to a Nets game. Not going to hold it against you. Everybody's different. Let people enjoy things. Let people be fans or less of fans how they want to be. Some of this allegiance and loyalty to these owners, to these teams, is crazy. These players don't even stay on the team for a couple years and then they're gone. As I'm talking about KD and Kyrie and Harden, these guys that were dipping out of here after they rallied the troops, after they literally had all of these people screaming, Brooklyn. We literally had a full Barclays Center for about, 2 years. And now, if it wasn't for the Liberty, nobody's pulling up. Nobody's going there. It goes in waves. It changes as you get older as well. Like, when I was playing sports as a younger guy, I wasn't as diehard of a fan. You know where I was dying hard? I was dying hard in practice and in games and in the classroom because that's where I had to be locked in. I didn't know every stat. I didn't know every score. I was watching games when I could. So I don't judge people, especially people I don't know that I'm talking on the phone to on the radio. I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to say you're soft. You don't know me, David. You can find me, though. I'm not hard to find. And I just don't think that being a fan, I don't think it says anything about you as a person or a man or an individual if you take a step back. If the team sucks and you decide, I'm not going to go as hard because I don't want to be let down. I don't want to be so hurt. Or I'm a diehard fan. I've already died hard. I've already died hard. I'm already dead.
Yeah, it's okay to be a front-running fan.
And there's another Jack Hughes goal.
That's okay to be a front-running fan at this point.
Yeah, I'm a front-running Devils fan for the last 4 years.
Well,
I
saying,
didn't grow up watching hockey. I was able to be birthed into fandom, and I'm glad that I have that now. Some people might say, that's not valid. That's soft. I don't care. I'm not doing it to appease you. It is entertainment.
You're doing it for you.
It is for a individual sole purpose only. Thank you.
Yeah, and even Dave mentioned it, that he's like a Nets fan. That's for him. That's for nobody else.
But he sounds like a goofball going so hard for the Brooklyn Nets.
That's up to him, right? There are times where I think I'm an idiot for being a crazy Mets and Jets fan. They have given nothing to me but agita, and I've wasted blood, sweat, tears, and money on both of those franchises, and for what? For absolutely nothing, and for a lifetime of emotional distress. But why do I do it? Because
it's a hobby. It's what you're into. You're gonna watch the games anyway. Why not have a rooting interest?
Well, I'm also I'm never going to flip.
But that's good,
right?
That is what you looked in the mirror and decided, I am loyal.
Yes,
I am down, and this is how I'm going to die.
Yes,
good.
I admitted that I made the wrong choice picking the Mets and the Jets over the Yankees and the Giants.
And you said that too? But who says? Because there's pain in being a Yankee fan. There's pain in being a Giants fan. There's pain in all of this.
Most Giants fan, if you're 40 or below, if you're a Giant or a Yankee fan, they've given you enough.
Yeah.
They've given if you're at my age range, born between 85 and 90.
Never winning is tough. Never winning is tough. As we're talking about the Nets. We're talking about the Nets organization, never winning anything.
With the Mets, when they lost in 2015 to the Royals, if you're that age range, and I'm 30 at the time, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is going to be it. And you never know when they're going to get back. And it's been 10 years, and they've never gotten back. And now it's another year that I have to attempt to, God willing, stay breathing and stay
exactly
alive
what I was about to say
to
next.
Watch a championship.
How many years are we granted on the planet? Like I said before, life is short. Do what you want to do. And don't let anybody hold it against you. I guess I'm not tough because I don't go to every Nets game. I guess I'm soft because I realize that the Nets are a joke and that they have the same GM, but they've had multiple different head coaches from Jordy Fernandez to Jacques Vaughn to Steve Nash, fired Kenny Atkinson, a good coach who's leading the Cleveland Cavaliers now. They mortgaged their future multiple times, gave up draft capital, gave up players, brought in players, and it's just been a revolving cycle of ineptitude. So after a while, who's the fool? The fool or the fool following the fool? I'm not going to be a 46-year-old man talking about, what? You wear jerseys? Rick is in Morristown, New Jersey on the Fan. What's up, Rick?
You just led me into this call.
I know. I did that on purpose.
I know you did. I could tell because I left that message with the guy on the call about the Cowboys.
Go for it.
I'll tell you what. What's happening, buddy? You dropped them? You following
Yeah. I just had enough. I was actually on, I think, Labor Day vacation with the family, and the Jerry Jones news dropped that he traded Micah Parsons, and when I saw the return...
I was on the phone with you. I remember. I gave you a hard time about it. So would you switch to number one in Green Bay?
No, hell no. I hate the Packers. And, like, that's embedded. Right? You're a Cowboys fan, right? You remember Des Carter.
Oh, yeah.
You remember, why am I blanking on his name now? The tight end running down the sideline. Aaron Rodgers hits him, and then they hit no, I'm blanking on. Now I can't remember his name. I was going to say Tucker Kraft, but that's...
yeah, I know.
Jared Cook. Jared Cook. In Jerry World, that was the year that Dak and Zeke burst on the scene. They had a bye. They lose then. You remember them putting up 40 in Dallas when Dallas was the favorites. Dallas had won like 13 games in a row at home, and Jerry decides to give them Micah Parsons.
I got to tell you, I'm not even worried about it because they weren't going anywhere anyhow. And
so even
I think
more.
The team, but they're very entertaining to watch. You know,
Dak is a good quarterback. CeeDee Lamb coming back last week. That play where he was wide open in the middle of the field and just kind of waltzed into the end zone. Him and like George Pickens is one of the leading receivers in the league. I got all of them on my fantasy teams. But like as far as me going to the bar in Hoboken or Midtown with a Dallas Cowboys jersey on, no sir. Thanks for the call, Rick. Thanks for checking. No, I'm out. And like I am an NFL free agent fan. I had a couple eureka moments between being a media member where, like, if you're a media member and you come in the Yankee Stadium, you're not supposed to wear Yankee logos. I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't think I've ever come to Yankee Stadium without a Yankee logo. I usually look with a side eye at people that come to Yankee Stadium with no Yankee logo. I'm like, you're a Met fan. You're a Red Sox fan. You're a Phillies fan. Yeah, you got me. Because if you're a Yankee fan, wouldn't you show up to Yankee Stadium with a Yankee hat on, a Yankee jacket on? Hell, I show up to Yankee Stadium with Yankee boxers and socks on. I'm like that. But as a media member, you're supposed to be neutral. I'm not neutral at all. I could write articles for the New York Post. No, I can't. But I wouldn't be neutral. I'm a radio host, and I've learned, though, like I already mentioned host here. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody else that was a fan of. I was listening to Gordon Damer a few weeks ago when I went out to Lowe's to do the appearance at Lowe's. Gordon Damer was talking about how he's a Dolphins fan. But he's still watching and talking about the New York football teams. Moose being a Redskins fan. Gio being a Vikings fan. Sal being a Falcons fan. Keith McPherson being a Cowboys fan growing up. Who cares? We don't have to be dressed in our team apparel all day. We don't have to be, walking around with our team colored pom-poms. We don't have to be so blinded by, what we chose as kids before we ever knew we'd get on the mic. It doesn't make you soft. Doesn't make you a traitor. None of this is that serious. This is all entertainment. I know there's somebody listening out there that's laughing right now. There's somebody in the car with somebody else like, this is what you guys listen to at night? Yep. KM to AM, Keith McPherson on the fan. Devils lead 4-2. And we don't have any basketball teams playing, but let me get that Islanders score. The Islanders lead 4-2. And we've got plenty more to do as I will hit you with that audio so we can start talking about Jackson Dart. Probably in the 9 o'clock hour. I got calls to get to. Thanks for listening. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
If Jackson Dart doesn't score on that running play, that he ends up reaching the ball out, and it was a great, tough play by that kid. If they don't score there, that clock may continue to run all the way down. And then they have one play to end up scoring to take the lead and walk off the field winners. You know what I mean?
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everywhere in New York City, city agencies are busy delivering for you. Since 2022, a record-breaking 183,000 small businesses have opened. In 2024 and 2025, major crime dropped across the city. And now, every kid gets access to a brand new universal after-school program. That's NYC, delivering for you, every day, everywhere. Find out how at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? For New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. For New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
In life, a curveball can be thrown at any moment, and you need a team that knows how to hit it out of the park. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been crushing curveballs, sliders, and fastballs for more than 50 years. We're a team of personal injury lawyers with billions recovered for our clients, because every setback deserves a major comeback. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit injurylawyer.com.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. Injurylawyer.com.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Boomer Esiason, and I'm here to tell you all about United Healthcare and their Oxford products. They've served me well for 41 years, and I've been very happy with the coverage that I've received. In fact, they're not only my insurance carrier, United Healthcare also supports my foundation in our quest to find a cure for cystic fibrosis. So when you play pro football, you learn pretty fast that you can't win without teammates you can rely on. The same is true for your health plan. And that's why Oxford plans from United Healthcare include all kinds of benefits for your employees, like $0 deductible options, virtual care with $0 copays, and the ability to earn up to $700 a year just for taking healthy actions. Care for your employees and savings for you? You'll get that too. Check out Oxford now with more ways to help your employees and bottom line stay healthier. Contact your broker or visit uhc.com/Oxford to learn more. Oxford insurance products are underwritten by Oxford Health Insurance Incorporated.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Still here. Intermission. Devils up 4-2. Like I said before the break, are you still holding? Still waiting? We got to get to these calls. Shout out to the people in the chat, people on Twitter defending me. You guys don't got to defend me. I'm always prepared, especially now, for whatever's going to come through the phone. And when you're talking about things like fandom and loyalty and how people do things, some people take it seriously, some people don't. I don't take it that seriously anymore. And, in the chat, everybody's watching me so they can see me react to the calls. What was this guy's name? David in the Bronx. David is a diehard Nets fan, and he wants people to die hard with him. I can't. I'm done. I remember last season and these past few seasons that the Knicks have gone on their runs. I'm the first voice at night in New York because the other station is automated. They have a national show. I am the first voice at night that comes on after the Rangers playoff games, after the Knicks playoff games, after even some Mets playoff games. And as much of a Mets hater as I could be, when the Mets were winning those games, oh my, when the Mets were doing what they were doing, I was coming in here and I was firing people up. I was rooting them on. I was, not being so much of a fan for my own individual purposes. Oh my God. Hey, there it is. Should have brought that guy back. That was all the vibes. But, even as I was doing the Knicks games, the post games here talking about the Knicks, whether it was the Knicks beating the Sixers 2 years ago or the Knicks beating the Celtics, like, bro, I'm at the Yankee game and then I'm coming here. I'm at the Yankee game watching, Knicks Celtics on my phone and then coming here to talk about it. I'm not a Knicks fan, but you wouldn't know it. And there are people that reached out to me, prominent people that were listening, and they're like, yo, you're killing it right now. You're not a Knicks fan? No, I'm not a Knicks fan, but I have a job to do. I have a responsibility. It's not about me. It's about the city. It's about the overall listenership. I'm rooting for New York to win. And then on top of it, right, my own personal fandom, it doesn't matter because what I'm learning as this is all business. As Scott is in the chat, somebody in the chat goes, Keith, you're not taking this well. I go, I'm taking this well. I'm more concerned about the Devils game. I'm at work. I'm getting paid to take calls about sports fandom for 5 hours and watch the Devils play and talk in the YouTube chat. I'm taking it just fine. I said, being a fan changed my life. I was in the 2014 MLB fan cave. 25,000 fans submitted. I got chosen to be the Yankee fan for Derek Jeter's final season. A real world type of thing where I got to stay in the city for a year. And then I parlayed that into jobs. And then when I quit those corporate jobs, the first thing I went back to was being a fan. Let me go to the stadium. Let me turn the camera on. Let me post and let me talk to Yankee fans, Nets fans. I did a little bit of Cowboys content, but as I got older, as I grew, as I became more in New York, I realized the return on that is not there. Ford Motor Company will reach out to do a whole commercial with me and pay me thousands of dollars to drive to Yankee Stadium. They're not hitting me up to go to Jerry World. Poland Spring will send me to the game for free to do content around the Yankees. I've made money through influencer marketing with every team. The Devils, the Nets, but really the Yankees. You picking up what I'm putting down? So, no, I don't have to be a diehard Nets fan. There ain't no money there. There isn't no joy there either. There's no happiness there either. It's not fun. I'm not addicted to pain. At this point in my life, I have a kid to feed. I'm doing what pays the bills, and I'm also doing what I enjoy, what I have the most fun doing. You do you, though. Don't call and tell me what to do. Don't call and tell me what to wear. Shout out to the chat. Poppy Derek in the chat says, I watched the YouTube just to see what Keith's going to wear. I'm wearing a Devils jersey with a headband. That's how I give it up, bro. That's how I swag. I got 1,000 fits. But I would never say to somebody else, don't wear that bum-ass Jets jersey. You're a Jet fan. That's what you do you. But I'm telling you, the door is open to leave. The door is open to try something else, to be happy. This is all about a pursuit of happiness, no? I think it is. And I think sometimes we take sports fandom, which is entertainment, so seriously. And like Paulie was saying, I care more than the players. I care more than the owners. You know why? Yeah, because they're rich. They're millionaires, and we're the ones making them rich because we're the ones watching the games, going to the games, buying the jerseys, buying expensive-ass food and drinks in the ballpark. For what? To not be able to sleep at night over a loss? To take it out on your wife because you're 0-7? To not be nice to your daughter because the Yankees got eliminated? No. Gotta take a step back. got to take a step back and realize, man, we live once. And how blessed we are here in America to be upset over things like the Mets not making the postseason. How blessed we are here in New York to have all of these teams to obsess over. To trip over something in a group chat like the Rangers not scoring at home for a few games. There's a lot more serious issues and things going on in the world. This is supposed to be a distraction. And ultimately, as a kid, because now that I have a kid and I'm seeing the eyes through a little kid, kids want to play. They want to have fun. They want to enjoy things. They don't want to do anything that isn't involved with fun and joy and doing what they want. You know what I'm saying? So you get into sports because it looks fun to win. You get into sports because you want to feel like you're a part of the team and those guys popping champagne and those guys having parades and celebrating. But as you get older, you realize only one team every year out of 30, 32 teams ends up being the champion. The rest end up in pain, misery, and that falls on you too. Try and figure out the best team to roll with for yourself and your personality and your identity and your family. It is wide open. There is no contract. You don't sign a contract. There is no blood pact. You might inherit it, but you can be whoever you want to be. That's part of the American dream, right? Grow up and be who you want to be. Do what you want to do. Let's continue to have fun. I wasn't going to take a call here because we just had to get to the 9 o'clock break. More Jets talk, more Giants talk. Definitely going to get into some Yankees stuff, some Mets stuff, some baseball stuff with the World Series coming up. And, of course, with the Knicks starting, we're going to talk Knicks a little later on and maybe some Brooklyn Nets, too. It's the most wonderful time. If you're watching hockey, the Devils are rolling, the Islanders are rolling. And if you're into all of the sports, we will try to keep you updated and we will take your calls on everything. Keep McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. I'll be right back.
Who will stay? Who will go? Big questions loom for the Yankees and Mets this offseason. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and $2,004 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
Michelin Winter Tires offer confidence in all types of winter conditions, and Town Fair Tire offers every long-lasting, fuel-efficient Michelin tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Michelin Winter Tires to keep you going for years to come. For the guaranteed best deal on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Run or walk with Giants legends. The Giants Foundation will host a 5K race and kids run presented by Quest on Sunday, October 26th at 9 a.m. at MetLife Stadium. Net proceeds will benefit the Giants Foundation. All participants will receive a commemorative t-shirt, and after the race, stay for a post-race festival with appearances by Giants legends and a live DJ. Register now at giants.com/5K. The Giants Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. The UCLA women's basketball team is ranked third to start the new college basketball season. The Bruins are coming off their first Final Four appearance in program history, and they return a loaded roster to Westwood. On the floor, they'll be led by senior center Lauren Betts, who is the reigning National Defensive Player of the Year. She'll be joined once again by veteran point guard Kiki Rice, who just had her third straight season with over 100 assists. UCLA head coach Corey Close is heading into her 15th season on the job.
It's probably the best summer I've had with a group in 32 years of coaching. They love being together. They love being in the gym. They love getting better. I think I enjoyed it probably even more than they did, so it was great.
Third-ranked UCLA tips off their season on November 3rd against San Diego State. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Olivia Harlan-Decker on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down, before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
What? So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Tap Room, Long Island's local spot for real food, craft beverages, and game day fun with your friends. Well, Jets have been a mess from top to bottom all year. Only winless team in the league, but it seems owner Woody Johnson has boiled things down to Justin Fields.
It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
So the owner putting Justin Fields on blast. No surprise, the Jets reportedly going to turn to Tyrod Taylor against the Bengals on Sunday. Fields goes to the bench. Keep in mind, he got a 2-year deal, $40 million before the year with $30 million in guaranteed money. Hockey, the Devils with a 4-2 advantage on the Maple Leafs just starting the third period. Jack Hughes with a pair. Islanders in front of the Sharks 4-2 as well, about to start the third. Knicks getting their season underway on Wednesday. They'll begin the year shorthanded, though. Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson have both been ruled out against the Cavs. Karl Anthony Towns is questionable with a right quad strain. 62 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I don't know this one, Paulie. You got to fill me in. What beat is this? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, BKN.
Oh, yeah, been a minute.
Good old Foxy Brown.
Yeah, I didn't bump any Foxy. I didn't bump Rod Digger. I didn't listen to Lil' Kim. What's my favorite female rapper of all time? That's a tough one. Remy Ma. Remy Ma has some tough bars. Not a Nicki fan. Not a Cardi fan. I don't know. I don't think I ever really had a woman that really hit some bars that connected with me. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We're inside the 9 o'clock hour let's hit this audio that I had been referencing in the 8 o'clock hour. Just the league starting to put respect on young Jackson Dart's name. I think everybody sees it. Everybody knows it. This young man is a player. He's got moxie. He's got confidence, but he has all the skills and intangibles to back it up. I was saying weeks ago, if there's a play to be made, he will make a play. And if you're a Giants fan, you are now excited to watch him play every single game the rest of the way. But you know there's a target on his back. Here's what Nick Bonito had to say to Kay Adams on her show after barely surviving and getting a win against Jackson Dart and the Giants over the weekend.
You got the Jackson Dart experience, the Cam Scatterbo experience. What do you make of Jackson Dart? Was it what you thought going into it on tape, or does he have a little extra something? What were your impressions?
Yeah, I have to give him credit. He's a lot better than, we all thought that, he was when we played against him. He was obviously a really good player, coming into the game, but I feel like his feel for the game and his, ability to be able to maneuver the pocket and make plays on the run. And we even had a plan for it all week to be able to, have eyes on him and rush him the right way. And he was still able to go around and make plays. So, I was really impressed with him. And, I know, as years goes on, he's going to be a really good player, man. He's definitely going to be something, we're going to have to watch out for in the league.
And how about that offensive line? Not enough has been said about Jermaine Illuminor and Andrew Thomas and all those guys, even like the backup center. Like Jackson Dart went out there with a backup center without Malik Neighbors, and he put up unanswered points. The Giants were able to score 32 points against the best defense in the league in their building. So people are starting to put respect on his name, and I think that's a good thing, but it also comes with a target on him. And whatever, if you can get to him, get to him. But it's easier said than done. It's not just what you see on film. Once you get out there on the field, I always say he's got some boogie to him. He's got some wiggle to him. He's able to get out of the pocket. He's able in the pocket to move around, make plays. And if he sees green grass, he's taking it. Here is former, defensive coordinator and head coach, actually, former head coach Vic Fangio of the Broncos, now defensive coordinator of the Eagles. Obviously, they're watching all the film of Jackson Dart, getting ready to face him this Sunday. Here's what Vic Fangio had to say about the guy.
Go up against Jackson Dart once already. What's kind of the lessons learned about what you guys need to do better this time around?
One lesson's learned, and the teams that need quarterbacks that bypass them, they're going to regret that.
Yeah, I think there's some regret right here in New York because Jets fans are seeing Justin Fields for a few weeks, Tyrod Taylor, and there is no better option on the roster. And you would probably feel a little bit better if you could bench Justin Fields and go to the quarterback of the future. He was right there for the taking, but a lot of teams passed up on him. And yeah, Jackson Dart is a New York Giant. What do the Jets do at quarterback moving forward? I think they are playing this season out to draft their quarterback in April. Trevor is in Mattawan on the Fan. What's up, Trevor?
Hey, what's up, Keith? Yeah, I think you're the best on the radio. So I definitely I feel like we talked before. But I wanted to say comment on this Jets situation because I'm a diehard Patriots fan living in New Jersey. So I've always had like the last laugh when it comes to my friends and family. But I wanted to use this analogy. And this is what I tell my friend all the time. I said, being a Jets fan is like being in a relationship where your spouse is just continuously being unfaithful. So my question is, when is it time to say and just be like, when is it time to move on, ask for a divorce? Like, I feel like enough is enough. Like, I just felt like I feel what you're saying, but this is everything I've relayed to all of my Jets fans.
Yeah,
and, I mean,
it feels like
Jets
abuse.
friends.
It feels like one-sided. It feels like all the pain is going to one side of the relationship. How much can you take before you're like, all right, enough? It's a good analogy. It's funny. Speaking of relationships, my wife grew up a Patriots fan because of all the winning that they did, and she's a little younger than me and obviously was a Tom Brady fan. She doesn't go so hard for him now, but you think she hasn't noticed Mike Vrabel and Drake May, like, hey, the Patriots are good again? Like, yeah, because winning franchises don't stay down forever. They do the right things to get back up. You said you're from Mattawan. Did you go to Mattawan Regional?
Yeah, I went to Mattawan Regional High School.
See, that's what it is. That's why you think I'm the best on the Fan is a sure thing. Sure thing. I mean, short conference.
You relate really well, and it's funny because I am all Boston, However, I have no other choice to listen to the New York sports radio. But I will say you're very fair, and I will say you're definitely very easy to listen to, and you're a lot of fun. And I thought that other caller before, he's definitely going to hate what I have to say about that analogy I just brought in with the whole Nets thing, because he was just talking nonsense. But yeah, I just think at some point you just have to just address the situation and say, hey, this isn't a good, healthy situation for me, and I need to take a step back. And it's no problem. Hey, you don't have to be a Chiefs fan. You don't have to go be a Bills, Ravens fan. You can be a fan of another team that isn't great and just kind of, and you know what I'm saying? But it's
more than ever with these phones and these streamings, like more than ever, you can follow your team accounts. They could be miles away. You can watch your team games on your phone, on your iPad, on a Apple TV. Like more than ever, we're not blocked. It isn't like years ago. There are some Jets fans who are like, well, they're the local team on TV, so that's who we went to see and that's who we watch. You can be a fan of whatever team in this country you want to be and fully be up on them and follow them through social media, through podcasts, through your phone.
Yep.
Thanks for the call, Trevor. 888-808-1019. Yeah, if you're a Nets fan talking about, why are you not a diehard Nets fan with me? Have you watched them for 30 years, 20 years? I'm not a diehard Nets fan. I'm dead inside. I can't get up for that again. Like that didn't break you, the last saga that they went through? That didn't just crush your hopes and dreams? That whole era was supposed to be longer. KD signed his extension to be here. I feel bad for the kids. Shout out to the block, the Brooklyn Brigade. I don't think we even exist anymore. I think the Nets did away with that from what I heard through the grapevine. There were kids that were buying those KD Kyrie jerseys and matching shoes and coming out to practice in the park and feeling like the Nets were here. You Knicks fans know. We'll get into the Knicks conversation later tonight. Because I saw Hanky Panky in the chat was like, the Knicks talk is abysmal. The Knicks aren't on tonight. And we haven't got there yet. We'll get there. I have a guest joining us later tonight. We'll get to the Knicks before they open up the season. But you'll remember 2020, 2022, that era, 2021, KD's foot on the line. Like, if you're a Nets fan, you remember that feeling of, okay, KD and Kyrie chose the Brooklyn Nets, not the Knicks. Maybe this is our time. A team that moved around a bunch of times. That's tough on the fan base as well. People leave that out. I'm a Devils fan. The Devils played over there for a little while. They played at the Teaneck Armory. I think they played at Rutgers. They played in Long Island. Now they're in Brooklyn for over a decade. We hope that they stay there and build there, but you're not going to build having different coaches, different players, having different eras where you get to the playoffs and then you blow it up. This is literally Sean Marks' last time to build something. Okay, there's my segment on the Nets. I am a Nets fan, but I'm not Evan. I am not some of these other Nets fans that are delusional. I understand their place here. I'm from Jersey. When they moved them out of Jersey, I boycotted them for a year. I'm a whole fan. I took that, and I was about to boycott Jay-Z. Jay-Z said, I'm moving the Nets to BK. I'm like, why? So far, I'm never going to go. But then, shout out to my wife as well, bought tickets in 2013 to a playoff game, and I saw the arena, and I saw the vibe. I'm like, this is way better than Continental Airlines Arena. Right? They also played in East Rutherford for a little while. When you move your franchise around a lot, when you have so much turnover with the head coach and the players on the team, it's hard to keep people locked in. It is hard to keep fans. It is hard to sell people on we're going to compete, we're going to be good, because you're constantly starting over. So you could be a diehard fan, but I don't know what you're dying hard for yourself and your own beliefs. And like maybe you need a reality check. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Kelvin and Nutley next on the Fan. What's up, Kelvin? Or Kevin, excuse me.
Hey, Keith. What's up? How you doing?
Good. I was thinking of Kelvin Shepard. We were talking about him earlier from the Detroit Lions. Sorry, Kevin. You're on.
No, that's all right. It's Kevin. Well, the first thing I wanted to say, I agree with Trevor. You really are the best, man. You're the best guy on the Fan
It depends who you ask, but I appreciate the compliments, especially when I'm on. Like, I get a kick out of it. I get a kick out of it more if you call somebody else's show. Like, yo, Keith.
No, I know. I'm a day one listener. I know how it goes. You know.
Yeah, appreciate it.
They won't be on, but anyway, I want to talk about the Jets real quick. You don't have to have any allegiance, because let me tell you, my father had season tickets since day one when they were the Titans. So my father had tickets before they were even the Jets. They were the Titans. They played in the Polo Grounds. So when they came to the Meadowlands, he didn't like it because at Shea Stadium we had a box seats. And he didn't like the big, long rows, and he said, you pay for them. And long story short is, let me tell you, the PSLs were the best thing that ever happened, because when the PSLs came, I couldn't afford the tickets anymore. I gave up the tickets, and that's the best decision of my life.
Mm-hmm.
giving up the tickets, because since then, they've had nothing. You know what I mean? At least.
So why invest in them? Why take your hard-earned money and put it into something that you're not getting exactly what you want back? And you can't even sell those tickets off, because, like, that used to be part of the hustle too, right? Like, you know, if you're a season ticket holder and if the Jets are good and the Patriots are good and Tom Brady's coming to town, that's a hot ticket. You might want to stay home and you can, you know, make a couple $100 off that.
Yeah, but it's so anyway, I know NFL is king, but I don't like it the way I once did. You know, it used to be different. It used to be better. I'll use your words, right? Every other play now, flag on the play, 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 flag on the play. That's all so.
Yep.
But I mean, of course, if they're winning, I'm still going to root for them. But Yeah,
but you're not as invested in the league or the team as you once were, and that's okay, Kevin. I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to judge you either. I don't know how much milk you pour in your cereal, bro. Do what you want to do. I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy to tell you what to do or who to be. Do whatever floats your boat. If you want to leave the Jets, leave. This is a good time to leave. If you want to stay down till you come up, because you know what, if I really stick it out and I just have 5 more years of misery, then more power to you as well. But this is supposed to be fun, right? This is supposed to be entertainment. Like for me, I didn't inherit a team. My dad is a Dolphins fan, and I'm glad that he didn't force that on me, and he wasn't around to be like, no, you're wearing Dolphins gear. I had the freedom to choose. And you know what's funny? As I've told these stories and I share my life, because I know people can relate, and that's what you should do. My mom is a Dallas Cowboys fan, and she told me I'm going down with the sinking ship. And my mom is much older than I am. Shout out to my mom if she's listening. I said, that's good, Mom. That's very noble of you. Because you were not a fan. You weren't born into it. You didn't inherit either. Like, you became a Dallas fan because you were always buying me Dallas Cowboys stuff as a kid. So why don't I match my son? Why don't I rock with my son's team? And then your son has a son and tells you, I'm not your grandson. No, we're not putting any Dallas gear on him. Why? I've been on New York radio for 4 years. He's 2.5. I'm on the Giants radio network. If he wants to be a Giants fan, I'd be a fool to stop him. I think that would be negligent. I would call Child Protective Services if I said, no, we're Dallas fans. No, Jackson, my son Jackson McPherson, if 2-3 years go by and Jackson Dart is the best quarterback and we're going. Now, I'm not saying I'm putting on the jersey, but I'd put one on my son. I'm not saying I'm putting on the Giants hat, but I'll certainly go out there because my allegiance has died. I've watched enough. I've seen enough. The NFL is bogus. It has certainly changed. There's a lot of people. Baker Mayfield was talking about the officiating. TJ Hawkinson, I played last night talking about the officiating. They're helicoptering in from New York to say what's a catch and what's not a catch. And the guys on the field are being overruled. The referees on the field are overruled. It's soft as hell now. Like, I played football growing up. 2-a-days, hitting drills, nutcracker, Oklahoma drill, I've been concussed multiple times. There was no concussion protocol. McPherson, get your ass back in here. I can't see, coach. It's a different league now, and for good reason. Like, Jackson Dart should go into the blue tent and be checked out every single time. He is worth a lot of money. He is an asset. He's very valuable to the Giants. They got to make sure he's good for 18 years. But what I'm saying, too, going back to, Dart, and as we're talking about the Giants more, like, I think this kid's got a great future in front of him here. The stage is not too big for him, and he could do this for years because they're going to make sure that offensive line is good. The referees, he's already getting he got that roughing the passer call late in the game, and I'm like, Justin Fields not getting that call. I'm like, he's already getting the calls like a star. He's already Dart the darling. That is great for the Giants fans. Matt's in Hoboken next on the Fan. Talk to us, Matt. You got it.
What's going on, Keith? I appreciate what the two guys before me said. I'm not going to pump your tires too much more. There can only be so much an ego can take. But I do think you are great, and I think you deserve a slot in the morning, man. There's some jabronis that are going on.
We can't do that, and I'll be sleeping in the morning. I don't get up till 10 a.m. So.
Well, times change, kids change. Who knows?
I did the morning show once, and I was sleepwalking through it because when that alarm went off, I was like, wait, what do I do now? It's 3:30 in the morning. I got to get there I'm like, I couldn't imagine. So, yeah, little old me in my nighttime spot for 4 years, we're all good, man. I'm adjusted to being a night owl.
All right, fine. I won't go headhunt for another person's job then. But I do want to talk about the Giants. I got into a heated debate with one of my buddies, and, I basically was saying after week one, Russell Wilson wasn't going to take the Giants anywhere. They weren't going to go to the playoffs. They weren't. You could visibly see it. If you watch enough football, and as everyone's alluded to, our fandom is almost a sickness. We become so preoccupied by the teams we love. I named my dog Ranger after the hockey team. I am also part of the sickness, and you watch Russell Wilson and you saw him and you said, he's not going to do it for us. And I said, put in Jackson Dart. Obviously the whole camp believed in him. The coaching staff believed in him. The whole organization believed in this guy. If you watched him in the bowl game and the tail end of the Ole Miss season, you saw it. The guy had it, and now we're seeing it now. I just feel like they wasted 2 extra games. You can even make the argument 3 whole games that he never played in. And, I saw a tweet once where the guy said, I don't know a lot about football, but I do know that Jackson Dart isn't learning anything by sitting on the bench and watching Russell Wilson right now. So, I don't know. I just, and I'm no expert, but that's just my opinion on the matter. And
Matt, that's a good call.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for the take. I can counter that take, though, because my take was at least give me the first 2 weeks. You can learn a lot. There's a lot that he would probably sit down and say that he learned about being an NFL quarterback just by being in practice with not just Russ, Jameis, and Tommy DeVito, who knew the system better than everyone, right? Don't forget about Tommy DeVito when we talk about Jackson Dart and his development. Those two guys were friends, buddies, talked together, and he literally talked about how Tommy DeVito had the best handle on Daboll's system because he had been there for 3 years and had helped him out. I was just like, this kid is going to go to D.C. and Dallas the first 2 weeks. Don't throw him in to those environments on the road. Clearly, he's got the mind for it. Like, nothing seems too big for him. The game is not too fast for him. He is a competitor. But I can't say that he didn't learn anything. I think he did. And just there's so much that goes into the week of prep, travel, warm-ups, going through the game, and Russ and his experience, at least for those first couple weeks, so Dart could look at somebody else, not just to see how they prepare, but also get those mental reps. You could have ruined him. We don't know. We'll never know. I think they did the right thing by going out there to get a veteran because that's insurance. No one knew that Dart would be, most people said he would be a project. A lot of people were talking about the offense that he ran with Lane Kiffin and how he wouldn't be able to step into the league. Well, if you have Brian Daboll that can change his offense and take some bits and pieces from what the kid ran in the SEC and apply it to this Giants offense to make him more comfortable, there you go. Like watching Jackson Dart, to me, is signaling that more than ever, these kids are entering the NFL ready to play. And I've talked about it. Like, when I was coming up, I didn't have a quarterback coach, like a paid one, but a lot of these guys do have paid quarterback coaches. I had like a quarterback coach, shout out to Don Klein, who was at Ocean High School, who was my quarterback coach that would, like, on the weekends show up, pick me up. We're going to the field. We're going to run the bleachers to warm up. Then we're going to do 3-step drop. Then we're going to do 5-step drop. Then we're going to do rollouts. Then we're going to do, throwing on the run. Then we're going to work on, center exchange. Then we're going to work on handoffs. Then we're going to work on like little quarterback drills, throwing on one knee, throwing with your feet planted. Like, I had that. But the level of quarterback coach that they have now, I had Tony Rasiopi on. Shout out to Tony Rasiopi, who is a literal pro quarterback coach. Worked with Kenny Pickett, worked with Timmy Boyle, has worked with probably 20 other quarterbacks that have been in the NFL. And Tony does this. Like, Tony is working with these guys. I remember he had RG3 come out. Like, he is working on these guys throwing motion, working on these guys pre-snap read. Like, who is Justin Fields' quarterback coach in the offseason? Because going back to Jackson Dart, I feel like these kids, Jackson Dart is literally 22 years old, bro. He's a year over legal drinking age. But he plays in the NFL like he's been there for years. That's going to bode so well. And, like, I think Dable is safe, and that's something else I said I wanted to talk about tonight. I think Dable is safe, but there is a conversation around this kid being coach-proof. He's not Daniel Jones. And not to knock Daniel Jones, who's got the best record in the NFL, is in MVP conversation. That doesn't help Shane and Dable's case. But, like, there's a lot of thought that, like, these are similar thoughts. Oh, don't rush the kid in. Oh, give the kid time. And then he bursts on the scene. He houses I have a bunch of stats that I'm going to go through because we got a break, and I'm going to take another call about, like, what he's actually doing. But if you just watch him, like, he's ahead of his time. So the two thoughts that are the same are, no, don't rush him in. He's got to develop. Wait till week 6. Wait till week 8. No. I was saying, give me 2 weeks on the road. If you want to start him in the first home game, do that. They didn't do that. But after they heard the start Dart chants, we want Dart, boo, you don't wait in the second game. And he was able to beat the Chargers in the second game. These kids are coming in. I talked about Jaden Daniels with the virtual reality. I'll never put on a virtual reality headset because in my own reality, I don't want to cover my own eyes. But Jaden Daniels wakes up in the morning. The first thing he does is put game film into that virtual reality headset, and he's watching it on 2X, speeding it up. Like, there are little different things. I talked about how when I was in college, our coaches would give us, all right, we're going to play University of Rhode Island. Here's their defense versus Delaware. Here's their defense versus Hofstra, Northeastern. Those schools used to have football programs. Here's that on DVD. Go back to your room, and instead of watching American Pie, watch this tonight. Now these guys got that stuff on their phones, on their iPads. Like, they're advanced, as all these kids are, because of technology. So having the thought that we got to protect him by not starting him, you might get to the end of the season and regret those first couple games, but that's what you paid Russell Wilson for. That's why you didn't make it a competition, but you did make Dart the second-string quarterback. And so that was our first inkling that, like, yo, he's one play away, so that means he's ready. Jameis is just there for, I don't know, vibes. But then there's also this thought of, we can't change the coach on this kid. Learn from those mistakes. We did this to Daniel Jones. Dable has to stay here. No, Dable has to be a head coach and learn how to close games. Now that you've got your hand-picked quarterback, which is literally the last thing that you were expected to do, well, you can't fire them until they draft their own quarterback. Drafted him. Developed him. He's playing. He's balling. Now go win some games, coach. Know what to do in the last minutes. Have a kicker ready. Be ready to use your timeout. Know what plays to call. And I said last night when I was on, I didn't mind them throwing with Dart because he is ahead of his time. You're not going to put the training wheels on him with the game on the line. You allow him to continue to be him and ball. He's going to win you the game. He's also going to lose you some games because he is a rookie. There's going to be some bumps in the road, but it's going to be fun. there's going to be more good than bad. Let me cue up some of the stats that I put together. Let's take another call before we get to the next break. Bob is in Rhode Island on the Fan. What's up, Bob?
Yeah, Keith. I agree with you about Dayball. The guy should be gone yesterday. Shine should be gone yesterday, too. And
they got a mulligan and they got Jackson Dart, though. So now that gives them life. Again?
What do you mean? They can get rid of him, can't they?
They can. Honestly, they can.
Dayball, Shine, the defensive coordinator is pathetic. They had a 20-point lead against Denver, and they blew it. I mean, Dart is all right. Laurie Rubinson said, we can't let Dayball go because he handpicked Dart. Well, look what the Buffalo Bills are doing since
Yeah, they moved away. They let him go away, and Josh Allen became MVP. I don't really lean into to the Dayball made Josh Allen. Josh Allen made Dayball.
Shine and Dayball, they didn't want him, the Buffalo, and they were smart. But the owner of the Giants has got no balls, period.
Thanks for the call, Bob. I mean, unlike, we know John Mara's not in a great spot with his health, and he's going through some cancer treatment, and prayers up for him. You hate to see that, and you love to see them get a couple wins for him, because he said himself, nothing feels better than beating the Eagles. Could you imagine the elation if you're a 7.5-point underdog and you go in there and you beat the Broncos? Should have. A 19-point lead. But I feel like two things here. Mara he's feeling better. Remember he said he wants to feel better about the team? I'm sure he's feeling better with Jackson Dart. Hit on that pick. A lot of people in the league are looking at the Giants like, damn, they got a guy that we could have had. So he feels better about the state of the team. And also, Shane and Dayball are in year 4. I'm pretty sure they got 5-year contracts. They're going to get that next year. And I think it's a lock that they're going to get that next year. Because this year was never supposed to be a playoff year. I know some people said that, but they had the toughest strength of schedule. They were starting from scratch in the quarterback room. I knew that this would be the first real year where it's not all about Saquon anymore, right? This is the first year I talked about how they finally had their own characters. Brian Burns, the Spider-Man, his character has emerged. Abdul Carter, his character has emerged. They added some pieces to the secondary. They draft Cam Scatterbo, the steal of the draft. I've been telling you since I was live on the Fan watching him run over those kids at Texas that somebody was going to get a steal. Like, they have that in place, and you do have to give them respect for that. But down the stretch here, they're going to be in probably every game. They have to steal these games. They have to win these games. They cannot blow another game like they did in Denver or the one in Dallas, which wasn't Jackson Dart. Like, now that you have the quarterback, part of his growth and development is running the ball when you got to run the ball, throwing the ball away when you got to throw the ball away, recognizing a blitz, not throwing the ball to the other team. And he took accountability. He said he's got to be a lot better, but he's 22 years old. Like, he's a rookie. This is his first year. And I understand you not saying he's a rookie. We're going to take the ball out of his hands and do what? Hand it to the other rookie, the running back? You're rolling with a rookie running back and quarterback. You're going to live and you're going to die with those guys. But the coaches, Shane Bowen, I would have fired last year. But, these coaches have to do better in game situations. They have to call timeouts. They got to slow it down. They got to talk to these guys to not let the game get away and unravel like that. That's a terrible loss. 888-808-1019. By the end of tonight, you got to flush it, though. By the end of tonight, you should be fired up for going to Philly to potentially take 2 to sweep Philly for the first time since, I don't know, I got to ask ChatGPT. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll ask ChatGPT that. I will find the Jackson Dart stats that I collected earlier, and we'll continue to talk about the Giants and your fandom, and we'll get to the Knicks at some point. Don't go anywhere. We're halfway through my 5-hour show. I'll be right back.
Regular season battles in football. Off-season moves in baseball. The Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets all live here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all must do our part to keep our roadways safe. When driving, look out for pedestrians. Slow down and keep a 4-foot distance while passing. Let's look out for each other. Safety is a shared responsibility. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. How long have I been talking about the Chef IQ Sense wireless thermometer? You know how much I love it, but check out what one of our listeners says. It's phenomenal. You want to make a brisket, you look at your phone, and your mouth starts watering when you've got 20 minutes left. Phenomenal. The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat. Whether cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill, the app alerts you when everything's done. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense now at chefiq.com.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Rock and roll will never die, and neither will the low prices. It's the Rocktober Savings Event at Nielsen Dodge. We've turned up the volume on Rocktober Savings on any new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We're rocking out the deals with 0 down payment available. $1,500 overbook value for any trade. If you need credit help, we're here to make it happen. And of course, great deals.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So for head-banging deals that are music to your ears, at Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Drive into fall event.
With approval term 24 months, due sign Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819, ag tax type 498 DACA DMV.
Hey commuters, the Mega Millions jackpot is up to $650 million. Just one ticket could mega change your life. Make a quick pit stop and play today at any New Jersey lottery retailer.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
It's football season. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brew tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Injured in an accident? Your case in the hands of one lawyer may settle for $100,000, but in the hands of the right law firm could be worth millions. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been representing injury victims for over 50 years, winning and collecting billions for our clients. And we're not stopping now. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit us at injurylawyer.com.
The lawyer for injured ones, injurylawyer.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I'm just in here enjoying some Devils hockey. We're just laughing about this fight that broke out at the end. There's seconds left, but these hockey players, it's like, before I get out of here, I got a score to settle with this guy. I'm going to give you a knuckle sandwich before you hit the road. Take this one to go. The Devils just scored an empty net goal. Jack Hughes with the hat trick. He's on a heater. The Devils are a wagon. W5 loading in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a win for your New Jersey Devils. Sheldon Keefe goes back and knocks off the Leafs for the first time. Rocking with the Devils, I'm pretty sure. Shout out to Jake Allen, man. He got a couple times, but ultimately the Devils been putting the puck in the net. They look good to start this season. They look real good to start this season. So 888-808-1019. We will take some Devils calls, some Devils fans to chime in on the fan. I know that's rare. I know that doesn't happen too much, but universe never unconnects. It was meant to be. I was meant to join WFAN, become a Devils fan, and start watching the team over the years and be excited when the Devils are winning. Like 10 years ago, 5 years ago, if you would have told me that the NBA would start, NBA opening night, and I would be watching the whole Devils game and not watching a second of NBA basketball, I would be like, who was that? Me? Keith McPherson? What? Hockey? It's different now. I have evolved. And Jackson Dart is evolving. So I said I was going to go find the stuff I was looking for. Shout out to, I think, Big Blue Legacy on Instagram that compiled these. And I always try to give credit where credit is due. I hate people that come on the radio with facts or stats and they don't cite their sources. They teach you to do that in college, right? Cite your source. You're putting together a project paper. Where'd you get that from? You didn't just research that, or even if you got it from Chat GPT. And that's another thing, Chat GPT. When was the last time the Giants swept the Eagles in the regular season? All right, let Chat GPT cook that up. And here are some numbers and stats around your quarterback, number 6, Jackson Dart. And I want him to get that number 2. They gotta cut Deontay Banks and put that number 2 jersey on Dart right away. But Sleeper Giants reported that Jackson Dart is the first QB in NFL history with over 790 passing yards, over 165 rushing yards, 7 more touchdown passes, 3 or more rushing touchdowns through his first 4 starts. He's breaking the game. It's only him with those numbers. WBG84 on Twitter writes, the Giants, since Jackson Dart took over as the starter, are the 6th ranked scoring offense with 25.2 points per game and 12th ranked total offense in the NFL with 334.5 yards per game. The New York field goal Giants that always had to settle for Graham Gano field goals or miss field goals with whomever, Gillen or McAtamey, guys whose names I can't even say. Younghoe Koo. Jared Schmola at Schmola DS writes, Jackson Dart has scored a touchdown on 6.5% of his passes and runs this season. By comparison, Lamar Jackson is at 9.5%. Jalen Hurts is at 6.4%. Patrick Mahomes is at 6.2%. So this rookie quarterback in 4 games is already an elite company with an MVP and 2 Super Bowl MVPs. Let's continue. Hayden Winks, at Hayden Winks from Underdog Fantasy on Twitter writes, QB first down rate after their first read. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes, 40%. Number 2, Jackson Dart, 39%. Sam Darnold, number 3, 39%. Josh Allen, number 4, 36%. Jared Goff, 36%. Right under him, tied with him, Baker Mayfield as well at 36%. That's elite company. He's already with the best quarterbacks in the league with what he's doing. Give him credit for that. Give Shane and Dable credit for drafting him and Dable credit for developing him. Mike Kafka for talking to him, working with him. And he's doing it with less. He's doing this without a number 1 wide receiver. Earlier I said, the Jets should be on the phone to talk to Tyler Lockett and Ray McLeod. Maybe the Giants bring one of them in. Trade deadline approaches. Let's continue. Monte Cristo on Twitter says, Jackson Dart's current 17-game touchdown pace is 42.5 total TDs. I'll have to check that math. But people are starting to compile the numbers after 4 games. What you're seeing is for real. 888-808-1019. Tyler is in New Windsor on the Fan next. What's up, Tyler?
Keith, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Much love to your show. I love listening to you on the way home from work and everything like that. But I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant. You tell me if I'm getting too long. I already feel like I am. But you look at this Giants team, right, and you really sit there and you look at it, you look at the Denver loss especially. When your guys are becoming so upset with your defensive coordinator and Shane Bowen, like you said, you would have fired him how long ago, which is the absolute truth. But Brian Burns came out and said, hey, why are we rushing 3 and dropping 8 back in coverage? And you mentioned before, cut Deonte Banks for his number. Cut Deonte Banks because he gives up on plays. He gave up on the tip ball.
He's
the
not
Eagles
good.
Won. Oh,
Waste of a pick.
No, he's not. Oh, 1,000%. That 2023 draft class is outrageous.
And also Brian Burns, they must have talked to him because he came out on Twitter today and he said people took that tunnel video all out of context. I wasn't mad at Shane nor the call. I don't really know how you could take it any differently. He was pretty specific.
Yeah.
But whatever.
See, my apologies. I didn't see that. That's my fault. I should have
all good.
done my
That's what I'm here
research before I
for.
come on here and start a little bit of a rant. And then you look at it, too. This is for all the Giants fans, even Yankee fans, too, because I know you're a big Yankee guy, and I love that. I love listening to you and talking to you about it. I called him a couple times about it. If you're going to fire Brian Dable, who are you going to replace him with at this point in the season, especially with Jackson Dart developing?
No, they're not firing. They're not firing Dable in the season. There's no way in hell. I don't even think they fire him in the offseason. I don't think they fire him at all now.
You up and say that. Yeah.
I mean, that's because people are upset. It's emotions. It's okay. Thanks for the call, Tyler. I said I was out. I blame myself. I said the 2 losses that were collapses late in the game, the Cowboys game and the Denver game, away games, I decided to go watch them out in Hoboken on First Street. I went to the Shannon. Shout out to Patrick and the good folks over there that showed us love. But I like sometimes to leave the comfort of my couch and my apartment to be with fans, because then I can relay that message on air. I was around Giants fans who their muscles were getting bigger. Yo, we're for real. We're here, baby. Scatterboo, touchdown. Yo, the Giants are nice. Yo, are we serious? Is this serious right now? Are we about to blow them out? Forget covering. We're about to smoke the Denver Broncos after all that talk. And then they found a way to lose because they're still a losing franchise trying to shake off that loserness. But when you've lost so many games, you find a way to lose. Do not underestimate Sean Payton. Do not underestimate the altitude and them knowing that plays into their favor. The Giants had players out with injury. Paulson Adebo, Javon Holland. They had to rely on players that they're unreliable. You can be mad at Shane for that. You can be mad at Shane and Dable. You can be mad at Bowen for play calls. But, I listened to Tiki break it down. And when I went back and watched it, I'm like, Tiki's spot on. And I know people are critical of Tiki this week, and I said this last night. One of the best things that we have on this radio station. You think I'm good or whatever. I played a little college football. My football knowledge is nowhere near what Tiki Barber has seen, has experienced, is still watching, and can articulate. Listen to what he's saying. When he pulled up this L right here for Drew Phillips, if you drop 8 in coverage, they have to still cover. But guys are tired and they're sucking wind. And Marvin Mims isn't thinking that the ball is coming his way. But you know what? Also, when you don't rush Bo Nix, and we talked about this last week going into the game, I interviewed Andrew Mason from out there, and I asked, was Bo Nix in a sophomore slump? And he said, no, he's just making some mistakes when he's under pressure, as a lot of guys do. Not everybody can be Jackson Dart, scramble around the pocket, get out of pressure, and make a throw. But you know what? Bo Nix came alive late in that game with his legs and his arm because the Giants were tired. That altitude was hitting them. They weren't conditioned for that. And they didn't rush the passer at the end. They didn't even have Dexter Lawrence in at the end. If maybe you rush 4, you get home on him, he's not able to drop that ball in. So I don't think these are fireable offenses at this point. See it through. By the end of tonight, I hope you guys are ready for Week 8. I hope you are ready to go and beat the Philadelphia Eagles. You lost to the Broncos. Good for them. They're going back to the playoffs most likely this year. According to ChatGPT, the last time the New York Giants swept the Philadelphia Eagles in the regular season was in 2007. I was a third-string quarterback at James Madison University that year. I was not that locked in on the Giants. I couldn't tell you too much. Maybe you could. Lee is in Wayne on the Fan. What's up, Lee?
Heath, you the man. You know what? Let me
you
take
the
you
man.
on a little journey. Let me take you on a little journey. You are the biggest Yankee fan I know. You are the biggest fan out there rooting during the playoffs. The Yankees did not get it done, and here we are. I got to tell you something. People, think about Tom Coughlin and Eli Manning in their first year. They replaced them with who was the quarterback? They replaced Eli Manning with the Hall of Famer, right? And now here we are. We have Jackson Dart, who I think is a Pat Mahomes look-alike. He's great. He gets out of the pocket. He scrambles. He makes plays. People, be patient.
Yeah.
Let Brian Dable learn. Brian Dable could be the next Tom Coughlin. Remember, Tom Coughlin had to learn. He had to learn and respect the system. And Jackson Dart, I'm telling you, 2 years, Super Bowl. I don't care what
Hey, all
anybody
right, Lee,
says.
I got to get you up out of here. Appreciate the call. Super Bowl. You can't in one breath tell everybody be patient and then 2 years Super Bowl. But hey, who knows? Who knows? Because in 2 years they could revamp this roster. In 2 years, right next year, I really do believe this. I think this was the break glass in case of emergency for Brian Dable and Shane. Okay, you guys have been terrible the last few years. We lost 10 games in a row. But you did it with Drew Lock. You did it with Tim Boyle and Tommy DeVito and a banged-up Daniel Jones. And, break glass in case of emergency. You get to draft your quarterback. So much so that you can give up assets. You can trade back into the first round to get the guy that you see fit. Not third overall. Abdul Carter is there. Take him. A lot of people had Abdul Carter as the number one player coming out in the draft. Take him. He's going to help unlock Brian Burns. Literally, Brian Burns is now Defensive Player of the Year candidate. But break glass in case of emergency. It's an emergency situation. Your seat is hot as hell. People want you fired. They are flying planes over the building. Our fans are upset. They don't believe in you guys. Draft your quarterback, and it better work. It worked better than better working. Well, what are we talking about? This kid is phenomenal with his arm, with his legs. He has revitalized the fan base. He has everybody across the country that watches football talking about him. He is just getting started. So, yes, patience. It takes a while to shed that old skin of 3 wins. But now you're in every game. Think about how different the season would be if they kept Russell Wilson or they went to Jameis Winston and this kid was on ice. I don't think you guys would have accepted it because the first home game you were chanting the kid's name. But just think about where we are in this season when the schedule came out. Every game was loss. And I remember getting on the fan saying, if you're a gambling man, you got to pick your upsets because they're not going to just lose out to everybody. And Brian Dable drafted this kid and said, I'm banking on you. I'm banking on you. And what did Dart say to Dable? Smart man. Full confidence, both of them, in each other. And you're seeing it week to week. So it sucks to not beat the Saints. That's one that's going to be like, damn, because the Saints are bums. Like, that's one that's going to be like, you got to win that game. But rookie mistakes. He fumbled the ball off himself. He threw interceptions. They gave the ball away as they were moving the ball, possession after possession. They went down and scored the first 2 possessions. How about that? Like, this kid breaks games open. He starts fast. Points on the board. We used to watch the Giants offense not move and score. Like, when I did the morning show with Big Mac, I talked about how I'm like, I feel like this year they will have an offense that resembles 2025 NFL offenses. You have a guy that can run around and make plays like a Patrick Mahomes now. It's just going to take some time for the whole program, the whole franchise, every part of it, offense, defense, special teams, literally every facet of the game, lost you that game. Jackson Dart's interception, play calls, going for it on certain downs, like defense, giving up yardage, special teams, your kicker not being able to kick the ball through the uprights. They lost it together. On to the next week. Short memory. Go beat Philly, and we won't care. 888-808-1019. Let me get another Giants call in there before we get to the next break. John is in Inglewood on the fan. What's up, John?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? I just got 2 points to make real quick. Since you played football, do you think at all the altitude played a part in how they kind of fizzled out toward the end?
Hell yeah.
Reminding me of a box.
Have you ever been out to Denver? I've been to Denver just walking up the stairs. It's like by the end of the fourth, they gave up 33 points in the fourth quarter.
Right? Yo, insane.
Unheard of. Then, I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, I couldn't stay standing. I was jumping up and down. Like, is this real? At one point, I was saying, I'm like, I don't know who they're throwing the game for. Like, they're hitting the Buffalo Wild Wings button. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, and then my other thing, Dart, he gives us a lot of good hope, but the coaching staff, I mean, look at Daniel Jones. He's what we should be doing, but the coaching staff, I think, fumbled that. And
I just think with Daniel Jones, and thanks for the call, John, like, we're leaving so many other things out. They play in a dome. Start there. They do have a culture of winning. Honestly, this season is dedicated to Jim Irsay, rest in peace. Like, they've got heavy hearts over there. They have Jonathan Taylor, one of the best running backs in the game. Quentin Nelson from the Shore Conference, pride of the Red Bank Casey's, played in my conference. He's one of the best in the business. Might be one of the best interior. Like, he's just a dog. He's a beast. He's a monster protecting Daniel Jones. Tyler Warren they drafted. And there's a video of their draft room laughing that Tyler Warren fell to them. I was laughing too. Ryan Hickey, who works with us here at the network, he's a Colts fan. He was here that night. I'm like, you guys got Tyler Warren. He just fell into your lap. Perfect. On top of Michael Pittman Jr. and the weapons that he has. And then Shane Steichen, who came from the Philadelphia Eagles. He's a good coach. And Daniel Jones, his personality fits over there more than New York. They're in Indiana, bro. You ever been to Indiana? It ain't like it is over here. Those fans want to win. They expect to win. They had Peyton Manning. But at the same time, his quiet demeanor and just going to work and putting his head down, it was a competition between him and Anthony Richardson, who they took as a top 5 pick. It wasn't a competition at all. Daniel Jones went through a lot here that made him what he is. And he's prepared now, and that's a whole team. And that defense, I didn't even say anything about that defense. Come on. Like, they've got a good team. They've got a good team, and they've got good coaches over there. We can't keep looking at Daniel Jones and say, this is what, they couldn't do this with Daniel Jones. They didn't have the cast of characters around him. We did the same stupid stuff with Saquon last year. Oh, they could never unlock Saquon like that. Yeah, because they didn't have A.J. Brown on the field and Dallas Goedert on the field and the best offensive line in the game and Jalen Hurts at quarterback and Devontae Smith out there. And then on the other side, a bunch of all-pros and like Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and Jalen Carter. And the Eagles team last year was stacked. Saquon's not having the year that he had last year, but like the Giants never had a team stacked like that for Saquon to go off like that. They never had an offensive line, just that unit. They never had that kind of offensive line. It's the same sport, but it's like we're talking about apples to oranges. We're comparing things that it's just like there's so many other factors to compare. It isn't just plug and play one in the other. 888-808-1019. I would like to talk about the Jets matchup some as well as we're getting closer to Week 8. And now we're obviously talking about the Giants and the respect that has been put on Jackson Dart. And as they have a big challenge in the NFC East against an Eagles team that got healthy and is going to want some revenge, we got to move forward. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the fan. I got 2 hours left. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's been coaches in the city where the run is neglected. Well, all right, you're not the offensive coordinator, but it's your team. Walk down and say, run the damn ball. Same thing with Dable. He saw this happen against Dallas. Walk down, say, what are you doing? Stop dropping 8 guys back.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and $2,004 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow. Invoices were late. And payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's Cross Climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin Cross Climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
London Jewelers presents their annual watch fair at the Americana Manhasset Friday, October 24th through Sunday, October 26th from noon to 5 p.m. Experience the latest collections of distinctive timepieces from the world's most prestigious watch brands. From selection to service, London Jewelers is a trusted, authorized retailer for the world's finest watch brands. Come to the London Jewelers Annual Watch Fair at the Americana Manhasset Friday, October 24th through Sunday, October 26th. London Jewelers since 1926.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Elevate Premium Hydrogen-Infused Water, the world's first and only super water. Jets, the only winless team in the league, but Woody Johnson not buying that it's a team issue.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good. And if we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something. Otherwise, it's hard to have a game that you can win.
So Woody throwing all the blame on Justin Fields, and no surprise, the reports are Aaron Glenn is going to turn things over to Tyrod Taylor for Sunday against the Bengals, just after benching Fields in the second half against the Panthers. Jack Hughes, the hat trick. The Devils erased the Maple Leafs 5-2. Islanders have been the Sharks 4-3. Ilya Sorokin, 33 saves. A rookie Matthew Schaefer, a goal and an assist. And the Knicks begin their season against the Cavs Wednesday, but no Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart. And Karl Anthony Towns is questionable with a right quad strain. 63 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Yeah. Still here, talking sports. 888-808-1019. You guys don't get tired of talking about all the sports, so let's continue. Straight to the phones. If you don't know what we're talking about the Giants, we're talking about the Jets, and fandom and other things. And I'm waiting on a Devils fan to call because the Devils are a wagon. Woo! Steven Rockland, talk to me. You're first. Stevie?
You made a great point about the technology stuff at the quarterback position. Okay? Not only a lot of these guys, the resources, the regular resources they have, but the whole technology thing, that was a great point. All right.
Yeah, it's just different now. It's just so different now. Like Jackson Dart, they said Jackson Dart spent like 10 hours in the building the week of his first start. Like if you want to, you can over prepare. You could never be too prepared. There's so many things that you could do to get ready.
Yeah, and the other guy made a comparison to Mahomes. I'll say that I think he's more physically, he's larger than Mahomes. I just worry that he's a little too gung-ho. I just want him to protect himself more. But really, what I want to talk about this Woody Johnson, okay? This guy. And, you made a great point. I forget who said it. What was it, Paul? And it's not just him, but really the NFL owners care very little about the fans. They don't care. And especially one of the charter members of the Billionaire Boys Club, okay, this Woody Johnson, he's a creature of inheritance and legacy, dynastic wealth in this country. So you look at him and just his whole attitude towards the fans. And I have to say, and you've been in a lot of these stadiums, of the newer stadiums.
This stadium, MetLife, is trash. Is not great.
Yes.
There's not one real appealing thing. I mean, I was recently in the suites. The suites are cool, but like overall.
Right, unless you're in the luxury box, unless you're in the suites.
It doesn't have like a characteristic or charm to it that some of these other places have. And I don't know why, because it's one of the newer buildings.
Right, exactly. That's what of all the newer stadiums, everyone to a T says the most they have other adjectives too, but the most disappointing one is MetLife. That's number one. Number two, okay, the idea, and there's plenty of greed to go around since both teams are on the state, whatever's going on there. But the idea that people are forking over their money for the PSLs, et cetera, and here's my last point. I'm wending my. I want to thank you. All right, you got the Giants valuated at $10 billion. The Jets. That means the Jets have to have, conservatively speaking, a $5 billion valuation. How about taking an equity loan against the worth of the value of the teams in the stadium and getting a legitimate grass field into that stadium? Okay, because here's what I say. If they can do it in Green Bay, if they can do it in Pittsburgh, you can do it here. And they definitely have the resources. But this Woody Johnson, when Jet fans call and say we and us, let me tell you that if the last person who's thinking we and us, the person who's thinking me is the owner of that.
Yes, we know. And it's funny because today, and thanks for the call, Steve, Woody Johnson went on this few sentences about our fans are the smartest fans in the league because they know what's going on. Yeah, so quit playing around, bro. They know it's you. It starts at the top. They know that you are the common denominator through all the failures and all the meddling and how they ended up here. Like, you signed off on Justin Fields. You picked this coach. You picked this GM. The 33rd team, every time they interviewed someone, we knew about it. They had 30 rounds of interviews. They took their time. You didn't want Aaron Rodgers out there. And I don't know if there's any truth to this, but I don't care to relay it from Twitter. The story popped up, and it seems true. It doesn't seem far-fetched. But, New York Jets Matt, and shout out to New York Jets Matt. I was thinking about New York Jets Matt randomly. I'm like, one of the highlights of the last couple years of the Jets was the whole pork roll, egg, and cheese, and I know you guys call it Taylor ham, but Mike Williams being swayed to sign with the Jets over the Panthers. I meant to bring it to the table last week with the Panthers game, and I forgot to. I didn't put it in my notes. But Mike Williams was going to sign with potentially the Panthers. He didn't even go down there. Obviously, it didn't work out here with the Jets. But what swayed him was I think he had his first bite of a pork roll, egg, and cheese that New York Jets Matt sent to Florham Park. So I follow him on Twitter. I just think, he's a good Jets fan. I've been following a lot of the Jets content creators, fans, as well as the Giants. This is the fan. I'm a fan. Now, I didn't grow up a Jets or Giants fan, but I need to be tapped into what the fans are talking about. And he put out a tweet 2 days ago that said, Jet Scoop, this is not a bit and actually a real story. And I actually caught it somewhere else where this word has traveled around where people confirmed it. So I guess the Jets had food trucks at practice in 2024 each Friday, and Woody decided to cut costs and stopped it. You remember there was a story about officials, and you need officials in training camp, and supposedly he cut the amount of officials that were showing up or something to save money. Bro, what? You don't need to save any money. So he stopped the food trucks every Friday, which is a treat, right? Aaron Rodgers supposedly decided to pay the $10,000 for the food trucks out of his pocket every week. And that pissed Woody off that Rodgers went behind his back and undermined him. How petty is that? $10,000 is a lot of money to me. $10,000 to Aaron Rodgers, not that much. $10,000 to Woody Johnson, nothing. Literally nothing. And for what it is, man, everybody eats. For food, one, you're helping those businesses that have the food trucks that are gassing those cars up, buying the supplies, putting it together to come there. And then two, it's supposed to be a treat, something at the end of the week for your players. Why are you pulling that back?
He pulled it back because he wanted to, and then
for $10,000, if you got to cut costs,
yeah, and I think with the Aaron Rodgers thing, whoever he's obviously has all the money in the world, Woody Johnson does, and when you have all the money in the world, what do you want? You want more power. more power, more money, whatever it is, because you can't achieve anything else. Your life is set. You won the life
but
lottery.
why go against your team like that?
He was angry.
They wanted
that
to get some tacos or something off the food truck, bro.
He was angry that Aaron Rodgers went behind his back and did it himself, and he was seen as a savior.
Maybe there was some chicken over rice on the I saw that story, and I'm like, that's petty to me. You're talking about feeding the team?
It is.
That's why Aaron Rodgers, who's made more money than most NFL players all time, is like, how much is it?
Yeah,
I'll cover it.
It's not about the money for Woody. It wasn't about, I don't know what it was about. It wasn't about the money, because Woody doesn't care about the money. It was about Aaron Rodgers going behind his back. If there's any truth to that story, which it sounds true, it just falls in line with all the other things that we've heard, man. Everybody's saying, it starts at the top. The fish stinks from the head down. And Woody today did not help anything with what he had to say. Now you can't go back to Justin Fields. Come on, right. Tyrod. And, the strongest message that I took from him talking about, the fans, he said this is some type of a phenomenon. It goes on in sports. No, it doesn't. You act like it's a regular occurrence for teams to miss the playoffs for a decade and a half. In the 4 American pro sports, it is the Jets and the Sabres.
I was about to say, I have because I put out a tweet today, and I had this tweet from 2023, and I needed to update it, but it compared the Jets across leagues.
And it's not surprising, and it's sad, and it sucks if you are a Jets fan. It is not a phenomenon. Like me.
You are a phenomenon. It is you, Woody Johnson. So stop trying to play with us. Stop trying to play games. You say the fans are the smartest fans, then they're not.
And then using faith as an excuse. Don't give me that.
Don't do faith, because when we're talking faith, it starts to lean on religion, and that's why I talked about when you walk with faith because of what God has done for you, and you just know that it's going to happen again. You have faith that there's a higher power. This has nothing to do with the Jets. I don't know where Woody Johnson is taking the franchise at all. That's why I came in today. I'm like, this is another one of those points in time where you could be like, yo, this team is 0-7. The coach is not going anywhere. They could go 0-17, draft a quarterback, ruin him. We could be set back for another 5 years. Richie is in Queens on the Fan next. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Good. How are you?
All right. I'm hearing all this stuff about, obviously the stadium is not the greatest. I've been there many times, Giant Stadium. But you know what? Nobody really cares if they win. If you win, you don't really care about the environment.
I said that about the Giants game I went to on Thursday night. I had been to so many miserable Giants games. I'm like, wow, it's so fun when they win. This is a place you could have a good time when they win.
You're not looking at the ambiance of it and this and that. And the same with the Jets. They got a nitpick. You know what I found, too, is that when you start looking at management and you start, looking at the salaries and everything, and look, and I've seen it through the years where Willie Mays, when he broke $100,000 in 1970, which was amazing, and guys that will work second jobs, and now you look at it and say, wow, look, all this money. But that's what the market will bear. That's what we have to deal with. And if you look at it that way in the negative light, you're not going to enjoy the game. You talked about fandom. And I'm a San Francisco Giants fan. Okay? When they left in 1958, I was 10 years old. Why I stood with them for 4 years, there wasn't a National League team. I had to listen on the radio to 10 o'clock at night. I had to go 54 years until they won a championship in 2010. Okay, I used to have to take all my clients and see all the Yankee parades down on Broadway. We had the best seats, a place called the China Chalet, to see Jeter and Martinez and all of these people. And I enjoyed them too, as you know. And people would say, why don't you become a Yankee fan? I said, it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. It's in your blood. You root for your team, and good or bad. I think at the Jets at this point, you're really pushing the envelope because of how bad they've been.
Yeah, and it's different because it's once a week. Baseball is every day. For me, I don't understand people that can root for multiple teams in baseball or change a team. It's literally your every day.
Yeah,
and if you started when you're a kid, you grow up with I'll never not be a Yankee fan. I don't think it's possible. Even when I try to tone it down or not care, I find myself thinking about it. I was telling the story the other day. I was on the treadmill getting mad at Jazz for all these little Jazz things. I'm like, I gotta let it go.
Yeah, you do, and And you keep saying, and when the minute they win, and like the Giants won in 2014, and people say to me, "Oh, you must be happy, you'll be fat." Well, it's 11 years now. I've made the playoff once. No, I'm not
but
for that.
they ripped off
I'm going to root
every other year, 2010, 12, 14.
Oh, what they did was an amazing run. But again, is that going to satisfy me for the next 20 years? I'm happy about it, but I'm not going to go.
You want to win
say,
again?
I don't care what happens.
Yeah,
I want to win again, like anything else.
Disappointed when they had that 100-win season and they ran into the Dodgers. That's a disappointment.
Yeah. And then, real quick with that, Keith, and if anybody, the evil empire to me now is the Dodgers.
100%.
I got to deal with them every year as a Giant fan. I know where I stand. When they signed Ohtani, okay, they deferred the contract. I said, could they going to get Snell? They got Snell. Could they afford Teoscar Hernandez? They got Teoscar Hernandez. So this World Series, just to end it, is a David and Goliath. Can a team like Clement and Guerrero and Springer, who's one of my favorites?
I would say they paid those guys too. They paid for pitching too. Like the Rogers Center people, they got money. I wouldn't say that they're David versus Goliath was the Milwaukee Brewers versus the Dodgers. That's why they got swept.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the team in essence. Like when you got to maybe pitch Max Scherzer, Bieber, I love him, but he's nowhere near he was. You're really thinking, how could they wind up winning this series? And they're going to have to win one of the first two at home and make it really tough because right now, with that starting pitching, Keith, and they really are formidable. I hope it is a good series, but it's going to be tough. But
thanks for the call, Richie. I haven't leaned too much into it because I was on last night, and Paul was here with me as well. Paul's the one who told me as I was parking the car downstairs that George Springer hit the 3-run home run, and I'm like, because I'm superstitious watching baseball. Everything was going good for me sitting on my couch at home. And then Monday Night Football started to tick down to the 2-minute warning, and I'm like, I got to get out of here. And then I leave, and I'm thinking that, the Mariners are going to win 3-1, and now they're going to Brian Wu and whatever. I can't even say good for the Toronto Blue Jays because I don't feel good about it. I'm not happy that they're there. I don't feel like if the Mariners got there, great. Never been to a World Series. I've been to that ballpark. I've been with those fans. I know some of those fans. Happy for them. Like, not happy for Toronto. Not happy for the Blue Jays. Hope they get swept. But also, not rooting for the Dodgers, the new evil empire, to go back-to-back and then take that away from the Yankees that went back-to-back. I know the Yankees three-peated, but then as we head into 2026, the narrative is, can they three-peat before baseball locks out? And you guarantee yourself a lockout when you have a team that is this evil empire that has all this deferred money. It's the only way that they could have this team. They have the unicorn in the sport, the best player in the sport that called game, hit 3 homers, struck out 10, went 6 innings. I was in here that night watching that game. October 17th, number 17 for the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani ended the series in a way we've never seen. He's healthy this year. Like the Yankees had an opportunity last year. He was hurt, and the Dodgers carried him across the finish line. They're stacked, and they're experienced, and their fan base shows up. That building will be packed, and it will be insane. And their fans also are going to Toronto too. So I don't think Toronto beats the Dodgers, but I don't know. I'm rooting for a meteor to hit the planet. I don't want to see. I want to watch the World Series, but I don't want to see this. It's painful because last year I saw the World Series live, and I saw the Dodgers run out on the field. I didn't physically see. I left. I watched the video, and I saw the Dodgers, mock the Yankees and be champions, and I did watch their damn near whole parade. They roasted Fat Joe, and their fans were chanting "F the Yankees, Yankees suck." I'm like, damn, we were close, but not really. And then speaking of close, it is going to bother me for years because I am very much, especially being a radio host, doing a show Monday through Friday after every game, I am very much a fan that puts weight on individual games. There isn't one Yankee loss that they blew behind Devin Williams that I didn't get on the fan and have a lot to say about. There wasn't one Yankee loss where they rested a player or they played DJ LeMahieu or they let Volpe have his 4 at-bats, leaving runners on base. That I didn't say, like, yo, come on. And one win possibly changes your fate. They probably still lose to the Blue Jays, but it would have looked different. You wouldn't have had to go through all of the energy that you had to expend in a 3-game wild card, the first one ever in your building, the first team ever to come back from down a game. You know, you had to face Garrett Crochet, then you had to win 2. That's a lot. And then right after that, you got to travel to Toronto. Would have been better for the Yankees if they had the week to rest and could line up their pitching. Max Fried, better at home. He was terrible in Toronto all year. He looked like he wanted no parts of that game after Judge mishandled that ball in right field. It's tough, man. And the Yankees, with no urgency, smoked those first 2 games. And I remember coming on the Fan that Sunday night. I didn't want to say it because, like, you root for the team and anything could happen. But I'm like, they're cooked, bro. No one's beating this team 3 games in a row. The Seattle Mariners beat them 2 games in a row. Couldn't beat them 3 games in a row. Will the Dodgers beat them 3 games in a row in a 7-game set? I doubt that. I knew the Yankees weren't ripping off 3 wins in a row, but at least we got our 2 home games. And then how did they go out, bro? In a bullpen game in the Bronx? You lose to the Blue Jays in a bullpen game, you're getting 2 hit. Ryan McMahon's the only one that could put a run on board. Like, that's shameful in a year that Judge actually showed up. You had so many automatic outs in the lineup. And you have starting pitchers that folded and bullpen arms that couldn't get it done. You got exposed. The cracks in your armor showed. And now you got to watch the same team that said, start spreading the news, bitches, and sprayed champagne all over the visiting clubhouse. You got to watch them in the World Series against the team that did that to end your season last year. This team that celebrated the World Series last year in the Yankees visiting clubhouse and the team that this year celebrated winning the division series, those 2 teams are facing off. I have no rooting interest. If Don Mattingly wins, cool. It does nothing for me. I was not old enough to watch Donnie play. I wish. I always say that's the one player. I wish I was old enough. I just missed it. I wish I was old enough to see his at-bats, to see him play first base, to see him lead. It does nothing for me. It does not close any chapter or give me any type of, like, comfort or solitude that, like, Donnie Baseball gets a ring with the Toronto Blue Jays. Because you know what that means as a Yankee fan? That means the team in your division that you never really take serious, that you always looked at and Lil bro'd them. You always look like they're trying to beat us. They're always punching up. They're never good enough. They're better. If they win the World Series, they went on and did what you were not able to do. And then when you go to their building next year, they're hanging that banner up. World Series champions. You want to talk about droughts. It's been since 93 for them. They get it done. It's going to hurt, man. It's going to suck. George Springer, a whole cheater. From the Astros cheating scandal to now. And I know there's some sketchy stuff going on in the Rogers Center. We're about to see. But yeah, this World Series starts Friday, and I don't know, I got pain. That's why I was getting mad at Jazz. Jazz talking about we're the best team in the American League. We're stepping on next. We're going to win the division. Yeah, we're going to go get 28. Shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. Say less. You ain't been here putting in the pain with us. I know he said he grew up a Yankee fan. You're a whole Marlin. You're one guy. Keep the ball in the infield. Knock that ball down. Field that ball. We need to turn that double play. Where you at? Swing the bat. You're striking out, trying to beat Ken Griffey, Barry Bonds. Volpe, automatic out. Wells, automatic out. Can't turn. You turn a lineup over. Trent Grisham leading off every single game, automatic out. Cody Bellinger, heel injury, not as effective as he was. Can't so much be the Robin the Judge's Batman. Ben Rice, first pitch he saw, boom. After that, bust. And then you had pieces like Caballero you didn't really want to use. Ahmed Rosario got more playing time in the postseason than he got from the deadline on. You know, these are just little things you're going to think about. You had to pitch Luis Gil. If you win, maybe you don't have to pitch Luis Gil in Game 1 of the ALDS. Yankee fans are hitting my line, 888-808-1019. Ben is in Connecticut. What's up, Ben? Welcome back.
How you doing, Keith? Great to talk to you, man.
Great to talk to you again as well. Hope you are well. What you thinking about?
So, I've heard a lot of talk, not so much on this show, but on some others about how Hal is somehow to blame or something. I mean, did the Yankees outspend every team in the American League by $50 million this year, including the Blue Jays? The answer is yes. And it's not Hal's decision how the money is spent. Here is how some of the money was spent, to the tune of $40 million. Marcus Stroman made $18 million. DJ LeMahieu made $15 million. Hicks made $10.7 million. And even Cortez made $2 million this year, Nestor. So, that's a lot of
Did you say DJ
money.
LeMahieu?
Yeah, I did.
I'm trying to think who else was a waste of money. Aaron Hicks, you said, Stroman. I thought Donaldson's $6 million was off the books.
I think it is, but Stroman's 18 is pretty bad too.
Yeah, no, I understand. So you're pointing at Cashman, but who employs Cashman?
Well,
who hasn't even possibly thought about checking Cashman? Because Cashman is the Yankees' eternal GM. Hal goes to him, not the other way around. Even though Cashman says, "Oh yeah, budget stuff." No, Hal is going to Cashman about what's going on, and Cashman is filling him in.
Yeah, I'm with you. I guess all I'm saying is that it's not that Hal is not spending enough money. And, I mean, you had a caller earlier who was talking about how, it's Guggenheim Partners and it's
the Rogers Center.
72 hedge fund or whatever. But it's I understand that other teams now have money too, so it's not totally asynchronous the way it used to be. But we still did have $50 million more dollars to spend than the Blue Jays
this
year.
Wasn't.
So I'm not willing
the asset allocation is always wrong. It isn't spent properly.
Right.
And the roster is always flawed. There are always holes in the roster. But, people go back to Hal Steinbrenner saying it's hard for us owners to do what the Dodgers do. No, it's not. Don't say that. You're at the top. Right. You're the Yankees. You make more money than all these teams. I know you don't have the Guggenheim Partners, but you could seek out some help if you wanted to figure out how to defer some contracts and do some different things. People also go back to the only time Hal popped out this season, which was when the beard policy got pulled, and Chris Kirshner asked him about the payroll, and he said, I think we've spent $308 million. And he literally said, I don't believe that you need to spend the most to be the best team and win a championship. Look at the Dodgers. They spent the most, won. Spent the most that offseason, they're back in the dance. I bet you they try to spend the most again. So, that is debunked. Saying that not spending the most, the team that spent the most is winning right now consistently. And putting a self-imposed ceiling at $308 million on yourself and then letting Brian Cashman and the Yankees go into the season without a third baseman. You know what I'm saying? It's there's a clear need.
No, it is.
There's a hole.
Wild.
We're relying on Will Warren, Carlos Carrasco to pitch, Marcus Stroman to pitch.
Totally. And again, how many times, Keith, are we going to watch playoff series where it's always a problem with some kind of defensive positions? Guys are always out of position. I mean, this has been since 2017 now. Remember when we moved IKF from shortstop in the playoffs because we decided he couldn't play
Of
shortstop?
course, I was at all those games. Let's go to Oswald Peraza, a whole rookie. Let's go to Peraza. He's going to do nothing at the plate, but at the least he can field the ball and throw it. IKF had the yips. Great. You traded for him. That is who Brian Cashman decided would be the stopgap before we get to Anthony Volpe, who now is a whole issue in himself.
Yep. And not to mention the fact that Dominguez, I don't really know what his role on this team was this year. Jason Dominguez.
Jason Dominguez, the Martian. Forgot about him. Didn't even play in the postseason. His last at bat, he doubled, and that was because they didn't want the crowd at Yankee Stadium to boo Volpe.
Yeah,
I was there.
Exactly right.
Of
and
course.
That's probably. Listen, I know his natural position is center. Again, another guy they had playing out of position. They thought he could be a corner outfielder this year. Then in spring training, he's dropping fly balls left and right. They say, oh, well, I guess that's not for him. Maybe he'll be another DH. The problem is he's the backup DH on this team.
You have too many DHs, like A-Rod said. It's the Yankee arrogance that we've come to accept. Where it doesn't match anymore is their lack of world championships. You can be arrogant when you're winning all the time. When you're just the bridesmaid, when you're just around, when you're just getting in the dance and calling it a crapshoot. It's not a crapshoot for the Dodgers. That is where we are getting frustrated because we're these things are avoidable. Volpe had a torn labrum.
Yes.
Why'd you have him play every day? You had an easy out and you didn't take it. because of foolish pride, because you wanted it to work.
Exactly right.
Be better. They could be better. They could be so much better. They could be so much better. Judge's elbow, that became a weakness that teams were trying to exploit. They knew they could run on him in right field. But hey, this is what we have to do. Let's put Giancarlo Stanton out there in right field. Oh, no. Can he even run? Yeah, but if that ball gets hit into the gap, that's an easy double. Maybe they're going for 3. I'm not sure. Like, we were able to survive that against some of these weaker teams in Major League Baseball. But when you get to the final stages against the upper echelon in the league, they outplay the Yankees every time. They get outclassed every year. Every year we watch it, and we're like, damn, well, that's because they don't cut corners. That's because they fill out their roster better. That's because when they match up against us, we're weaker than them. In some type of form or facet, the Yankees are missing something that they need and the other team has. These teams hit. I'm watching the ALCS. I'm like, God, there's a ton of homers. We led the league in homers. Where were all our homers? Stanton didn't hit one.
Where were they? Yep. I know, absolutely. I mean, I was counting up the number of strikeouts. I think we had 70 strikeouts in 4 games in the ALDS. You know, it's just too much, man. Like
they did the same thing against the Astros in the 2022 ALCS. Ripping the bat too tight, folding. This is how many times have you seen the Yankees not hit in the postseason? And that's why it's hilarious that Judge bats .500 with a 1,200 OPS and finally has his moment in the postseason, but there's nobody there to back him up, nobody there to come through, nobody there to, get on base or drive him in. I don't know. They need to do better, but they're not going to, Ben. I'm sorry to break it to you. I know you're a younger Yankees fan. I don't know how old you were in 2009. We are entering the next 2 years where we're going to hit the longest drought in franchise history. And what they're going to tell you is, we've got enough homegrown players coming up, and we're not going to go out there and get Kyle Tucker. We're not going to entertain an Alex Bregman. We're not going out there to sign whomever it is because we've got enough. We've spent enough. And they're going to expect to win that way. They're going to expect to win the whole thing that way. And who scares you in this American League? This Blue Jays team will not be the same team after this run. The Tigers?
Yeah, no.
The Red Sox? The Astros? No. The Yankees' window is closing. They should get right back to the ALCS in the next 2 years. They should be in both of them. But they need to humble themselves, or not even humble themselves, but they need to look in the mirror, audit themselves, and say, what are we lacking here? What do we need to do right? What do we not have enough of in this lineup? What do we not have enough of in this rotation, bullpen? Let's actually have the depth. Let's not wait to try to cram at the deadline. Let's not wait to try and play catch up at the end of the season because we lost a bunch of games in the middle of the summer. Thanks for the call, Ben. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. If you want to talk Jets, if you want to talk Giants, and you're on hold, I will get to you. I know we have a guest coming up, and I did have some Knicks fans in the chat that were getting unruly. They were getting unruly in the chat because they're like, where's the Knicks talk? The Knicks talk is abysmal. I'm like, the Knicks aren't playing tonight, bro. But I said we would get to it later. The Knicks play tomorrow. There's some guys that are going to be missing. We've got some stuff from the preseason. So, of course, the great Ian Begley from SNY will join us after this next break to talk about what to expect early on from this Knicks and how big of a season this season is for the New York Knicks. They got to put the whole city on. We're dependent on them. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
The Nets open the 2025 season on the road, taking on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
He faked it in from straight on.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Rock and roll will never die, and neither will the low prices. It's the Rocktober Savings Event at Nielsen Dodge. We've turned up the volume on Rocktober Savings on any new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We're rocking out the deals with 0 down payment available. 1,500 overbook value for any trade. If you need credit help, we're here to make it happen. And of course, great deals.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at NielsenDodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So for head-banging deals that are music to your ears, at Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Drive into fall event.
With approval term 24 months, due signed Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819, ag tax tag 498 doc and DMV.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
We all must do our part to keep our roadways safe. When driving, look out for pedestrians. Slow down and keep a 4-foot distance while passing. Let's look out for each other. Safety is a shared responsibility. Brought to you by the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Ray Catino Lexus of Freehold is the largest Lexus dealership in central and southern New Jersey.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. If you're facing hair loss like I am, I would like to share my journey at Great Many, New York City's cutting-edge hair growth studio. Looking to regrow your hair safely and effectively? Forget those risky pills with scary side effects and costly trips to Turkey. At Great Many, they use PRP, regenerative medicine trusted by pro athletes for recovery. It's a natural, non-surgical solution that really works. Check out my journey and visit greatmany.com/fan to learn more and save $200 today. Don't hesitate. Take action now like I have. Go to greatmany.com/fan to book your treatment or get a free consultation.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet. For just $227 a month and $2,004 due at delivery, lease a brand new Equinox 4D Wagon LT with two-wheel drive for 36 months. Buying? Enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
Everywhere in New York City, city agencies are busy delivering for you. Since 2022, a record-breaking 183,000 small businesses have opened. In 2024 and 2025, major crime dropped across the city. And now, every kid gets access to a brand new universal after-school program. That's NYC, delivering for you, every day, everywhere. Find out how at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Talk New York sports here, The Fan.
I said, go New York, go New York, go. Hey, don't do that. You're a Nets fan. Keith McPherson on The Fan joining us right now. As I said, finally we get to the Knicks talk. Ian Begley from the Putback on SNY. Of course, if you watch any basketball, specifically the Knicks, you know who he is. I've had him on a bunch of times on The Fan. He's one of the best. Ian, are you there?
Keith, what's happening, my friend? How are you?
I'm finally tuned in. You know what? I watched a whole Devils game, and that was good, so I'm good. And I'm like, all right, let me cut the NBA on. And here we are in double overtime watching the Rockets and the Thunder, and they haven't disappointed on opening night.
Pretty opener for the league, NBC. So, yeah, exciting opening night. I don't know if it'll be as exciting in the Garden tomorrow, considering the health problems for the Knicks, but we'll see.
Yeah, so let's get right into that. No Josh Hart, no Mitchell Robinson. Tell us about their injuries. And, I mean, I really think it's probably precaution. It's a long race, and we know there's a change of philosophy here with the change in the head coach. So talk to us about Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson not being available in Game 1.
Yeah, let's start with Mitchell Robinson. So he had played in a couple preseason games, and he sat out of the second half of a game where he was supposed to start the second half. So the Knicks are saying that it's workload management, that there's a plan in place. They're going to monitor him all year, which means he's probably going to sit out games when he's healthy. But, obviously, I think he tweaked something at some point, because why would the workload management plan call for him to miss opening night? That's the part that I don't really understand. So, yeah, they said he has a left ankle injury and that he's managing the injury. That's why he's sitting. But I think all year, they're going to be cautious with this. He's going to be working with the Knicks medical staff. And the goal, obviously, is to have him healthy for the playoffs. And given his injury history, they're going to be careful. And it's difficult, I think, for Mike Brown. Yes, it's a long season. But at the same time, to not have a player who probably was going to be in your starting lineup, not have him right off the bat and not have him consistently from night to night, I think that's a challenge for Mike Brown. And then on Josh Hart, back spasms early in the preseason, and similarly, cautious. Knicks are being cautious. He hasn't scrimmaged yet. He hasn't taken contact yet, so that's probably the next step for him. He's still doing individual work as he works through the back issue.
We're on the phone right now with Ian Begley from SNY, host of The Putback, as we're getting ready for the Knicks to start a season that most people expect them to get to the finals and win it. Maybe they'll be facing OKC. You said it's a challenge for Mike Brown to start this way. This whole season is a challenge. He is coming in and he is revamping everything. So can you speak to the contrast in his style? I already just see how different he is in the media, talking to the media about the team, than Tom Thibodeau was. But can you speak to his coaching style, his history, and the different things already that he's trying to implement as far as load management and style of play? There was a clip that I think got a lot of attention with Karl Anthony Towns saying, they asked him what hhis role in this offense is going to be, and he said he didn't know. I thought that was more of him just kind of like low-key being like I'm not giving y'all too much. There's nothing that, you don't need that answer. But I'd like to hear you speak more about what you've seen from Mike Brown early on here in the preseason as the Knicks' new head coach.
Yeah, I'll actually start with Karl Towns, because, he's having to learn the power forward position and the center position on a new offense. And Mike Brown has said several times that it's a challenge for him. It's a challenge also for Gershon Yabusele, the free agent the Knicks signed over the summer, because he has to do the same thing, learn the 4, learn the 5. So you're learning 2 different positions, and it's a lot to take in. So I don't know. I can't tell you whether Karl was, just kind of giving a non-answer or if there was something there, but he hasn't taken a lot of shots in this offense. I know it's just preseason, and, considering how they want to spread the ball out, how if he's at the 4, it changes the trajectory of the floor if Mitchell Robinson's on the floor too. I think it's something to watch. I don't think it was nothing, the answer that he gave. I think there was something there, and it's something to keep an eye on, because now no Mitchell Robinson tomorrow. So do the Knicks go with Towns at center? Do they try to keep it consistent and go with Ariel Porty at center, Towns at the 4? Either way, I think it's going to be a big adjustment for him and for Yabusele. And then more generally, Mike Brown's talking about wanting to play faster, not just getting up and down in the full court, but in the half court, getting the ball moving, getting bodies moving, getting the ball moving side to side. And you did see some of that in the preseason. Nonetheless, then, Keith, you hit on it. Fewer minutes, maybe. A bigger rotation, maybe, if health permits. I think those are some of the goals for Mike Brown, to keep Jalen Brunson, keep Mikal Bridges a couple minutes under where they were last year. And so we'll see how that goes. It's a plan right now. We'll see how it shakes out in the regular season. But I think that's part of the thinking now for Mike Brown.
Yeah, I think there's going to obviously be an adjustment, but I know Cat, he played with Rudy Gobert. We've seen him at the 4. We've seen him at the 5. I think once they get into the flow of the game and he gets the ball in his hands, like he's Karl Anthony Towns, like he's going to go for his. I think it'll be fine. But yeah, I don't know. There's something to that answer, but I just think it's so early. It's like, let's get into the season. And speaking of the season, there's a ton of hype. Like opening night tickets are like $240 just to get in the building. And I've been saying this is the most anticipated Knicks season in a long time, if ever, coming off of last year. And they're expected to win the whole thing, but there's going to be bumps in the road. There's already an early bump in the road not having Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson. What do you expect from Jalen Brunson, the captain, the leader, the face of the franchise, and how he'll kind of steady the ship and lead? He seems like he's built for the pressure. Did we lose you, Ian? I think we lost Ian. Anyway. Paul, when you get a second, if you can try and get Ian back on the line and reconnect, I'll take it from here, though. Speaking about the anticipation, speaking about how many fans are going to be there, like I always talk about the Garden, and I've been to a handful of games. And like the closer you sit, the more you can just really feel the amount of emotion and intensity and how locked in the fans are. The Knicks do have very smart fans. The Knicks do have the whole city behind them. And I know people are expecting this to happen right away. But I think, on the radio and online, we will have to go through this together and understand that they're building towards being a championship caliber team. Last year is over. This roster is different. Last year is over. The opponents are different. Welcome back, Paul. Ian's he's not still on the line, no? Yeah, he dropped off. I'm like, did you text me? I'm like, I asked him a question, and I guess his line was a little choppy at first, so maybe it just completely dropped. But I don't know. I thought he was taking a long pause to think, and I'm like, nah, did we lose him? But yes, pressure and hype and expectations are tough because these are human beings. These guys want to win. And I think a lot of times, especially here in New York, the pressure of, the Yankees didn't get it done. The Mets didn't even qualify. Football season, neither one of these teams are going to the playoffs. The Knicks got to do it. We were so close last year. It's got nothing to do with this year. This year is its own story. They got to write it. And the other thing, that kind of, I don't know if I'm going to get Ian back or not because I have more to do. If we can just get him back on the phone and answer about, the leadership of Brunson leading this team now. And he was obviously a Tom Thibodeau guy. Like, okay, so we got Ian back. Ian, are you there now?
Hey, man, sorry I lost you there, Keith.
No, it's all good. Technical difficulties. When you're working in tech, expect some difficulties. I was asking about the leadership of Jalen Brunson. I feel like he's got the slow heartbeat. He's clutch, and with all of the hype and all the expectations, as long as you have him on the floor, he's the one to captain the ship. What do you expect to see out of him with all of the people that are relying on the Knicks to win a championship this year, and you can't get to June tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. He's the kind of guy that, at least when he's talking to us, everything's about let's just get better the next day. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Not looking ahead, and that's the approach that he seems to take. And you said it's slow heartbeat. He gets it done in tight situations, and I think that's just a result of his preparation and his experience. And so I don't think he's going to be shaken up at all by the expectations. I don't think he's going to be shaken up if the team maybe starts a little bit slow as they try to get used to Mike Brown's offensive defensive system. I don't think anything's gonna get him rattled. I think, to me, what's important and what I think expect to happen based on the preseason is Mikal Bridges to have a bigger year 2 here with the Knicks. He's talked about how comfortable he is in New York in year 2 after being here for a year, knowing who he's dealing with, knowing the coaches, knowing the supporting staff, knowing the building. And Mike Brown really has spoken a lot about Mikal Bridges as a weapon on both ends of the floor. And so I think you're going to see a bigger season from Bridges, and we'll see how that translates to where the Knicks want to go if they can get there, because you mentioned it before. Expectation is going to be higher. It's the finals, and that's it, because you make it to the conference finals for the first time in 25 years, and you let go of your head coach and Tom Thibodeau. The expectation is you're going to be better, and kind of that's where the Knicks sit as this season starts.
Okay, 2 quick things for you before we let you go. A lot was made about Tom Thibodeau meeting with the Boston Celtics. Obviously, that's a place that's close to home, used to be called home for him, but I think many of us have written off the Celtics. Who do you think are going to be the challenges for the Knicks in the East this year?
I mean, Cleveland for sure. That's an obvious one. To me, in Atlanta, if they can stay healthy with Jalen Johnson, Trae Young, Dyson Daniels, they have a lot of players. Kristaps Porzingis, if he's healthy, they have a lot of players who can be versatile on the defensive end. And then you have Trae Young, who is Trae Young. And so if those pieces come together in a way that they look like they can on paper, I think Atlanta's going to be tough. And then Detroit and Orlando, too, are going to be right there. But I think it starts with Cleveland, and that's why it starts tomorrow night. And it's a good litmus test early on for the Knicks.
Yeah, then once they get Giannis, you don't have to worry about any of those guys, right?
Oh, man. It's
Last thing,
right, Keith?
A lot was made about, the comments from Matt Barnes talking about Mike Brown, but like Matt Barnes is a talker. He's a podcaster. That's what he's supposed to do. But, he's basically saying that the Knicks are doomed with Mike Brown, that it's not going to work. But I seem to think that, when you get to the point that these guys are with this much talent in the NBA, he's got enough experience to lead them to the promised land. And I think his experience with the Warriors and his time and getting this opportunity, I think he's going to be fine. I think that him or Tom Thibodeau could lead them to the finals. What do you think about the comments on Mike Brown from the past that came from Matt Barnes?
Yeah, look, I mean, Matt Barnes lived it. He knows of what he speaks. The one thing that I go to, the one place I go when I hear that is, look, maybe he's right, but also this Knick team, this Knick locker room, it's not a locker room of guys that are going to bring a lot of turmoil. Guys can be unhappy about shots on certain nights and this and that, but you don't have a lot of volatile personalities or people who can really stir things up or would really stir things up just based on what they bring to the table. A lot of veterans, a lot of pros. Jalen Brunson being at the top there, he's certainly not somebody who's going to, make life difficult for Mike Brown. So I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue here. Things that Matt Barnes was talking about, but everything is going to be scrutinized. Every substitution is going to be scrutinized. Every possession is going to be scrutinized. So less so like on the court and having guys run over him, as Matt Barnes said with Kobe and Ron Artest, and more so just under the microscope in a huge, huge way. So that to me is the challenge for Mike Brown.
Ian, you're the man. Thanks for joining us and rejoining us tonight.
Hey, Keith, anytime, my friend. You're the man. Always great talking to you.
Appreciate it. That's Ian Begley from SNY. Make sure you follow him and the Putback. He's at Ian Begley, and that Putback show that's on SNY is how you'll stay locked into what's going on with the Knicks all season. We're coming up on the last hour, open mic time. 11 o'clock usually is just a time where if there's something we didn't speak on that you want to bring to the table, you want to talk about the Islanders, we can talk about the Islanders. You want to talk about the rest of the NBA, what you saw tonight, I don't know. Who's your pick to click? Who's your player with the Knicks that you think is going to stand out? I'll give you one name from the new additions that I think is going to be a fan favorite. Stay with us. Keith McPherson on the Fan. One more hour. Back right after this.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Default to what you're supposed to do. And what you're supposed to do is run the clock so that they are forced to use all 3 of their timeouts.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At the United Healthcare Medicare store, right here in Jackson Heights, you can chat face-to-face with a licensed sales agent who understands the community and get clear answers to your questions. We're located at 3752 82nd Street between Roosevelt and 37th Ave. We're ready to help.
Stepping into the Kia K4 or K5 isn't just getting behind the wheel of any average sedan. It's stepping into what's next. With a K4, it's stepping into a world that's exciting. With a K5, it's one that's bold. The Kia K4 and K5, the next movement for sedans. See your local Kia dealer or visit kia.com to learn more.
Kia, movement that inspires. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
One world-class brand, one legendary name. Raycatine Lexus. Discover Raycatine Lexus of Freehold and Raycatine Lexus of Monmouth, where they proudly sell more Lexus vehicles than any other Lexus dealership in New Jersey. Experience luxury the way it was meant to be.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Step up to the plate with confidence with the Jeep brand's newest MVP, the all-electric Jeep Wagoneer S. Year after year, the Jeep brand has delivered game-changing technology and features to help keep you off the bench and on to your next adventure. By blending thoughtful luxury capability and advanced technology, the Jeep Wagoneer S is one key player that doesn't disappoint. Experience the brand new head-turning design and luxurious interior without sacrificing on the legendary performance you love. Excellent range capacity opens up the playing field, and with 4x4 capability, featuring select terrain driving modes, how you play the game is up to you. The interior cabin of Wagoneer S pays special attention to detail with high-quality luxury refinements and seamless connectivity that surrounds you in comfort, along with premium seating, ambient lighting, and over 170 standard safety and security features. And like most All-Stars, it can really motor, especially with standard 600 horsepower. It's rugged, plays aggressive, and isn't afraid to get dirty. And with the exciting offers and deals going on right now at your local Jeep brand dealer, it all adds up to Jeep Wagoneer S being a steal. So hurry in today and blast one out of the park. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Well, if we could just complete a pass, it would look good. Those are the words of Woody Johnson, as the Jets owner has apparently had enough of Justin Fields. But Johnson doesn't seem down on first-year head coach Aaron Glenn, despite the winless start.
If I were a player, I would respond to him, because he's the real deal. He's no BS. There's no second agendas. What you're hearing is the truth, and a lot of times players don't get the truth. They get a lot of gobbledygook.
Well, according to reports, that truth that Glenn is going to impose is that Fields is headed to the bench, and Tyrod Taylor expected to get the start Sunday against the Bengals. Jack Hughes, a hat trick. Devils too much for the Maple Leafs 5-2. Islanders upend the Sharks 4-3. Matthew Schaefer, goal and assist. Ilya Sorokin stopped 33 shots. And the Knicks begin their season without a couple of important pieces. Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart, both ruled out for Wednesday's opener against the Cavs, while Karl Anthony Towns, questionable right quad strain. 56 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Okay, I got one more hour. And then C-Mac's gonna rock next. And I'll go home and I'll listen to his show until I fall asleep. We got you at night. Streaming live on the YouTube. Shout out to the good folks in the YouTube chat, still hanging out. Some people pop in and out. Some people are there the whole time. The last thing I picked up on in the chat, they were talking about if Aaron Glenn was allowed to come to the Knicks game tomorrow. They were saying, nah, it's a jet-free arena. Like, Justin Fields was there last year. I bet you they're not asking Justin Fields to come to Celebrity Row or show up for opening night. They're joking about if Aaron Glenn is allowed to come to the game. Enzo says the Knicks should not let any Jets into MSG. Jersey Joe says a jet-free arena. So Enzo says you can't have any of that rubbing off on the Knicks. You guys crack me up. See, that's the thing about New York. Like I said last night, I think I think I said it tonight. Like, we've been all of these days without a championship because all we do is fight and roast and push and pull and go back and forth against each other. We're divided everywhere. Everybody's not just one team, you know. In San Francisco, I'm looking at the Warriors. They are Warriors fans. They are Niners fans. They are Giants fans. Some of them might have been A's fans, but the A's aren't there anymore. Like, you know, so many of these cities are on a united front. They just got one team in each league, and they all come together. Here in New York, we have 2 teams, 3 teams, so it's split. 888-808-1019. It is not split on the Knicks. I said I would give you my pick to click. I think this guy's going to be a fan favorite. I've seen him play in some international ball. I've seen him play with the Knicks or with the Sixers, and I think he's just going to unlock a different part of himself with the Knicks. I think this guy, Gershon Yabusele from France, I think he is the type of guy that can really come into the Garden and get the people going. I think him coming off the bench and shooting the basketball, dunking the basketball, I think he's the type of player that people are going to, make a fan favorite. I also have a sneaky suspicion we see more of Tyler Kolek this year. And I remember him coming out of Marquette. I remember seeing a little bit of him last year, thinking like he's a little pit bull, he's a bulldog. He's the type of guy that Knicks fans will like to see as well. 888-808-1019. It's the most wonderful time. The sports are sportsing. Jeff is in a story on the Fan. What you got, Jeff?
Yeah, what up, Keith?
What's up?
Yo, how good is Jack Hughes?
Oh, man, he just skates different. He just shoots different. You can't give him any space.
Huge hat trick tonight.
Yeah.
I think he has a great chance of winning the Hart Trophy if he can just stay healthy.
Yeah, he's on a heater. 6 goals in the last 3 games. I was kicking myself. I was like, I got to bet on him to score. He had done. He had the first goal in the last couple games. He scored again, first for the Devils. He's healthy now. You understand what we missed when he went down. And the Devils are looking like a wagon. That's 5 wins in a row. That's Sheldon Keefe's first win against his former team. They go up there and do it. Like, they've got a lot of Devils fans rallying right now about what this season could potentially be because they've come out of the gates and been really impressive.
Yeah, they definitely have me pumped up. So, no, it's going to be a good season. I'm stoked for it. Also, great show, Keith. Thanks for doing a great job.
Thanks for the call, Jeff. Thanks for making a Devils call into the Fan. Let's go, Devils. It's lit. I mean, if you guys aren't into hockey, just go to a Devils game. I cannot wait to go to a game where I don't have to go to work after because you can take the PATH train over there. You can take New Jersey Transit over there. I can honestly Uber over there, and it's not a crazy price. And I just want to go to the bars, Reds, American whiskey, the Red Beer Garden, American whiskey right there. Pre-game with the crazy Devils fans. You just see everybody out there in the street in their jerseys. And then you go into that place, and it is lit up. And when the team is good like this, like opening night was amazing. I watched Saturday from home. Shout out to Donnie Pucks, Don LaGreca calling the games now. I linked up with Don LaGreca while I was in there. Of course, I went to see Mr. Devil himself, Ken Danico. I mean, there's so many good people over at the Devils, and I just feel like now I've been going there for 4 years. I'm like part of the family. It's great. Always shout out to Pete Allbeats, Megan. There's just a lot of people that have looked me out. Jake, like there's, I was telling a story. Shout out to Forge if Forge is listening. Forge is Bernie Williams' manager who came with me opening night. And I was telling him how Glenn Blackman, who works at the Rock at the Prudential Center, reached out as a listener to WFAN back in 2022 to offer me his tickets. And my boy Twitchy was coming with me to shoot a vlog. Like, okay, this is me stepping into my first NHL game and picking a team and, rocking with the Devils. And we were going to sit all the way at the top and buy tickets. Like, I wasn't even going to take Glenn Blackman's tickets. And when the Devils got wind of it, through LT, who used to be with the Devils, and her connecting with Spike Eskin, who used to be the program manager here, like, they took my experience to another level. My boy Dan came, who works at MLB, who was with me that first night. There was like 6 of us the first night I ever went. They go above and beyond. I always say the Devils are first class because they have kept me in the loop on events, things, have hooked it up to a level that I just never expected. And, I'm so grateful for that because, like, obviously everybody likes free tickets and free stuff, but what it has done, it has given me something in the winter to go do, to keep up with. It is crazy. I never thought I would be in this reality in the future where, like, I care more about the Devils than the Brooklyn Nets. Like, I went to 1 Nets game last year. I don't know how many Devils games I went to, at least 10. It just flipped for me like that. And I remember saying on the Fan, you can't be a diehard NBA fan. I'm talking about watch the whole league and NHL. It's too hard. They overlap. The seasons literally overlap. The games overlap. The nights overlap. Even if you have, league pass, like, you got to kind of pick one. And I never would have expected to be as into watching the Devils and learning more about the NHL and the game and going to games as I am now. I've seen enough NBA. I know a lot of these players from playing in college, playing in the league. I hope the Nets are good. I hope the Nets are able to beat the Hornets. I do think people have the over for their win total extremely low. They have enough players where I think they're going to compete under Jordy Nelson this year, but it's a work in progress. They got to gel. They got to come together. 888-808-1019 as we go to Bobby in Belmore on the Fan. What's up, Bobby?
Hi, Keith. How are you?
Well, I thought the Devils had the best team last year when they got their goalie, and then Hughes got hurt again. So
right, they don't even have Jacob Markstrom right now.
Right. So I mean, when it comes back, hopefully Hughes could stay healthy this year. I thought they had a legitimate shot last year. But before I get to the Giants and their coaching, the Knicks Cavaliers. Now I heard 3 guys are out: Hunter, Garland, and Strauss. So I think they're out. I saw the injury report. I heard they have injuries, and it's just unbelievable. It's right there for the Knicks. And, we'll see.
Long season, but, getting into position, if the Knicks can be the number 1 seed, that helps, If they can win more games and still do their load managing, but, keep pace with the East and be the number 1 seed and have the home court advantage in Madison Square Garden, which is home court advantage in itself, that's how it lines up to get there. You want to have Game 7 in your building.
Well, Robinson being out already, out of load management after Game 1. I mean, that ankle surgery. I don't think he's going to last the year. I just don't feel confident. I don't think any other Knicks fans probably does.
And not to knock the guy, because we respect his game, his defense, what he brings to the table. He's always hurt. You come to just accept it and you're used to it. It's part of Mitchell Robinson's existence on your team.
Yeah, it is. And a quick Yankee point before I get to the coach. I'm sorry. You mentioned Chisholm guaranteeing them the best. They were the best team. You forgot that the manager, he said they were the best team in the league. And those were the 2 goals to the Toronto series.
Oh, yeah.
And now you can throw Cashman in there. I mean, who makes the decisions? Putting in Weaver up 2-1. They were down 2-1. That extended to 4-1. And then the Schutzer game, taking them out after 88 pitches. Again, the lead extended from 2 to 4-1. So, I mean, I don't know with Boone or Cashman, but you could throw him in. He said they were the best team in the league.
Yeah, but, I think Boone more said that, this is the one of the better teams on paper that he ever had. He felt like the talent was there, and they all very much did lean into, because I think they just, after they were winning those games against, they got through that gauntlet that included, the Tigers, the Red Sox, the Astros, but then they were really feeling themselves as they beat up on the Twins and the White Sox and the Orioles, and they did a lot of talking. Even Boone, who in the first media availability up there in Toronto, he leaned into the Buck Martinez comment, and I'm like, that's cool and all if you don't come out there and get your ass kicked. But he said, we think we're a pretty good team, despite what some people have to say up here. You're in their building, you're talking about Buck Martinez, who they love, and then you came out and got smacked both games in that building. So it didn't age well.
I don't think Joe Torre will even respond to that comment. But let me talk about the Giants coach, and I don't blame the defensive coordinator because the buck stops with the head coach. Now, I'm not comparing this guy to Bill Parcells, but Bill Parcells overruled his coordinators many times. You see in the highlights with Belichick and Earhart. He said, run it, and, they want to throw it. Now, forget even the game adjustment for having him let him do the 3-man pass rush. After what happened in the Dallas game, you think the head coach would be prepared for the defense not to do that again?
I mean, after what happened in the Commanders game last year, you would think that they would have a kicker ready to go and not be in a spot where they can't trust the kicker at all. It's when are they going to learn? They got to learn each lesson 3 times?
Yeah, but for that defense to be in that type, I know they were tired and all that, but they didn't even get a thing. That gives you more. If you have a tired team, you should blitz. I'd rather blitz than just lay back 20 yards like they did in the Dallas game. And that's the head coach. I don't blame the defensive coach. Like I said, he could overrule the defense, and they have a great quarterback. It looks like in the future, and I just hope that. That they don't waste it. They're going to keep Dable around another year or 2. What's the point? I mean, it looks like,
the point is he's the one that identified Jackson Dart in college. They went through their process of identifying the right quarterback for their system. They brought him in, and he's been way better than expected. Thanks for the call, Bobby. I know you guys want Dable out of here because you're still not over the loss. Again, I'm going to say, please get over it. It is Tuesday going into Wednesday. Big Mac, when you come on, bro, talk these Giants fans out of firing the coach, out of worrying about that loss to the Broncos. Onward. Go beat the Eagles. It's in the past. Brian Dable has to be ready to beat. You think you're not going to steamroll the Eagles? I don't expect you to go up 19-0 on the Eagles. It's going to be a close game where every decision is going to matter, and kicking field goals is going to matter. And knowing whether you want to go for it on 3rd down, 4th down, throw the ball, run the ball, things like that are going to matter. Cam Scatterboot got to be able to pick up the blitz. Jackson Dart's got to take care of the football. Defense got to be able to stop. Like, not for nothing, bro. The secondary's banged up. Now here comes A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert. Right? Enough already. They're not firing this coach. They had plenty of opportunity to fire him over the last couple years. You think they're going to fire him now? Well, they're not going to fire him during the season at all. So we really should stop that conversation. And I don't believe they're going to fire him in the offseason. Finding Jackson Dart is not a fireable offense. That saved the day for him. Saved his job. I thought we all kind of crossed that bridge when they beat the Eagles on Thursday Night Football national television. I thought that was when his job was officially saved. Go beat the Eagles again. 888-808-1019. I know the Knicks fired their coach after failing in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Giants aren't going to do it. And I kind of think that they were right into staying the course because now they have a quarterback that I'm looking like this guy's the franchise for the next 15 years. Keep him healthy. He'll learn. He'll learn to slide. He'll learn. You know when he's going to learn to get down? When he can't play. When he's sitting out. When the backup's playing. He's going to learn to protect himself. But I just think that all the success that you're seeing him having, you have to give some credit to Kafka and Dable. They're not breaking those guys up. To satisfy what? Who are you bringing in? Who do you expect Mara to go find right now? Or Mara, whoever works for Mara right now. Right? If he's not getting rid of the GM. There's no way. Or the assistant GM. There's no way. We don't even need to entertain it. What we need to entertain is conversation about Quinyon Mitchell is back. Who they call Quinyamamo Bay. Right? Like Revis Island. He puts clamps on people. He just put the clamps on Jay Jettas, Justin Jefferson. Jalen Carter is back. And like, whether it's Schlotman or John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, that's a problem up the middle. Remember Jalen Carter? Hawk Tua? Spit on Dak? Yeah, he's back. He's a nasty one. You think he's not ready to get after I'm saying, let's start turning the page. Okay? Let's start thinking about the Philadelphia Eagles. You think those Eagles fans who throw eggs at opposing fans in the parking lot, who got stuff to say to women and children, you think they're not fired up? They think they're going back to the Super Bowl. They haven't lost any confidence. The Eagles lost to the Broncos too. And then they went on to lose to the Giants. Them beating Carson Wentz and the Vikings doesn't really impress me. I think the Giants can beat them again. But they have to have a short-term memory. Shane Bowen can't be thinking about the cover. Like, they got to go in. And I think, we do this on the fan a lot, but there's got to come a time where you turn the page. I think tonight's the night. Tomorrow is Wednesday. After that, when I do my show tomorrow night, it's Wednesday into Thursday. Thursday night football starts is week 8. They blew the game. But for 2 hours, you were feeling a way that you haven't felt in a long time about the New York Football Giants. I was around Giants fans. I was hiding, though. I was incognito. I had on a throwback Vic jersey. They thought I had on a Bijan jersey. I had my hood up. I had my shades on. I was lurking. I was listening to conversations. Giants fans were feeling Super Saiyan. What that means, like they were feeling big. They were feeling strong. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. We're good. We can beat anybody. We're going to the playoffs. If we're going into Denver and doing this, you got to close the game. The whole team's got to close the game. I think they will. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Andre in the Bronx as we proceed. Put him to sleep. Andre in the Bronx. Are you there? Going once. Going. All right, now we got to go to Jarvis in Harlem. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Jarvis in Harlem is there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, Keith.
What you got?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. Now I'm watching the Lakers. DeAndre Ayton's hair is terrible.
It's
pause.
brown.
Obviously speaking on a man's hair, but I'm like, bro, what he's got like blonde cornrows. I'm like, who are his friends? Who are his advisors? Let him come out on opening night looking like that with no hang time, buddy.
Yeah, I'm watching the game too. Talking about the New York Jets and the other caller saying like, it's like, Jet fans being a Jet fans, like, when's enough's enough? And, I agree with her. I agree with him 100% because they are diehard Jet fans is like continue to be a fan of the team because the team is so terrible because Woody Johnson, as long as Woody Johnson is the owner and he's not going to sell PSLs, not going to sell the team. And if the Jets don't own a 17, I wouldn't be surprised if they draft a quarterback. And you can't trust the GM and the head coach because he don't make the.
It's not a good situation. No, we are heading towards 0-17, 1-16, drafting a quarterback and potentially screwing that up.
And the coach gonna ruin them too. This is what the Jets do. This is what they do. This is who they are.
History has repeated itself. I would lean towards history repeating itself again.
Yeah, and like Mike, last night you talked to Mike Fingerman. He giving up being a Jet fan. He gave up being a Jet fan. So I certainly don't blame for that, So
no, there is no blame. Let people do what they want to do. People change religions. People change jobs. People change what city, state they live in. Right. People stop eating at certain places they've always been. Like you live one time. Do you and be you.
Yeah. That's your choice. Just do you. That's your choice. Some fans might stick by being a Jet fan. People want to call us, it's so weak, giving up being a Jet fan. It's like, what?
It's also weak to just be a sheep and just follow along with an organization that can't get right. Thanks for the call, Jarvis. You know what I'm saying? To each his own. If you got loyalty because of a family member or a game or a team as a kid, good. But I will not fault anybody that's like, I've had enough. Sunday's supposed to be the best day of the week. It's supposed to be a fun day watching football. This team ruins it for me. This team, I just ran across a TikTok. This guy, Rome Johnson, he's a content creator that I met in Seattle out at the All-Star game in 2023 when I was blessed by the Players Alliance to go out there under them. And, he's big. He does a lot of family content, showing his kids and taking care of his kids. And I just ran across one of his TikToks, and he lives in Seattle, born and raised in Seattle. So naturally, he's a whole Mariners fan, Seahawks fan, Sonics fan. I forget their soccer team out there that they rock with too. And now he's a Kraken fan. But, I just was looking at his TikTok, and he was talking about, losing Game 7. It feels like a funeral. And since he always is talking to a lot of parents that follow him, he was talking about how to, bottle up those emotions and not let that affect your parenting. Don't take your depression, sadness, negative feelings out on your kids. They don't know. They don't know why you're upset, why you're moving slow, why daddy isn't so happy, daddy isn't smiling, daddy doesn't have patience today. This is what we really do as grown-ass men and fans. So why not move away from a team that causes you to feel like that more than not? Mariners fans feel like they had a funeral because their magical season is dead. And they had it. They were up. Not only were they up 2-0 in the series, they were up 2 runs in the closeout game. I can't imagine. The Yankees were gentlemen swept in the World Series. They were swept out of the ALCS. I guess the closest we got to that was Game 6 in 2019 in recent memory. I'm not going back to, 20 years ago. I'm talking about recent memory. This stuff affects people. I know some people listening tonight can relate. You got in a whole argument with your wife, but really it stemmed from because you didn't want to hear it after watching the Jets. Or you said something or did something to one of your kids, but really your mood was affected because you crashed out after the Giants lost to the Broncos. God, think about this type of stuff. It's not that serious. 888-808-1019, and I have thought about it. I am a different human being now that I have a little one watching me, and I'm also just older. I've aged out. That's another reason why I said I was mad at the Yankees. I'm I can't. For the last 10 years, I've been going to the stadium a lot, like hundreds of times in the last decade. I don't know, like over 200 times for sure, like maybe upwards to 300 times since 2015 to 2025. And it puts a strain on everything. Driving to the stadium, being at the stadium, driving to the stadium. And then I work nights. I drive here, and then I'm on the radio till 2 in the morning. And then when there's postseason games, you go home, go to sleep. Before you know it, got to drive back to the stadium. It's a lot. Something's got to give. I'm like, I'm not going to be able to do this long. Like, diapers got to get changed. Food has to get made. Trash has to go out. Dishes got to get washed. Dishwasher has to get emptied. Floors need to be done. Laundry needs to be done. Baby needs to be bathed. Like, you know, I know parents can relate. It's a lot. So when you're young and you don't have those responsibilities, you can be a diehard fan. You could literally die in all of it. You can just, you know, wrap yourself in. All right, I can't wait till the lineup comes out. I'm going to put some bets on the game. I'm going to go to the game. I'm going to watch the game. I'm going to yell. I'm going to scream. You know. Then you get older, you age out. Priorities change. That's something I was talking about with the Brooklyn Nets recently in a group. I'm like, I don't got it, bro. If the choice is to, like, leave the house and go to the net game where they might get blown out by 30 or 40 versus having dinner with my wife and my son and putting my son to bed, reading my son a bedtime story, I'm doing that. It's not even close. It's not even a debate. It's not even anything to think about. But thinking about bedtime stories, if you have a little one, something I'm doing just in an effort to, like, kind of give back. And I always do little things like this that usually aren't promoted, but this is something that it's open to the public, but you have to RSVP. So Bang & Olufsen is a very nice sound room, showroom for, like, high quality audio products. It's on Madison Avenue, 540 Madison Avenue in the city. This Saturday at 10 a.m., I will be tired, but I will be there for those kids, and my son will be there, of course. I'm collabing with the GOAT series. It's a book series that has books about Babe Ruth, Messi, Tom Brady, Tiger Woods, Serena Williams, Michael Jordan. My son has a couple of the books. I actually met these guys at Fanatics Fest, and, you know, we kind of put our heads together to give back and do something cool. There'll be a bunch of things going on, some giveaways, some, you know, some food and just good vibes and energy. But there's only 50 spots. I think I checked today, and there's now 30 spots left. If you look on my Instagram story, the link is there. If you look on my Twitter and you scroll down to the tweet that says next Saturday I'll be doing a book reading for kids in the city, it's at Bang & Olufsen. It's an exclusive invitation, but, like, we're trying to fill it up and get to 50 by Saturday. It's free. Join us for the official launch of the GOAT series, an inspiring new collection of children's books by Steve Clare, hosted by Keith McPherson. That's me. A fun-filled morning will be filled with stories, smiles, and surprises for readers of all ages. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting, you know, some people and some kids. And I'm always trying to find, you know, something to do like that to just kind of give back. So that's going on Saturday, October 5th, this Saturday in the city. I'll be on Friday till 2. I'll go home, sleep from like 3 to 8, and get up and out of the house by 9 and be there to read some books and probably, you know, stumble over my words, but those kids won't judge me. Keith McPherson on the Fan. It is 11:30. If you're on hold, I will get to you. Andre is back. Nick is there. Phil is there. And if anybody wants to talk to me before I get out of here, dial 888-808-1019, BRB.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, you know, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Brought and roll will never die, and neither will the low prices. It's the Rocktober Savings Event at Nielsen Dodge. We've turned up the volume on Rocktober Savings on any new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram.
Lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4, just $199 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Altitude X 4x4, just $224 a month.
We're rocking out the deals with zero down payment available. $1,500 overbook value for any trade. If you need credit help, we're here to make it happen. And of course, great deals.
On Route 10 in East Hanover, online at nielsendodge.com, a proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
So for head-banging deals that are music to your ears, at Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Drive into fall event.
With approval term 24 months, due at sign, Cherokee 5794, Cherokee L 5819, add tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. How long have I been talking about the Chef IQ Sense wireless thermometer? You know how much I love it, but check out what one of our listeners says. It's phenomenal. You want to make a brisket, you look at your phone, and your mouth starts watering when you've got 20 minutes left. Phenomenal. The Chef IQ Sense is the wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat. Whether cooking on a stovetop, oven, or grill, the app alerts you when everything's done. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense now at chefiq.com.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Upgrade to a new GLC, GLE, or GLS, or take advantage of their loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Now at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Sitting in the driver's seat of the Nissan Kicks is like the best seat in the house. You're in the action. And with the Nissan Kicks all-wheel drive, you can go find the best views. And with the 10-speaker Bose Personal Plus audio system, you can hear everything. Your new wheels await. Reimagine your ride with the reimagined Nissan Kicks. Now get the 2025 Nissan Kicks starting at just $21,830. Shop your local Nissan store or nissanusa.com. Starting MSRP at $21,830 for base model. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP. MSRP excludes up to $1,495 destination and handling charges, tax, title, and license. Dealer sets actual price.
nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
All right, let's bring it home. Big Mac is in the building. He's in the bullpen warming up, coming through to close this thing, and I got to close right now. I'm looking at the chat again. I just spy on you guys sometimes in the chat. Now I'm looking right at the camera. If you're on YouTube, I'm looking right at you. Sometimes I type, sometimes I don't type, but I'm laughing because they're talking about, Shedeur Sanders. So much talk about Shedeur Sanders. Like an unknown player that dropped to the 5th round. I made a joke like, Jersey Joe again. Shout out to Jersey Joe. We went to the same high school. He's a Broncos fan. He's like, Shedeur Sanders starting QB of the New York Jets. Wait on it, LOL. And Jay Fed says, well, if the Jets wanted Shedeur, they could have drafted him in the 4th or 5th round. Like the Browns did after I think they drafted Dylan Gabriel in the 4th and then Shedeur in the 5th. Maybe in the 3rd, but then I added in the chat, Quinn Ewers got on the field before Shedeur Sanders. And Quinn Ewers was in tears, right? Quinn Ewers, who was in front of Archie Manning at Texas, enters the draft, and he falls all the way to the 7th round, 231 overall. He got on the field before Shedeur Sanders. I think there's a lot of talk about Shedeur as if he comes in and lights it up. I don't know if he does. Like Jackson Dart played in the SEC. Jackson Dart played at USC and then Ole Miss. And like the SEC is the closest thing to simulate the game speed and the size of players and the intensity of the fans and the stadiums. Like you're playing against LSU, you're playing against Alabama, you're playing against Georgia, you're playing against Florida. Like it's crazy. But like not to knock the Big 12 completely, but like Colorado, 2 years at Colorado, and they played some smaller schools. And like in the bowl game, they lost to BYU. It's not the same. I'm interested to see what Shedeur Sanders is. Hopefully by the time the Browns play the Jets, he's getting reps. But I don't know. He hasn't gotten on the field yet. He's not a factor. Nobody wanted him. Like that's the thing. It's like when you can play, and I understand it's a lot on him. We talked about this a ton. But when you can play, the NFL overlooks domestic violence. They overlook drugs. They overlook assaults and reckless driving stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like look at these guys in the league. Like Rashee Rice is back after his car incident. We were talking about Justin Tucker earlier. He's got some allegations for inappropriate behavior, and he'll be reinstated. Like the NFL overlooks a lot of things these guys do. Shedeur Sanders didn't do anything to anybody. He did nothing wrong. But the whole league watched his film, watched his draft process, and they decided they didn't even want to use a draft pick on him until Andrew Berry did. And so I think those guys have a plan for him. Those guys want him. I don't think they're looking to trade him either. 888-808-1019. Let's try Andre in the Bronx now. What's up, Dre?
Hey, what's up, baby? How you doing?
Good, man. I think we lost you the last time, but got you on now.
Yeah. All right, man. So listen, right? I mean, and I don't want to be, like I'm not a good dude. I don't understand. But, like, you let Aaron Glenn finish a year and then you get rid of him, and then what football coach would you bring in? And who
They're not.
come in?
I think today, Andre, and I opened up the show with this. If anybody missed it, you can go back to the free Odyssey app, 7 o'clock hour. Woody Johnson saying that he gives Aaron Glenn a hug every day and tells him keep the faith. He's not firing him. He's putting the battery in his back every morning. And I was wondering, I'm like, there's no way he's going out there talking to the media like this without Woody assuring him that his job is good. Because I would tread lighter if I knew I could get fired. I think Woody told him, hey, if anybody knows how hard it is to get this thing right, I know. So he's not firing him. And you're right, though. We've had this conversation over and over again. This job is not appealing answering to Woody Johnson is not something that guys are trying to do. This market is tough. Like, Ben Johnson declined the interview for this job. Aaron Glenn wanted this job. They're not firing him. I think he's got next year for sure.
All right, so then when do they get their first window? Like, I mean,
they should have got it in the last 2 weeks. I feel like when do they get their first window? That was their window. I don't see it.
Oh, wow.
For a while. Maybe at the end of the year you can catch the Saints. But, like, I don't see them going into Cincy and beating Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That Browns defense is hell, and Quinshawn Junkins alone can win them a game. They're not beating the Patriots in Foxborough. Lamar will be back by the time they go to Baltimore and face them.
Wow.
The Falcons have too much firepower on offense, and Jeff Olbert's got that defense humming. Maybe they can beat the Dolphins December 7th.
Wow. Oh, boy. So like, the next thing is this right here. Let's talk about my Yankees, man. You know, because I love the Yankees just like you, bro. I ain't gonna, like, shortchange it, right? Like, what do you do? And, like, how much did you give Cody Bellinger to bring him back, though?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I can do anything more than. I think they're saying he's going to be at like $30 million a year for 5 years, $150 million. I don't know if I could even do that. Like, yo, Cody, you want to be here, right? Your pops was a Yankee. You like being a Yankee. You've spoken a lot about being a Yankee. Take a little bit of a hometown discount, bro. We got some other things we got to address. Scott Boras, take it easy. Didn't you just get a $765 million deal done last year? Like, work with us.
So then what about Kyle? So, like, what about Kyle Tucker for the Cubs? Like what would you? Because he's going to be better. He didn't have a good year, but he's going to be better. Like, how much would you give him?
I honestly don't think they're going to be involved. They might play like they are, but I don't think that they're going to be in the Kyle Tucker sweepstakes. The Dodgers will probably go after him. He plays right field. So like, I know you could probably throw him in left field, but then then you're putting Dominguez in center. It's Kyle Tucker or Cody Bellinger. Kyle Tucker's younger, but he's going to cost more money. He's going to be a top free agent. I don't think they're really swimming in those waters for Kyle Tucker. I don't think Kyle Tucker's going back to the Cubs. There's already a report out there the Dodgers are going to go after him. Of course they are.
Wow. And then for the next thing, do the Yankees bring back Devin Williams?
I think so.
Price?
From what Devin Williams said about loving the city, at a cheaper price than he would have been if he actually was the closer all season. You're paying him as a setup guy now. You're not paying him as a closer. And if he wants to be in New York, he just had his son here. His girl is here. I met both of them at the Pinstripe Pride event, and going into the season, he said it was some type of coincidence. I call it the universe never unconnects. He took a trip to New York last year when he was with the Brewers, spent some time in the offseason here, and then he gets traded here. Like, Devin Williams may want to stay in New York, and it might be better than going to, being like a Kansas City Royal or something.
So, for last question, what do you do with Luke Weaver?
You let him go. Yeah, you let him go. He can test free agency and land with the Kansas City Royals. I already said he's 1 foot. He's 1 foot in Queens already. He might for all we know, he might have his Mets jersey made. He's definitely going to the Mets. He's the next one in line.
Wow. Hey, listen, get home safe, man, and you know what I'm saying. We'll see. Keep hope alive, baby. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Andre. Hope is not a strategy. Hope is not a strategy is what Steve Cohen said a couple years back when they punted at the deadline and sold off all those guys. Today, Woody Johnson comes out and says, let me get it right exactly, because he said something that made me laugh about hope. Like hope doesn't win you games, but it helps. What, bro? Oh, man. Woody is hilarious. Let me take a call, and I'm going to find that exact quote. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Hope. Like, you can't sell these fans on hope anymore. It's been too long. You can't win with hope, but it helps. It helps what? Woody helps you sleep at night? Nick is out in Tom's River, maybe south, north, west. I'm not sure. What's up, Nick? You're on the fan.
How you doing, Keith?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Listen, man, I wanted to ask you about the Yankees, what your opinion is. You know, I think that they're cooked next year, man.
So do I.
I just don't understand, man. Like, I don't understand what it's going to take for Hal Steinbrenner to make a change in the culture. Like, I've been a Yankees fan since '94 I was born, and like the Yankees are supposed to be associated with winning and championships, and like it's been nothing but embarrassment, especially in the 2020s, 5-6 years now. It's like, what is it going to take?
The standard has changed, Nick. I'm right there with you. I just did a vlog during the season, and shout out to my guy Ade who shot it. He's like, what is it that like you like about the Yankees? I'm like, you feel like a winner. They have a standard of excellence. Like they're synonymous with winning, and the tradition is like being the best. You put a Yankee hat on and the pinstripes on, and you feel good. But like the standard has changed. The standard used to be championship or bust. The standard now is winning season, make the postseason, and it's a crapshoot. Hopefully we get lucky.
And I get that, man. It's the game has changed. It's not the '90s anymore.
But you can create your own luck. There's a reason that the Dodgers are there. They have created their own luck. It's not luck. It's not a crapshoot. It's not a coincidence.
Just one championship. You know what I mean? Just one championship. Maybe once every 10 years. It's been, 16 years, 17 years now.
What Cashman will tell you is they got there last year, and they were cheated in 2017 because we'll never know if the Astros didn't have that advantage, whether they would have got there or not.
Unbelievable, man.
It sucks. It sucks. Thanks for the call, Nick. It's just it's an unfortunate reality that we're in. They make a ton of money. That building is sold out. They live off the past. You want Hal Steinbrenner to rule with an iron fist. He's not like that. You want him to, lay the hammer down and say, this is unacceptable. 16 years without a championship win. But I think that, they go to sleep at night pointing to little things. Like, yeah, we had some good, we had some bad, we had some successes, we had some failures, but ultimately we failed at our main goal. Okay, but like, you don't have to. You have the best player in the game, one of them. I know. Everybody after Shohei Ohtani's performance in Game 4, it's case closed on Aaron Judge. But why I feel like the Yankees are cooked next year? After teams make it to the World Series, and don't get back, there's a fall off. And these guys are getting older. Window is closing, and I do not expect the Yankees. I would love to be wrong. I cannot wait for winter meetings or whatever it is to be wrong. Well, hey, they signed this guy, they got this guy, hey, they traded this guy, they're moving off of this guy. It seems like they settle for less. It's like they settle for less to be right, and then they end up wrong. They want to be so right on their own guys, and then they come up short. They do things that they die hard on. Their trades, their contracts, and their roster decisions. I've said that line 100 times. Guys that they trade for, they will see that to the bitter end. Contracts that they've extended, when Cashman tried to get cute, we're going to give Luis Severino and Aaron Hicks long-term contracts before they're up for. And then what did they do? They pitched Luis Severino when he was batting practice. He told the media, I'm the worst pitcher in the league. Everybody knows it, but he keeps getting sent out there. Can't win those games. They told us, Aaron Hicks, he had a really good offseason. Aaron Hicks is ready to go. And Aaron Hicks had 1 or 2 good seasons. They gave him a 7-year deal, bros. And they died hard on it. DJ LeMahieu had 2 or 3 good seasons. And they had to give him that contract to keep him. But it's a 6-year deal, right, to kind of stretch it out and keep the AAV down. And now they're eating that money. And you get to the end of the deal, he's old. He's cooked. What are they going to do to push the chips in, up the ante, and say, yo, one of our division rivals, a team that we were a game away from beating to take the division, they got to the World Series. Next year we're back in the World Series. Don't sell me on Volpe or Wells or do better. You could do better. Trent Grisham, who was super disappointment in the postseason compared to what he did in the regular season. Stack the deck. I've been screaming that for years. They don't. They've got enough in their mind, and then they come up short, and it's like you didn't have enough. Lewis is in, or is it Lois? Lois is in Bethpage on the Fan.
Lewis. Yeah, Bethpage,
okay.
yeah.
Spelled wrong.
No, I just want to thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to bring up again the whole Jersey comment that the guy brought up.
Yeah.
The whole fandom argument.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious. I was laughing my ass off for about 2 hours. I couldn't even call in because I was laughing so hard.
It was good radio. Yeah, it was good.
It was the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
He was
A
mad.
jersey.
I got to be more of a diehard fan, but I can't wear any of those Nets jerseys I have. I got a Vince Carter. I got Drazen. I got Jason Kidd all in the closet. I'm going to break them out, but, can't do that.
Hey, paint your face and get a vasectomy. I don't know what he wants. It's crazy. I just had one more
Complete
thing.
stranger to me. I don't know. It's how it goes when you're hosting the show.
Bro, you took it so well, though.
I'm chilling. I was watching the Devils. I just was waiting for the Devils to score again. I didn't care about what he was on.
And you called it. You called that little run that they were going to have, and they went on a 10 on both sides.
That's all I was waiting for. I knew they were about to heat up. They gave up that first goal. I'm like, whatever. The Devils about to go on a run. I just was watching Jack Hughes, Glass, Dylan, Hughes again. Done.
Yeah, Hughes is amazing. You cannot lie. I'm not a Devils fan, but I follow Rangers mostly.
Yeah,
but
you Rangers fans are very familiar with his work. He's nice.
Exactly. No, but
Oh, sorry, man. Thanks for the call. I have 2 minutes left. I got to get this next guy in here. Phil is in Sheepshead Bay on the fan. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Keith, listen. Do you know that this Mike Brown has a new system here? Everybody realizes the speed, the running, the passing. I watched a lot of the exhibition games. They couldn't handle it. His excuse was he didn't play all the regulars. Well, guess what? The first game, no Mitchell Robinson.
Yep.
Why? Is he injured? Why
Ankle.
they keep him out?
Ankle. He's always got an ankle.
Come on. What are they going to use? 40? You're coming up against Cleveland.
It's the
they're
first
no
game.
easy mark.
If they lose in the Garden, it's the first game, and they keep it moving. Thanks for the call. Last call goes to Timber, Tony in Montreal. I got you in.
I love you, man. You're the best, man. I love your show.
Appreciate it.
Listen, Jays are going to smash L.A. You know why? I watched them. I watched them. They got a demolition crew, and you're 100% right about the Yanks. If the Yanks don't wake up, they're not going to beat that team. And that team loves itself. And you're a pro athlete. You know what it's about. When they love each other and they play like that, and they got a leader like they have in Springer and obviously Vladdy, they're going to surprise L.A. Trust me, they're going to surprise. And by the way, you're 100% right on Shador. When Shador gets his licks, he's going to put a licking on the NFL.
All right, Tony, you're in there. Only mistake you made, I didn't go pro. I didn't even try. I gave my scholarship back. College athlete. Pro in beer pong. 2 schools. I was pro at JMU, Monmouth. I ran plenty tables. Had your girl just because I was running the table. And I went pro in radio, too. Graduated with a radio degree, went pro. Thanks for listening to my show. C-Max coming up next. Shout out to everybody in the chat still doing their thing. I'm looking at you guys. I'm going to go home and I'm going to join the YouTube chat. That's all I've got. I don't think I've got another 5-hour show this week. I think we'll do late shows Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Stay tuned. Chris McMonigle on the fan. Keith McPherson out. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
Hey, it's Jerry Recco. If you're facing hair loss like I am, I would like to share my journey at Great Many, New York City's cutting-edge hair growth studio. Looking to regrow your hair safely and effectively? Forget those risky pills with scary side effects and costly trips to Turkey. At Great Many, they use PRP, regenerative medicine trusted by pro athletes for recovery. It's a natural, non-surgical solution that really works. Check out my journey and visit greatmany.com/fan to learn more and save $200 today. Don't hesitate. Take action now like I have. Go to greatmany.com/fan to book your treatment or get a free consultation.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save on phones and plans where you can get a single line with everything you need. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on root metric true score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Find excellence in every detail in a new Volvo. From Volvo Cars Ramsey, now find excellent offers with your first lease payment waived. Lease a new 2025 Volvo XC90 B6, 7-passenger all-wheel drive, $609 per month for 36 months at Volvo Cars Ramsey, where it's all about you. Call 833-853-2975 for lease details. MSRP $69,115. VIN S1350924. Loaner vehicle $5,457 demo miles. $3,700 down payment. Tax title registration extra. 0 security deposit. Ends 10/31/25.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Everywhere in New York City, city agencies are busy delivering for you. Since 2022, a record-breaking 183,000 small businesses have opened. In 2024 and 2025, major crime dropped across the city. And now, every kid gets access to a brand new universal after-school program. That's NYC, delivering for you, every day, everywhere. Find out how at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal, and I mean nobody. So if you're looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price, get to Town Fair today. Michelin winter tires offer a shorter stopping distance on ice and snow, along with predictable handling in cold, dry, and wet wintry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price and free services for life on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair tire, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Woody Johnson didn't mince words, throwing the blame for the Jets' winless start squarely at the feet of his quarterback in Justin Fields, with Aaron Glenn receiving plenty of praise.
I hug him every day. Right?
Literally hug
I
him.
do.
And what do you say to him?
I say keep the faith, man.
And you really believe in it?
I do.
Yeah. What
I'm
is
not
it?
a liar, you know. You may think I am. But yeah, I can't say something I don't believe.
So Woody believes in Glenn. What does he believe is the key to fandom then?
Faith, you know, I guess it comes down to, or something. But it's really an absolute phenomenon, you know, and it happens in sports. And it happens in other things, but particularly happens in sports. When you get this allegiance to a team, it sticks with you. It sticks with me, but it sticks with them. And I'm thankful we have fans like this. So I think they're the most important ingredient by far.
Well, the fans apparently set for some change. Justin Fields reportedly going to go to the bench. That in favor of Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Bengals. Devils overpowered the Maple Leafs 5-2, courtesy of a Jack Hughes hat trick. Islanders clipped the Sharks 4-3. Rookie Matthew Schaefer, goal and assist. Ilya Sorokin stopped 33 shots. And the Knicks begin their season with the Cavs tonight. Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart both ruled out. Karl Anthony Towns questionable with a right quad strain. 62 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
I got one silver dollar, and I'm not gonna let them catch me, no, not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Chris,
I know you heard that falsetto. I know you heard it. And you lower the music just to come yelling. There you go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 12:02 on the Fan. McMonigle here with you for a 5-hour midnight ride. We still got Paulie Rosenberg on the other side. Turn around. Come on, push the volume up. Do something with it. There it is. Fleegs is here as well. We got Marco. The gang is here. We got you for 5 hours. 888-808-1019 on this Wednesday morning. We'll be live on YouTube. Check out the live stream. Join the chat. Join in on everybody making fun of me. It's great. You know, we left the show yesterday. I was talking with my guy Fleegs, and we're talking about what the 5-hour midnight ride was going to bring us on a Wednesday morning. And we were, thank you, Paulie. Have a wonderful evening. So we were talking about what we were going to do for the show. And we're like, let's bring some positivity. Let's open the show talking New York Knicks. As the season's about to start, we watched last night an incredible double overtime game. NBA on NBC, they're playing the music. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Everyone, one of those songs that just immediately, for people of my age, fans of basketball, sport fans of my age, that song immediately brings me back to childhood. Immediately brings me back to when the Knicks were great and Patrick Ewing and Charles Oakley and Mason and that team that we all fell in love with. And this team has as high hopes as that team. And we were going to roll right into a big Nick Wednesday, and we will still do it. We got plenty of time. And we said, even if the Jets announce who their quarterback is, that's not big enough news. We're going to do Knicks. Little did I know that the owner of the franchise, the man who runs the whole thing, the face of the organization, Woody Johnson, would speak and tell us who the quarterback's going to be moving forward, because how could you do it now and say some of the dumber things about fans and faith and everything else? I mean, way to ruin it, Woody. Because, my God, how inept, how incompetent does this guy sound? And I know it's probably not even fair at this point, but it's just so bad that every time he opens his mouth, you feel worse. They're 0-7. The coach seems in over his head. They got a quarterback who can't throw. They've lost every game. They're the worst team in the NFL. And yet it sounds worse today after listening to that owner speak. And that's where we start with the quarterback position, because it's mind-boggling to me. It is mind-boggling to me. And we're going to play a couple of the highlights here that he had to say. You've heard them all day. You heard Marco say it, but we'll go over it in case you haven't on this Wednesday morning. The day flips anew. And let's hear the sound, because Woody Johnson, talking to the media today at the owners' meeting, whatever the hell this was, is talking about the quarterback, talking about the coach, talking about where this team is, some of his confidence level. And I'm telling you, this guy throws more players under the bus than, more quarterbacks in specific under the bus than any other executive. He has over the last couple years badmouthed more quarterbacks than they have wins. It's unbelievable. And this is what he had to say about Justin Fields in the quarterback position for the New York Jets, rather. Sorry.
It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know,
Does he mean
has
Madden
ability,
rating,
but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
Yeah, this was today a complete throwing Justin Fields under the bus and trying to hide that accident, the coach behind it, and make sure everybody looks at this. Look at how bad the quarterback is. Any coach would be this bad under Justin Fields. He later goes on to say, if we could throw a complete forward pass, that would be nice. He absolutely annihilates the quarterback, which would be fine because I've done it, you've done it, every Jet fan has done it, everyone on the station has done it. He's played that poorly. Where sure. I mean, that's obvious. The quarterback position right now, and we've said it. I've said it about Dable the last couple of days in the 2 years of losing. I said it about Robert Saleh with Zach Wilson. It is fair to say, my goodness, this quarterback is so awful. I don't know how we could expect anyone to win. There's just a couple problems, though. You know, specifically, they picked him. He's talking like they fell into this situation. They're talking like they drafted a young kid who's struggling. They're talking like they could have done one of a million different other situations. Here's the problem. You and the coach picked him. You specifically went out and got him and paid him $30 million. You did. How can you hide the coach behind the quarterback when you had Aaron Rodgers sitting there? You could have done a million different things. You could have brought in different quarterbacks. You could have kept Aaron Rodgers, figured out a way to move the money down the line. Yeah, you're kicking the money down the line, but still, at any point, as Tiki Barber always likes to say, the cap is fungible. You could have found a way to work Aaron Rodgers into this team. He wanted to be here. He would have manipulated his contract. He would have figured out a way for it not to be $63 million hit on the cap. Like, he would have figured it out. They would have figured it out. Instead, they specifically went out and gave this dude a contract that nobody else wanted to give him. Because why? Because your assessment of the quarterback actually is right, Woody. He can't throw. But that's on you. That's on this coach. That's on you. And it's on the coach. Don't stand there like you didn't have an option about who the quarterback is. And to while he's still the quarterback, while everything's in flux, while they haven't made a decision, while your coach, the one you're praising, and I want to get into something he said about him too. But the coach that you're praising here today, that you have faith in, that you speak to every day, that you hug every day, and you give him the encouragement every day of, hey, you hang in there. That coach picked him. And while the coach that you're talking about is out in the media saying, I don't know who the starting quarterback is, you're out there bashing him to a point where how the hell could the coach do anything else but now move on from him? The owner is standing there in front of the media saying the quarterback we can't win with, he can't complete a forward pass. They're still debating who the quarterback is. It is mind-numbing. It is absolutely mind-numbing that the owner of the team, while the coach just said to the media, you know, we're going through the process, I'm not sure who the quarterback is, to stand there and in trying to justify his first-year hire, who has only coached 7 games in the most inept way and had some of the more defining, just disastrous performances that any 7-game coach could ever freaking have, despite the quarterback playing so terribly awful. He sits there and answers the question that the coach isn't ready to answer yet. That is dysfunction at its highest level. That is dysfunction at its highest level. It is such a bad situation with the Jets. It is so, I mean, for him to just get up there and how many different, like, what did he say about Zach Wilson? What do you have to say about Aaron Rodgers? What do you have to say about, I mean, I know it wasn't public. Those two were public. It was released in a story by The Athletic that, you know, he's in the locker room screaming about how Mike White sucks. Stop pointing the finger at your quarterbacks, man. You and the people you hire drafted Zach Wilson. You and the people you hire decided to move on from Aaron Rodgers and go with a quarterback who you admit 7 weeks in
can't complete a forward pass. That's on you and the coach that you're praising. And he literally also said something that I just think is completely mind-numbing for an owner to say. He said, when asked about this coach, he said, I know I would get up to play for him. He's the real deal. He tells you the truth. Other coaches tell you gobbledygook, which is what my uncle used to call caponata. You know caponata with the eggplant and he used to call it gobbledygook. I don't know why that popped in my head, but whenever I say it, that's what I hear. But other coaches lie. Robert Saleh had to be fired because some coaches lie. He had to go. He had to go mid-season right away because the team I put together was better than what he was coaching. And I was tired of listening to him. But Aaron Glenn, I could listen to all day. Aaron Glenn, I would get up for Aaron Glenn. It doesn't matter what you would do. It doesn't matter how he speaks to you. It doesn't matter if your long-term relationship with the guy is a great one who you feel confident in. All that matters is two different things. One, is this team getting up for him? And yeah, you can tell me till you're blue in the face that the defense has and the special teams has, and all it comes down to is whether or not you can throw an incomplete pass. Or you could throw a forward pass. But, well, I would play for him. You're not playing for him. Your team is. And is your team playing for him? Because I see wide receivers frustrated with not doing anything at the end of the first half and yelling at him on the sidelines. I see a dejected running back who's way more talented than what this coach is allowing him to be and what this offense is allowing him to be. I see a team that's 0-7. The Dolphins are falling apart. The Dolphins are getting their ass kicked by, Gabriel and the rookie quarterback and the Cleveland Browns. They're literally collapsing from within, and even they beat you. Even they beat you. And you're standing there telling us this coach's one problem is the quarterback he picked. You can't, I'm sorry, you cannot separate them. And then this is the point I've been trying to make. I'll continue to make it. It's so obvious that this coach and this owner picked this quarterback who can't throw. And you could say whatever you want about the coach and whether or not it's the quarterback's fault and this team would be better and blah, blah, blah. You know where this season is heading. And you know the decision that's coming in April. Bottom line, they are going to be drafting a quarterback. You just said that they have a quarterback who can't complete a forward pass. It's not a rookie, right? It's not some, backup because the starter's hurt. This is a guy who had tape. This is a guy who had 4 years in the NFL. This is a guy who won football games for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the coach, one of the best coaches in the NFL and one of the more stable and good winning head coaches over the last 20 years in the NFL, still put his ass on the bench. And while the corpse of Russell Wilson was losing them games down the stretch of the season, he didn't even think to go back to him. But this is the guy that this coach wanted and that you paid $30 million to. And you fully admit 7 weeks in, he can't complete a forward pass, but you would play for this coach. He tells people the truth. He's a stand-up guy that I've had a long-term relationship with. So despite the absolute embarrassment that decision was, I'm going to give him another one. The most important one of the entire franchise over the next 5-6 years is who they're going to draft number one and what quarterback they're going to move forward with. And that decision is going to fall at the feet of this head coach because I have immense faith in him. Immense faith. And then he tries to give you, speaking of faith, then he gives you some line about the faith of the fan. Like, I know Aaron Boone was asked in his press conference, what makes you confident? What would you say to Yankee fans to make them confident moving forward? And he said, I don't know. That's from a team that won 94 games. That's from a team that's been in the playoffs consistently. The owner of the New York Jets, the longest franchise in all four major sports without a playoff appearance, just told you the virtues of the fan base and the faith they have. The faith. The fan base, it's remarkable the faith they have. It is. It is remarkable. They have no faith. It's remarkable they continue to go to your games. It's remarkable they continue to buy your swag. It's remarkable they're still Jet fans because it is run in such an absolute disgrace of a manner that, I mean, it's hard to fathom how bad it is. And there is no light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm always the guy who defends coaches. I am, and I understand what he's pointing. He does have a coach. He does have a quarterback that you can win with. He does have a quarterback who can't complete a forward pass. He does. He's the reason that the quarterback is there. Him and Muji. They didn't want the headache or the problem that would have been Aaron Rodgers in the winning culture they were building. So they decided to bring in a quarterback who can run but not throw. And then, here's the best part. And then they don't build an offense for him to run the football. They have him dropping back 1 million times, taking 9 sacks, because not only can he not complete a forward pass, he doesn't want to attempt it. I mean, it is so bad for Jet fans. I'm sorry, man. I am sorry. 888-808-1019. I mean, the owner talks, and it's just, it makes everything that you felt about this team worse. Somehow, 0-7, the worst team in the NFL, a coach that, has, I don't want to say embarrassed himself, but has had some real moments here. An offense that has been, just worse than it's ever been. Worse than it's ever been. And that's saying a lot considering the other quarterbacks that he's bashed throughout the years. And the owner speaks, and it gets infinitely worse and dirtier and uglier. And it's just, don't talk. Don't talk. Because you don't do anyone any favors, mostly the fans, secondary yourself, tertiary, that's a good word, tertiary. The fan base and the team. It's just, Woody Johnson is one of those special individuals, man. He has the ability to make you feel worse about, the worst situation ever. He'd be dropped in the river with cement shoes. Last thing you want to hear is Woody Johnson. Somehow it would get worse. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll come back, continue, or start to take your phone calls. We'll start with the Jets and what a disaster the quarterback situation is. They get ready to play the Bengals this weekend. And then eventually we will get to your New York Knicks. Tomorrow night. Last night the season started on NBC. Brought back nostalgia. Great opening, graphic. Great segment. Little Michael Jordan to get you going to start an NBA season. We'll get to that. And a great game, obviously, in a double overtime game. But we got the Knicks starting tonight. The biggest hyped up season we have had in forever. They are the second shortest odds to win the NBA championship. That has not happened since the mid-90s. That has not happened since NBC was doing basketball. This is as big a season as I can remember. The anticipation's as high as I can remember heading into a Knicks season for the last 30 years. And we've already got a little rain on that parade with a couple of injuries that are going to keep the guys from playing. And there you go. You wanted Tibbs out? He plays too many guys. He plays too many minutes. Well, right away on opening day, load management starts. Hope you like it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Come back with your Jet calls. We'll get to the basketball. We'll get to the New York Giants as well as the New York Jets. So plenty to do. 5 hours to do it. Russell Wilson clapping back on social media. We can get to that as well. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on a Fan on this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back after this.
The Nets open the 2025 season on the road, taking on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tonight.
He faked it in from straight on.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
I've been looking for that perfect lightweight jacket for fall, and Flag and Anthem's Chapin Quilted Jacket checks every box. Throw it on in the morning when it's chilly out and you end up wearing it all day. flagandanthem.com, code WFAN for 25% off your order. Flag and Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will he be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
John Ryan.
Yeah, Dad.
I think I came up with a killer slogan for our law firm. D'Agostino and Associates, bite back.
Bite back?
Yeah. When someone hurts you, you bite back. We'll be the law firm that bites back.
Dad, that's brilliant. Accident victims, call D'Agostino and Associates and bite back. Hey, we could even put a big vicious dog on billboards everywhere.
Yeah, and Rottweilers on buses.
Hey, how about a toll-free number?
What are you thinking?
You know, like 1-800-BITE-BACK.
1-800-BITE-BACK. That's brilliant.
But what if people hear fight back?
Easy. I'll spell it out for them, like 1-800-BITE. Back. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
Love it. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
All this talk about biting back got me hungry.
Me too. Want to grab lunch?
Sure. Hey, how about a jingle?
You mean like D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back?
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
Tell Siri to dial the fan. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 12:26. McMonigle here with you on the fan on this Wednesday morning. All of that stuff that I just went over with Woody Johnson, the biggest one is, or at least, the dysfunction in the organization, they had not decided, or at least haven't told us, prior to Woody speaking, who the quarterback was going to be this week. They were making that decision. Now, we all can have our beliefs in what's best for the team, and clearly, I do agree with Woody's assessment that this quarterback is dragging the team down. You can't win with him. They haven't made that decision publicly. That's the coach's job. And although the owner didn't specifically say Tyrod Taylor is going to be the quarterback next week, he said he can't complete a pass. He didn't just say, it's been a struggle on offense and, got to find a way to make it work better with Justin Fields. He did kind of give you he's talented, but something's not working. Something's not jiving. He said it would help if we can complete a forward pass. He's preempting his coach. It's a rough go of it. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the fan. Let's take your calls. Alex in Queens. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. It grinds my gears a little bit because, why the Jets didn't go at Brian Flores, and Brian Flores was supposedly going to bring in Josh McCown, and I thought that would have been something solid for the Jets to have as a coaching staff or starting coaching staff. And then I know it would have been a long shot to bring in Darnold, but he did well, and he would have been with McCown. Mm-hmm. So I thought it would have been a winning formula. You know what I'm saying? But
no, but it has not been a winning formula, and I'm starting to wonder if Woody is capable of putting together a winning formula. And it's just, again, this coach, and under different circumstances with a different organization. You would have time to learn. And it sounds like, that's the other thing, it sounds like he's coming back next year. He didn't just, he said, I have immense faith in him. I talk to him every day. I hug him. I would run through a wall for the guy. He's not going to fire the coach. The coach is staying. That's it. Aaron Glenn is staying. And that's fine because I don't. Again, I want to be clear on my problem with Aaron Glenn. He's done a miserable job this year. There's no way around it. There's no way around it. He has done a miserable job. Can he get better as a head coach? Can he learn? Are any of these such just horrible, in-game decisions, clock management, those can be adjusted? Knowing that you have to change quarterbacks at the half and playing it the way he did and then not going to the quarterback, it's tough. It's contradictory. It doesn't make sense. You're telling your team with one hand, I don't trust this quarterback to make plays, but I'm going to keep him. It doesn't make sense. You have to be willing to go to the backup there. But all of those, as bad as they are, can he get better at them with time and experience? Sure. Despite my yelling about Aaron Glenn and maybe even my calling for him not to be the coach next year, under no circumstance do I think Aaron Glenn is an idiot or just a horrible football guy who's terrible at this. Right now he is. Right now he's not very good at it. He's bad with the media. I was told he was good with the media. Or at least knows the market. He does not. He has had a miserable go of it. But do I think he can get better? Sure. Do I think he's capable of learning from mistakes and moving on? Although he did the same thing at the end of this first half and didn't throw a Hail Mary. It's but sure. My only problem is, and I've made it very clear, and maybe I'm too hyper-focused, right? A lot of people think my Brian Dable take is too hyper-focused on the quarterback and the development of the quarterback. But I don't know. I watch the NFL, and I see how important it is. I see how it transforms organizations. And when you fail at the quarterback position, it's a disaster. When you succeed at the quarterback position, it changes everything. Jackson Dart is changing the Giants, and I don't want to mess with it. That's how I feel about the head coach. That's my main thing, like, right? So I'm doing the same thing. I'm saying the same thing. Brian Daboll was allowed to draft his quarterback. The quarterback is playing extremely well to the point where, the bitter enemy's defensive coordinator is literally saying every team who passed on him are idiots. Right? We'll get to the things said about Jackson Dart. The high praise that he's received from multiple spots. But, the high praise from the same linebacker who was messing with him, the same defensive team that was talking about his chains and everything, now saying, hey, he's a lot better than we thought he was. You get, Vic Fangio telling you that every team that passed on him is a bunch of idiots. But, it's working so well with Daboll and him. I don't want to mess with it despite other things. And it's the exact same thing with how I feel about Glenn. Under normal circumstances, I'd be okay with giving a coach a second year to get better. It's 1 year. Under normal circumstances, I'd be willing to let the coach who walked into a tough situation, a New York Jets franchise that is, run by Woody Johnson, that has missed the playoffs for 15 years, the longest drought in all 4 professional sports, a fan base that's starved for anything, a high-pressure media. Okay, under normal circumstances, I would be willing to let him figure this out and see what kind of coach they have and hopefully find him a good quarterback. But what the losing has done, and this is why I was afraid of not keeping Aaron Rodgers. What I would have done was last year draft a quarterback, keep Aaron Rodgers, and then move forward with the quarterback you drafted. That's what I would have done. But whatever the case may be, he's put himself in a position by losing all of these games, by handpicking a quarterback who cannot play, who cannot throw. The owner just recognized that and said that. They have to pick and develop the future of the franchise in this next coming draft. That's bold print. That's all they have. That's the entire offseason. That's the entire thing. That's the only thing in Jet world come the end of this season. Who do they draft at quarterback? How do they develop them? Future of the franchise comes to the Jets in April. That's it. Bold print. By losing all of these games, by making that quarterback decision, by the entire organization right now, from offensive coordinator to him, showing no ability to scheme for the talent you do have at the quarterback position. Every single thing points to him being not the guy to be allowed to make the most critical decision of the franchise's future history. He can't, it's just not that. If he would have kept Aaron Rodgers and been this bad and shown this much ineptitude, but still won 6-7 games because Aaron Rodgers wins you some games or things broke differently, we'd be having a different conversation. We all know where they're headed, top of the draft. We all know what you do when you don't have a quarterback at the top of the draft. We all know that he's not the quarterback. This is all leading towards one decision. With everything we've seen, how do you allow this regime to make that decision? That's it. That's it. Otherwise, I'd be saying the same thing I normally say about coaches. He could get better. He can progress. He can learn from this. He really hasn't been given an opportunity at the quarterback. I do agree with Woody's assessment in some ways, but they're in a situation where none of that matters because it's a results-oriented business, and they're going to need to make sure whoever's making the decision makes the right one and produces results. How does this coach give you that faith when he literally picked the quarterback and gave him $30 million, and the owner just told you he can't complete a forward pass? That's a problem. Moose in Jamaica. I spilled water. Moose in Jamaica. What's up, Moose?
You spilled water?
I spilled water, and I knocked over the paper towel, but there's more paper towel over here. So what do you got?
I'll check out the YouTube channel later.
Yeah, check it out. 12:35.
I was there.
Fat man spills water.
I was there with McPherson.
Oh, you were? You in the chat with Keith today?
Yeah.
Why aren't you now?
Then I tried. I tried to sleep early. I just felt like sleepy, and then I just had a shot of energy. I don't know, and woke up at like maybe an hour ago. So I decided to catch your show.
Well, thank you.
But talking about spilled water, like Lil Wayne says in 6 Foot, 7 Foot, glass half full, half empty. I'll spill ya. But I'm actually here to talk about the Giants, and how about our boys Sunday? Yes, the loss, terrible, embarrassing, mathematically impossible, improbable, but I'm just happy that Jackson Dart went on the road and was able to beat a team at least for 3 quarters and a half or something. What happened in the end, as somebody who had no faith that we were going to beat the number 2 defense on the road in altitude with depleted weapons on offense due to injury, for us to have that showing, I'm more encouraged than ever. Yes, the defensive coordinator probably should go or have a serious look in the mirror and be like, what are you doing, considering for 4 consecutive drives, they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. Look in the mirror, defensive coordinator, and tell me you know what you're doing. But that's not the point.
I do think the defense, didn't execute, and they lost the Debo and Holland, and Banks and Newbin were awful in the game. Like, I do think that's
was
part
gassed.
of it. Yes.
Like probably with like 10 minutes left in the quarter. What did we see? Just every stoppage of play, them hunched over, people going for oxygen. The offense not sustaining drives for at least a minute or two to give them a break. But as for the Eagles game, I think we have a chance. Not as good a chance as we did when we played them at home and took them to the woodwork. But to preview the game in terms of what I kind of got a feel of, and I'm not I'm eating lifesavers, the gummy candies.
Of course.
I'm not necessarily.
I love lifesaver gummies. Good.
Exactly. The sour ones are fire, but I'm not eating sour ones. The preview, like the feeling I get from this game is there's like 3 possible outcomes. One, Philly has a lead at first half. We make second half adjustments, come roaring back, similar but maybe not as extreme as the Denver did to us. Or it's close at the half and it breaks either way for us or for them, depending on a turnover or a certain run of good or bad luck when it comes to drop passes or not converting 3rd or 4th downs in the second half. Those are the 3 possible outcomes I see.
Well, listen, there's all kind of outcomes with this game. They're a touchdown underdog again going into Philadelphia. Philadelphia coming off a victory. Philadelphia looking to exact revenge for the embarrassing loss Thursday night. The offense obviously was able to find itself. Hurts had an incredible game. This defensive backfield, not great, especially if Holland and Adebo aren't out there. So it's a tough game. I am excited about Jackson Dart. I'm excited about this offense, and I think there's a chance they go in there and play well and win the football game. What kind of chance? I don't know. I think it's a tough game to win. That's why last week was so important. But they have an opportunity right now to go still win football games, whether it's this week or the weeks following. Like, I feel good about Jackson Dart. I feel good about this offense. I feel good about this team. They're going in the right direction. And despite giving up 33 points, and despite one of those collapses that you just can't even imagine happening, again, I know I've said it a couple times, but just saying the words, it's hard to believe it's true. They blew a 19-point fourth quarter lead while still scoring 2 touchdowns. They scored 19 points in the first 3 quarters. They scored 12, unfortunately. Should have been 13 or 14, but they scored 12 in the fourth quarter. They only scored 7 more points the entire first 3 quarters of the game. They put up points in the fourth quarter and still lost. Like, it would have been one thing you blow a 19-point lead and you lose, 21-19. They scored 2 touchdowns and still lost. It's incredible. It's incredible. But despite that, despite how bad it was, I still feel good about the team. I feel less good about their chances of having a real season. That's what the problem was. And that sucks. And that's disappointing because I think they're talented enough to have a real season. But 2-5, you take in not starting Dart right away, which I admit now he's so much more ready than I ever would have suspected. And if the Giants knew that, they should have done it But you take not starting him for the first 3 weeks, and you take 5 turnovers against the Saints, and you take that collapse, it puts you in a place where the season's probably not relevant anymore as far as trying to win, compete, make the postseason. But our expectations of a rookie quarterback season is to watch him develop. And right now, I'm relishing the idea that we get to watch Jackson Dart for the rest of this NFL season and hopefully continues to play well. They're going to win some games if he does. If they play like they did against Denver, they're going to win football games. Probably not enough to get into the postseason. But for me, if he plays well, between him playing well and the amount of football games that will come just by him playing this well, it's more than enough that's going to end up keeping the coach. Richard in New Haven. What's up, Richard?
Hey, how we doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good, man. Chris, I mean, first off, I know, I have a lot to say about the Jets, Giants, but I'm going to focus on the Giants and Jackson, what you just said. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to understand, I'm with you 100%. There's a lot of hope, right? And they always say that the windshield is better than the river, or is bigger than the river mirror.
Yeah.
And what you said before, just before I got on, about the idea of you hope that he's going to do well. I mean, he played great against the Broncos.
Yeah.
Phenomenal against the Eagles. I mean, at the end of the day, those 2 games and then moving forward, I'm going to get to the idea of that, hey, he was in the SEC back when he was at Ole Miss, and he's already ready for this. He's been so prepped. But I want to get your thoughts on that. He played against the Alabamas, the Georgias, the Tennessees, the Texases. He's so ready for that. He's already played that. He's ready. He's already seen that, and he's prepped. What are your thoughts on the fact that he's going to be able to do that in the future?
Yeah, Dart moving forward?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you have to go back to the college days. I think you just look at these games that he's played here in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, again, everybody, from Vic Fangio to Nick Bonino, there's been a lot of praise. You can't deny what we saw. You just can't deny it. You can be frustrated by the loss. You can complain about this. I saw, was it Talib yelling about the idea that he blew the game because he didn't play well in the second half? Akeem Talib. We're doing the Richie Incognito podcast. I saw that. He was talking. He's the only person I've seen. He was saying, well, I don't know why people think Dart's so special. He blew the game in the second half. They couldn't do anything offensively. He turned the ball over. He did turn the ball over, but they scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. They put up 30 points against the best defense, arguably the best defense in the league in Denver. So outside of him, he's getting a lot of praise throughout the NFL. I don't know how you can't deny or how you can deny what we saw. What we saw was a young rookie quarterback in his 4th career start go on the road against one of the better defenses in the league who had it out for him, talking about how he wears his chains and talking about what he needs to get up for the game. They admitted since that they didn't think he was that good going into the game. And he surprised them. And he played incredibly well. And he threw for 3 and ran for 1. He went in there and played well enough to beat that Denver team. And his defense let him down. And he had a key mistake. Absolutely. He made a key rookie mistake. But you can't deny what we saw about Jackson Dart. You can't deny it. And what we saw was the beginning, the coming out party, the beginning, the moment where you could stamp Jackson Dart as a legitimate threat in the NFL. And a guy that's going to be the Giants quarterback moving forward. That's solidified. It's stamped, double approved. There's no doubt about it. As Vic Fangio said, every team who needed a quarterback who passed on him is going to regret it. That is pretty high praise from one of the better defensive minds and one of the long-time coaches in the NFL. We'll get that audio. I want to get the other one from Nick Bonito, too. A lot of praise for this young man. Now, again, it's 4 starts. I'm not saying he's going to be. We're seeing Stroud, right? We're seeing Stroud completely be a different quarterback than he was year 1. Now, in that game Monday night, he lost his top wide receiver. He lost Schultz, his tight end. He lost a couple of players, but still, that Texans offense has not been the same since his rookie year. He's not looked the same since his rookie year, right? We saw Herbert jump on into the scene first game with Tyrod Taylor going down because someone punctured his lung with a needle, and he had to step in and, you know, I know it came down to a last-second field, and I can't remember if he beat the Chiefs in that first game or he lost to them with a last-second field goal. I think he lost to them. Either way, he played great his rookie year, showed it was like, I remember it was right around COVID. I got into trading cards for a little bit when everybody was home doing nothing. I got into trading cards and going through all the breaks, and like that was it. You got a Herbert card, that was gold, baby. And now he's had subsequent years where it hasn't been as good, and he's kind of finding himself. The beginning of this year looked like he was on his way to proving that he is that MVP caliber talent. And since then, it's kind of gone downhill. It's up and down. But there's no doubt he has something special about him. There's something special about him. And again, my only point is we're seeing something special, right? I think everyone would acknowledge we're seeing something special. I don't want to change anything around that. I want to keep it special. I want to keep it special. I'm not even saying that Brian Daboll is the absolute reason we are seeing something special. I'm not saying that. Jackson Dart's got to have it. You can't teach it. You can't coach it, you know, every bit of it. But when there's something this special going on with your quarterback 4 games in, I think you're out of your mind to move anything. Now, if Kafka gets another job or Kafka's done working with Brian Daboll because that relationship has been tumultuous at times, then you might have to lose your offensive coordinator, I guess. I don't know, but this is special. I hold on to special. A special quarterback wins you football games. Do you know how you win in the NFL? Like, really win. You could pop up and win a Super Bowl with a lesser quarterback, sure. But how do you own a division? How are you playing in title games, AFC, NFC championship games every year? How are you, getting home playoff games every year? You know how you do that? With a special quarterback leading your organization. Almost everything else, once you have that in place, almost everything else can get weakened at some point. Your offensive line can come up and down. Your offensive weapons can come up and down. Your defense can be great, bad, whatever. This year, great. That year, it'll give you better chances to finish it off and win a championship. But for the most part, we've spent a lot of time talking about Aaron Rodgers. If Aaron Rodgers in his prime is your quarterback out in Green Bay, we saw average wide receivers become special with them. We saw defenses that were good, defenses that were bad, offensive lines that were good, offensive lines that were bad. It didn't matter. They were winning the NFC North, and they were going to probably play in the divisional round. You have Peyton Manning in his prime. Doesn't matter. Colts defense good, Colts defense bad, wide receivers hurt, down for the year, offensive line not quite as good as it was the year before. Doesn't matter. They're winning that division, and they're probably playing in the divisional round. That's it. That's it. You want to win. You want to have stable winning. You want to win your division every year. You want to be a playoff team every year. There's one thing you need. To win a Super Bowl, you need a bunch. But to be a sustained winning franchise, you need one freaking thing. Giants are showing real positive, tangible signs that they're on their way to having it. And I ain't jeopardizing that for nothing. Not because I think the coach isn't good, not because I didn't love the play call, not because he lost however many games before the special. I don't care what happened before the special. I don't give a damn what happened before we found the special. Once you find the special, you hang on to it. You claw with your fingernails to make it happen. Now, once they secure that it's special, and we're years into this, or at least a year and a half into this, and it's quite clear he's special, and they're still losing, then we have a conversation. But right now, in the middle of developing the special, the coach stays. Plain and simple. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back. Get back to your calls. Giants, Jets. We're going to open it up to the Knicks soon as the season begins. The season of our lives begins tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll get to it. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Don't go for two until you have to. That's just a simple rule that I've always, as a broadcaster, I always thought that way. As a former player, I've always thought that way. And as a fan, I always think that way.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, New Yorkers! Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Okay, girls, ready to go?
Yeah! Mom, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Me too, Mommy.
You want a snack?
Yeah!
Got it?
Children learn from our behaviors. Mommy, can you open this,
All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Okay, here.
Thank you. They learn what is okay from the adults they see. Mommy, are you on your phone? If you're a distracted driver, chances are they will be too. What kind of driver are you raising? Funded by the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 12:56. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. Opened up with football. Woody Johnson decided to have a press conference and tell everybody the Jets are making a quarterback change. I mean, we didn't know that, but that's what's going to happen. And he just said a couple things at the press conference that just, drive you absolutely crazy. But we'll get to the Knicks as well, watching. All right, so yeah, I wanted to play a couple more because I only played one in the open. I referenced them, but there's a couple things that I just, this one to me, and again, it's minor, all right? I know I'm nitpicking, but, the dude just says things like, this is him talking about how much he, believes in Aaron Glenn, and if he were a player, how he would feel.
If I were a player, I would respond to him because he's the real deal. He's no BS. There's no second agendas. What you're hearing is the truth, and a lot of times players don't get the truth. They get a lot of gobbledygook.
I mean, a couple of things there. One, it's not your job. It's not your job to determine who you would respond to, believe it or not. That has nothing to do with it. It's your job to hire someone that you believe, that's fair, right? That you believe because you would, but then you have to watch how the team responds to him, not you. And then when you say the truth, I mean, it just feels like it's an endless, shot at previous, it's a lot of it's truth, and most of the time you get gobbledygook. Are you talking about Rodgers? Are you talking about Robert Saleh, who had to be fired last year? Whenever you talk about a coach after you fired the previous one, unceremoniously in the middle of the season, you start saying a lot of coaches or a lot of people give you lies and gobbledygook. Well, who are you referring to? Who are these a lot of people? Who are these a lot of people that lie and tell the players lies? And if it is Robert Saleh, who hired him? And how would you know other coaches and other franchises lie to their players? It just sounds like you're trying to settle scores about previous relationships and previous coaches and maybe even a previous quarterback that you've gone back and forth with. It's just an ugly place to be, man. It is an ugly place to be. It just feels like, again, and then I don't even know what this means necessarily, but he talks about the fans and the faith of the fan. It is. So this is, after all the nonsense that you go through, and listen to this guy bash the quarterback, bash the coaches that he hired, that he brought in. When asked about the fan base, he just talks about your ability to just have blind faith, because what else do you have?
Faith, I guess it comes down to, or something.
Or something.
But it's really an absolute phenomenon, and it happens in sports. And it happens in other things, but particularly happens in sports. When you get this allegiance to a team, it sticks with you. It sticks with me, but it sticks with them. And I'm thankful we have fans like this. So I think they're the most important ingredient by far.
I don't even know, he's pretty much saying it's amazing that these things happen in sports where there's blind faith because we could not be doing worse. We could not be doing a worse job than we are. And yet, we are so lucky to have these fans who just have complete faith for no reason, mind you.
Can you believe all these idiots still support my business?
That's what it sounds like. It sounds like, can you believe these idiots still follow me? It must be just faith. Did you ever see Leap of Faith with Steve Martin? It's a great movie. He goes to he's an evangelical, and I knew I was going to get the word wrong. I'm not even going to try. And I know the word, but I'm not going to say it right now. So I don't
even know what you're trying to say.
Evangelical.
Evangelical?
That's evangelical. Thank you very much. See, no one else would even put themselves in this position.
You were so far off. Everybody can hear, including me, Marco's laugh off
Nobody
mic.
would even put themselves in that position. I knew I was wrong from the second it came out of my mouth. Evangelical. That's right. He was an And he goes to some town that's desperate for rain, and they're poor as hell, and he's still like pulling all the schemes and everything. It's a good movie. But anyway, that's what it feels like. It feels like he's saying, why? Why do they have fans? Why do the fans believe? I don't know, faith, because they can't possibly believe in me because I'm doing a terrible job. 888-808. I got Marco good with that one.
You might have to vamp for another 2 minutes. I don't know if he's ready for the update.
You knew what I was saying. As soon as I said it wrong, you said it right. Wasn't like I was
the second time, not the first time.
Yeah. What'd I say? Evangelical. What was how did I say it wrong? Evangelical? Something like that? It was close. I knew the word. Just couldn't get it out. This is what you tune in for, everybody. Are you okay now? Can we do the update?
No, dog.
What highlight? What highlight are you going to?
I don't know. Who knows?
Which one? So I know not to play it. Did I just ruin your update by playing one of the sound bites you planning on using here?
Does it matter?
I guess not. I'll just have faith that it's the right one. 888.
It's going to take anybody a bunch of tries to comprehend
Marco's
what he's saying anyway.
Marco's got the giggles. Can't stop him now. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We got an update here from Marco. We'll come back. We'll get into the NBA season beginning last night. The nostalgia of NBA back on NBC. And, of course, your New York Knicks with the highest expectations going into a season they've had since the mid-'90s, getting ready to kick this off. And, unfortunately, a couple of guys missing. We'll get to that as well. And just the outlook for the season as they get it underway tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. 888-808-1019. Here's Marco.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
And Mac was sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Elevate Hydrogen Infused Water, available at Walgreens and Duane Reade. Jets have been a mess from top to bottom all year, the only winless team in the NFL. But their owner, Woody Johnson, has boiled things down too.
It's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. He has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league.
So the owner putting Justin Fields on blast, and no surprise, the Jets reportedly going to turn to Tyrod Taylor against the Bengals on Sunday with Fields going to the bench. Jack Hughes a hat trick. Devils took out the Maple Leafs 5-2. Islanders trimmed the Sharks 4-3. Matthew Schaefer goal and assist. Ilya Sorokin 33 saves. And the Knicks get their season underway later today. They'll begin the year shorthanded though. Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson both ruled out against the Cavs. Karl Anthony Towns questionable right quad strain. 60 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 104-888-808-1019. Evangelical. You're going to have to work on that. I have to say that in front of the mirror for a while. All right, we've talked enough about the lousy football teams. I wanted to open with the Knicks, but man, that Woody Johnson, he has to pop his head up just at the worst times. But let's just start last night just real quick. It was a great game. I didn't see the entirety of it because I had to get in the car and drive here, so I didn't see the overtimes, but classic game. And yeah, there are some things that are just nostalgic. There are some things that, and I know it's cliche, and I know everybody says it, and I'm just, this is not a unique take, but it just happens to be true. If you are of a certain age, if you are 40 years old, I don't know, somewhere between 35 and 55 maybe. If you're in that age group, that the NBA on NBC, the 90s, especially here, and I feel like, hopefully we're getting back to that. Hopefully we're getting back to where we are so energized as a Knick fan base and fall in love with basketball in this city, because it's been so long since they've been that good. And like the perfect example is like they put out on social media the opening thing where they're asking the players about NBA on NBC, and like, I don't know, I have no memory of that, I'm too young, well, all that. And then they go to the guys, they have Jordan, they have Ewing, they have Reggie, they have everybody talking about it, the highlights, and then they play the song at the end. I was watching it on my phone, and the song played, and my wife, who is not really, outside of, she does like baseball, we are on that, but outside of that, she's not really the biggest of sports people. Even she was like, oh man, what is that song? She's like, that song takes me back. Like everybody. Like, because we all, and I remember going to schools, in an elementary school and early, middle school or whatever, although we didn't have middle school, where we went straight from 6th to high school in 7th, but you get my point. Like, everybody, girls, we were all walking around with Knicks stuff, the Knicks starter jackets. It was Knicks, man. The Knicks were the biggest team in the city by far. They were bigger than the Yankees. They were it. Every year, the Knicks were playing big series against the Pacers, against the Bulls, eventually against the Heat. Like, it just was, that was a great time period. And that song, for whatever reason, immediately, there's music, unlike any other thing, can instantly put you back into a mind state that you were in and transport you back to feeling like when you were a certain age, or can take you back to a memory or a time period or whatever. Like, and it doesn't have to be just childhood. It could be anything. Like, every time I hear, every time I hear Usher's, it takes me back to like my early mid-20s and going to a particular bar. Like, there are songs that do that for you. And believe it or not, a silly television basketball jingle absolutely does. And so it's great to have it back. It was actually more nostalgic than I would have even thought. It takes me back to those 90s, the Knicks, the Bulls, the Pacers, those battles. It was the best, man. And unfortunately, the Knicks never came out on top. But it's been so bad since that we still look back on it as some sort of glory years. When we were going through it, we were as frustrated as Yankee fans are now, never getting to the top. And Patrick Ewing got a whole bunch of crap the way Aaron Judge did until he put out a good postseason. Like, can't be the star of a player who never wins a championship. And unfortunately, that's what happened with the Knicks. But there was just something special about that time period. And it was great to see the NBA back on NBC. And hopefully we're getting back to that time period. Hopefully we are getting back to a time where the Knicks are good year in and year out, and they are battling for a championship. And this year, as we get ready to open up the season tonight, Knicks basketball against the Cavs tonight. And yes, there'll be a couple of guys missing, but we'll get to that in a second. But ultimately, like, this season right now, and with this new head coach, Mike Brown, who has talked about different things, and there's two guys I want to talk about before we get to the injuries of tonight, which is hopefully just about tonight. But, like, already they have talked about Karl Anthony Towns. Now, this offense, right, we're expecting it to be a little bit more freeform. Because there was a preseason game. I forget which one it was. I want to say the Timberwolves. But there was a preseason game where the coach came out and said, we didn't run plays. Like, they now that's probably not going to happen much during the regular season, but they're starting to try and build that camaraderie. They're starting to have like that kind of free-form offense where they kind of just, can freestyle a little bit and know what they want to do and have concepts and stuff, as opposed to, just running sets and plays. And right now, Karl Anthony Towns, who this hire was so specific about getting the best out of him and Brunson working together. He's already talked about. He answered a question in the postgame about his role in the offense, and he said, I don't know. And Brown has come out and said that there's no one who's got more adjustments to make and nobody who's got more to learn. He's got to learn the 4 and the 5. There's nobody. And I was listening to Keith driving in, and he had Ian Begley talking about this. They were talking about this. It's like specifically, right, playing the bench, getting minutes for guys who can, benefit from some, not running them into the ground all year, certain things about Tibbs, and then specifically getting the most out of Karl Anthony Towns and Brunson. And already I'm a little nervous about the idea. Now, again, it's just the start of the season, and it takes time, especially even with a new coach, even though they've had a season together. But they're going to have to find that rhythm. And Karl Anthony Towns is a huge player. He's the other superstar, right? Giannis, it felt like maybe it was a possibility over the summer. It clearly didn't happen. It's not going to happen. This is the group that has to go win a championship. Again, they have the second best odds to go win a championship. They are the second favorite to go do it, first time since 95. First time since coming off the NBA Finals loss to the Rockets that they have been the second favorites or better to win the NBA championship. And their two players need to gel. And right now, that feels like it's going to take some time, but that is where this season lies. And already, as we're seeing, a couple of injuries as Mitch Robinson, who's, I guess, tweaked his ankle, but we're already talking about giving him, because it can't just be load management. Get ready for it. Get ready for the amount of minutes these guys are going to play. It can't just be load management on day one. Like, it can't be load management on day one. But so he must have tweaked something. But that's how this is going to roll, right? New coach, new philosophy, new offense, new style of basketball. It's going to take some time to gel, but they have to be a dominant regular season. They have to be a dominant regular season team. They need to be at the top. They're not going to, they need these games played at Madison Square Garden. They got to come out and be aggressive. And it sounds like there's going to be a lot of running. It's a lot of fast-paced offense. They're going to put up a lot of shots. And Karl Anthony Towns has got to find his way. He has got to be an impact player. He has got to be an impact player. And right now, these group of players who had the exit meetings, who had things to say about their previous coach, and that's why he's not here anymore. That's why Tibbs isn't here anymore. Because guys like Mikal Bridges, for example, as the rumors say, he was public about the amount of minutes. They were public about the issues of this team. They were public about the failings of this coach. And then clearly in the exits meetings, they had no problem telling Leon Rose and James Dolan their issues with this coach. Now, I don't know if the superstar felt that way in Jalen Brunson, but clearly a lot of the rest of the team did. And when you do that, this year is on the players. Yeah, Mike Brown, it's important. He's the head coach. It's his philosophy. It's going to be his scheme. But these guys have better be ready to have the best season of their career. Mikal Bridges, for example, he is a real swing player of this team. He came over here. He had a disappointing start to the year. He played better in the postseason. But he's got to be that two-way player who shoots at a higher percentage than he did last year. This is a guy who's capable of being an NBA All-Star. This has got to be the year. He was public about the previous head coach, a head coach that took him to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in forever. First time in 25 years they're playing in the Eastern Conference Finals. And Mikal Bridges was obviously one of the players who had an issue with him, one of the players who didn't want to play for him. That's the rumor, right? He got his contract. Now go out there and be a real threat and a real contributor to this team. And it's his second year with the team. It's his second year playing with this group. I expect him to be a major threat and an all-star caliber player from the jump of this season. Cat's got to find his way. Mikal Bridges has to be a huge part of this team, shoot better, and play D right from the season and not wait for the postseason. But this team right now, you look at it, you look at the rest of the Eastern Conference, and we know the injuries and we know the difference. The Boston Celtics aren't going to be a doormat, but they're not the same team. The Indiana Pacers, I don't think, are going to be a doormat, but they're not the same team. The Pistons are going to continue to get better. Giannis is still in Milwaukee. Obviously, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who they open up with, are still a damn good team. But this Knicks team has the chance to be as good or better than all of them. And the excitement for this team right now is through the roof. It's championship or bust. There is no doubt. I had an argument with the caller talking about he would be, I think it was Omar, saying that he would be fired. I don't know if Mike Brown gets fired if they don't get to the NBA Finals, but that is the expectation. And there is no doubt. They have now transformed from what they were over the last 2 decades, where we would have been thrilled. Like, they were the Jets. Let's be honest, they were the Jets. James Dolan was Woody Johnson. He had some good runs with the Rangers, but for the most part, the Knicks were the worst run franchise in the sport for 20 years. And Jalen Brunson and Tibbs changed that completely. And now we're looking at this team where there is no longer the idea of, hey, just have a nice season. Hey, just compete. Hey, let's win a playoff round. Hey, let's get back to the Eastern Conference Finals. There's nothing else to do with this group and this team than to win an NBA championship. It is championship or bust. Right? I know they were talking about it in the midday. They're 100% correct. That's it. Championship or bust. And yeah, the bench is going to be deeper. And, I know Brogdon retired. There's still guys who could be the backup. We'll see. The great Kolek, who is the reason that Tibbs got fired because they didn't play him. He's going to have a role on this team. The role players and the bench players are going to be an important part of this team. But to me, it's still about the stars. And I know we go in tonight with Mitch Robinson, who is going to be kind of, taking it easy this entire season. He can't stay healthy for a year. He's already dealing with an ankle issue, costing him game one. And obviously Josh Hart as well. They go into this first game of the season with all this expectation and getting ready to get the season started. And already Josh Hart with back spasms won't be in the game. And Mitchell Robinson dealing with an ankle injury or whatever. Just really, it's called load management in the first game of the season. But that's who he is, and that's the role he's going to play until he gets to the postseason. But that team, this team, has every opportunity to make it to the NBA Finals. And to me, Brunson isn't even the conversation because we know what Brunson's going to be. We'll see how, as the season goes on, if his role changes slightly, see how the dynamic between him and Cat works. But we know what he's going to give him. And I know the offense is a little bit different. And certainly Tibbs had that style where he was allowed to play. They had some offensive movement, but there's no doubt. Clutch situations, he was Mr. Clutch. Ball goes through his hands. He's the one taking the final shot. I don't think any of that changes necessarily, but maybe it is more of a free-form offense, and maybe there is less, ISO ball with him in big moments. We'll see how that eventually develops. But there's no doubt there has to be a better working offensive game plan between him and Cat. Cat needs to be more aggressive. Cat needs to be, more of the guy a lot during the course of the regular season. And Mikal Bridges needs to be someone who steps up. I look at Mikal Bridges as really the X factor of this team because we saw what he was capable of in Brooklyn. We know what he's capable. We know what kind of player he is. And we know what we got from most of the year last year. And it needs to be better. And he's gotten paid. He's here. It's his second year with this group. It's his second year with this team. It's his second year dealing with the transition and role change. He is a huge factor because if he becomes what he's capable of, which is an NBA All-Star, that's an X factor that changes who the Knicks are. The relationship between Cat and Brunson and the ability of Mikal Bridges to become an All-Star are probably the two biggest things I'm looking at this year. We'll see what they are defensively without Tibbs. That'll kind of find itself obviously important and start to find himself. But, for the most part, this team needs to be able to find buckets when they need it. That's what cost them in the postseason. That's what cost them against the Pacers. They need to find buckets when they need it. And they need answers to go get buckets. Bridges is part of that, and the dynamic between the two superstars needs to be better. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. So quick break. We'll open it up to the Knick talk as we get ready for a Knicks season against the Cavaliers tonight. We'll get back to the football. We'll talk Jackson Dart. We'll talk about Russell Wilson going back at Sean Payton. There's plenty to get to, but we are now upon the biggest Knicks season in 30 years. The highest expectations for your New York Knicks in 30 years. We are entering a season where it's not, hey, maybe they're a playoff team, or, hey, they should be one of the top seeds, but can they really beat the Boston Celtics, or can they really beat this team or really beat that team? There's nothing else to say, but the New York Knicks need to be in the NBA Finals, or it's a failure. And that is a situation, that is a privilege that is afforded to the better teams in our city, the better teams in their respective sports. That's a privilege that the Yankees have had forever, a privilege at times the Giants have had, a privilege at times the Mets have it now, and they failed miserably. Yankees failed miserably. There's one expectation for the New York Knicks. Go win the Eastern Conference, get to an NBA Finals, bring home a championship. Anything short of that, this season's now a failure. And that sounds kind of, like it shouldn't take out your enthusiasm, because that's exactly where you want to be. That's where this team needs to be. Championship or bust. It's been too long since we've had those expectations. And it's refreshing. The NBA on NBC is back, and so are the same Knick expectations when we were watching those games with Marv Albert on the call on NBC. Let's get back there. It starts tonight. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Come back, take your Knick calls, get you all the way to 5 o'clock on our 5-hour midnight ride as we take you to the warm-up show at 5 a.m. We'll be right back.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
Cuts it up along the numbers and waltzes into the end zone.
The Vikings take on the Los Angeles Chargers. 8:15 tomorrow night.
It is right down the middle and good.
Thursday night football is on The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all types of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
When the job gets tough, tradespeople get tougher, and Supply House is built to back them up. Supply House stocks over 250,000 products from hundreds of the top brands in plumbing, HVAC, and electrical. Whether you need an industrial boiler or a $2 coupling, they ship it fast and deliver customer support that knows the trades inside and out. Use promo code FAN5 for 5% off your first order. That's supplyhouse.com, promo code FAN5.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
When it comes down to finding the lowest price on Michelin winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire's guaranteed lowest price. And when it comes to free services, nobody gives you more free services on your Michelin winter tires than Town Fair Tire. So why look for Michelin winter tires anywhere but Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed best deals? Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwiththedevils.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS.
Thanks, McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. You can give me a call there. You can hit me up on Twitter at CMACWFAN, or you can join the live chat going on if you turn on the YouTube live stream of the Overnight. Keith and myself do it every night. We got guys talking old video games right now, all nostalgia, based on the idea that we have the NBA back on NBC, the Knicks with the, I believe I heard Alan Hahn say that it's the highest, right now they are the second favorite to win the NBA Finals. That has not been the case since they were the favorite after the 94 Finals when they lost to the Houston Rockets. That's the last time. So, I mean, it's been, you go back 1995, playing old video games when you were a kid. That's it, man. Literally, like NHL 94 and watching the Knicks was what I did. Like, that's it. That's it. I'm trying to think of like someone mentioned Blades of Steel. That's what made me think of the hockey game. I like Blades of Steel. That goes back further. But like 94, 95, Knicks are great. I think NHL 94 is one of the great video games of all time. There is no doubt. It is a incredible game. I don't know what other, you can give me a call and let me know what your favorite games were around that time period, though. I mean, obviously, when was Mortal Kombat was big around that time period? Trying to think of what were big games right around then. Was GoldenEye? I think GoldenEye was a couple of years later. But that was it, man. The Knicks, that time period, I tell the story all the time. I'll never forget. There are moments I will never forget based on that, the Knicks and who they were. And again, the same thing. Like, my wife knew the song. She's not a big basketball fan, not a big NBA fan, not a big Knicks fan, but she knew the song. When we were kids, man, that was it. You watched all those games, those series. Everyone was wearing Knicks stuff. It was, the Knicks have the potential. And we already saw it this past year. We talked so much Knicks. We did so much Knicks here on the Fan. Like, beating the Celtics was incredible. Like, that same night, they were winning. They were beating the Celtics, and the Yankees and Mets were playing. And, it was like, I did not want to go to the Subway Series because I had to stay home. And I wanted to watch Game 6 of the Eastern Conference, that's it, of the semifinals. I had to watch them beat the Boston Celtics. Haven't had a party like that at the Garden in forever. It goes back a long time to when we were kids. I remember, but yeah, I tell this story all the time. I remember I was playing on a travel baseball team, and no, I don't just tell the story to let you know I was an all-star baseball player. You're 12 years old. But I was playing on a travel baseball team, and Gaspar actually reached out to me the last time I told this story. I'm so busy. I got to get back to Gaspar. He wants to have lunch. But I was driving home with Gaspar Tumanello, and his father, and we were listening to the game on the radio, and, you know, it was coming back from a game, and before the car even was in park in front of my house, I was out of the car. I grabbed my bag. I ran into the house. I probably didn't have a key back then, but I rang the door. As soon as the door opened, I ran in. I put on the television, and I literally just turned on the TV to see Patrick Ewing miss the finger roll. Like I just walked in to see that, and I was
it's your
devastated. Fault. Oh, I have so many things that are my fault. Devastated. I've told the story too. Yankee fans would. I mean, I went Game 4 of the 2004 ALCS. I was watching the game. Yankees have the lead, famously. Obviously, we go to the bottom of the ninth in Fenway. Yankees have the lead. I went to go get my boombox and plugged it in next to me where I was sitting on my couch in my basement back when my parents' house. When the basement was my bedroom. I went and got the boombox so I could listen to John Sterling say, "And the Yankees win. Game over. American League Championship Series over." I went and got my boombox just to hear that. And, of course, that call never came. And I still blame myself. I will never forgive myself for that one. I will never forgive myself for that one. That was a brutal one. That was a brutal one. In the moment, I'm like, all right, they took a game. Then they took 2, and you knew they were in trouble. Heading back to Yankee Stadium, I think it was, we're off topic here, and there he is, talking Yankees again. The Kurt Schilling and the Bloody Sock game, I think it was John Lieber was the pitcher who went against him, and he just knew. They had no one for Game 7. It's Schilling versus Lieber in Game 6. Like that, it was Game 5 that really, after Game 4, you still felt confident. Game 5, you felt, now they're in trouble. Now they're in trouble. But yeah, I remember all of that. And I remember, that was, the Knicks were the thing, man. The Knicks were absolutely the thing. Girls in Knick stuff all throughout school. Knick Trapper Keepers. Remember Trapper Keepers? Knick Trapper Keepers. Your books were wrapped in Knicks stuff. Everything was Knicks, man. They were the team. This was before the Yankees were winning championships. This is when Dave Brown was the quarterback for the New York Giants. I think so. Dave Brown might have been a year. But the Giants were lousy for the most part. Obviously, the Rangers were good, winning the Stanley Cup in '94. But, I mean, it was just a different time. And I'm longing to get back there. And, listen, they have a really good year here. They get to an NBA Finals here. They're playing a long series in the Eastern Conference Finals. We're kind of back. We're kind of back there. Back-to-back Eastern Conference Finals appearances. You're kind of back. Now, they got to do better than that, but that kind of puts you back. I am longing for those days. We are desperate for those days. And I think this team is good enough to do it. I do. I think they're going to have to, you always have to get lucky with health. Obviously, Brunson and Cat and everybody have to stay healthy. And we'll see about Josh Hart right now, who's dealing with some back spasms. And we saw how important Mitchell Robinson is to the team. I'm not, diminishing it. They can still have a monster regular season with a Mitch Robinson who doesn't play all that much. We've seen it come the playoffs. You need him. You need him healthy, and you need him defending because he changes games. There's no doubt about it. He changes games. So need him healthy. They're going to take that approach all year with him, and we'll see how different it is. I'm interested to see, I was critical of firing Thibodeau. I was very critical. Believe it or not, I was defending a head coach. I know that's crazy, but I was. That's what I do. I defend head coaches. All you guys want to blame them for everything. I defend them. I didn't want Tibbs fired. I thought Tibbs just beat the Boston Celtics. Tibbs was taking them to the Eastern Conference Finals. I thought it was a mistake. I didn't like the Brown hire, but that's all in the past. And right now, let's see what this coach can do with this team. And you got to hope, right? What's the hope? And again, here he comes referencing the Yankees. But what's the hope? What is the example you want to use here with the New York Knicks? You want them to be the 96 New York Yankees. You want Buck Showalter, a.k.a. Tom Thibodeau, to be the coach that brought them back, made them relevant, right? Was a little bit too much of a hard ass or a little bit too much of whatever, but a brutal loss in the postseason to a team that, the Yankees blew a 2-0 lead. The Knicks just lost to the same team again. But they make the decision to move on from a coach who built the organization back up, who was a huge part of it, along with the executives, right? It was Gene Stickmichael and Gene Stickmichael and Buck Showalter that rebuilt the Yankees, turned them back into a playoff team. The best record in baseball in 94 before the strike, the 95 season, first ever wild card, win the first 2 games at Yankee Stadium, lose the next 3 in Seattle. And people were like, why would you fire Buck? Why would you fire Buck? And they brought in Clueless Joe. And everybody knocked it. The media knocked it. And here I am knocking Brown. And hopefully that's what needed to happen. A veteran coach who's been around, who nobody thought was any significant upgrade on the young coach they had. I know Tibbs isn't young, but you get my point. And hopefully Brown steps in and is the right guy in the moment. The right guy to fit this team, the right guy to get them over the hump. That's what the hope is. The hope is this is the beginning of, this is the 96 Yankees. They fire a coach who stabilized the franchise and hired a coach to take them over the top. And let's hope that's what we have here, because that would be, like, this season, I am pumped for this game. I am pumped for this basketball season. It started last night, and I'm looking forward to the Knick game tonight. 888-808-1019. We'll talk Knicks. Obviously, football's on the table as well, and he wants to, David here wants to talk about Brian Dable. We'll get to that as well. Anything you want to talk between now and 5 o'clock. I also want to bring up something I saw. I mentioned this the other day. We have time for it now for me to get into it. It's kind of nostalgic, and it's right. What year was the Titanic? The Titanic came out in right around the mid to late 90s. It's all around the same time period. I saw something just scrolling through social media. I have no idea how old this video was or when it happened, but I saw a video scrolling through social media, around the movie the Titanic that absolutely physically made me angry. We'll get to that as well. 888. Plus, I have a theory on the Titanic that I'm sure you've heard, but I'll go over again. Let's go to David in Clifton. What's up, David?
How you doing there, Big C-Mac?
Where are you going? Big Mac, C-Mac? That's okay.
C-Mac, Chris Mac.
Chris Mac, Macadougal, McMonigle. It's all. You can call me anything.
I think Titanic, I think it was 2007, if I'm not mistaken.
No way. Titanic,
yes.
No, it absolutely was not. It was definitely in the 90s.
I don't know.
The movie The Titanic? Absolutely. There's no way that movie. 1997, yeah.
97, yeah. Okay. Hey, my question for you. Thank you. You're the best, man. You really are.
I appreciate that, David. You're the best.
I'm looking forward to the Spaceballs.
Yeah. Listen, after when the John Candy documentary came out, or at least news when I first heard about the John Candy documentary coming out, I kind of went on a little bit of a John Candy kick, and I just watched Spaceballs not too long ago. Tremendous. Love it. And it was the best Halloween costume I have ever worn. I went to a thrift shop and found like an overall kind of outfit. I had the overalls. I bought a big stuffed bunny, and I cut them in pieces and used them for. I used the fur for a tail and for on my shoes. Painted my face. I had ears. The whole thing. You gotta put a picture of that. You gotta put that on your.
No, you gotta put that on your profile.
I was a Mog, half man, half dog. I was my own best friend for Halloween.
There you go.
It was the best. Best Halloween costume ever.
Hey, I love what you're talking about the coaches, bro. And I just want to know your take on Dayball this week, and because it's almost like a must-win. They're on the road, but do you really put the loss on Dayball from last week? I mean, is that on him? From
listen. He's the head coach, so he's responsible for all the wins and losses. On some level, he gets it next to his name. And thank you for the call, Dave. But no, I don't think he did anything. I disagree with Tiki. I do. You could make a very strong argument, and Tiki does, that you should have run the football instead of putting it in Jackson Dart's hands 3rd and 5. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not saying Tiki's logic isn't correct. I'm not saying that, in hindsight being 2020, absolutely, why not? You can't do worse than losing the game, so run it. But in that moment, I had absolutely no issue with it. In that moment, I expected it. In that moment, I think you got to trust your own quarterback. I have no problem with it. I don't think it's an egregious error. I know as much about football as Tiki Barber. Right, there you go. You love that one. You really like that one. So you could disagree with it. Even if you do, I don't think it's egregious. I can't think of one thing in that game where I went, my God, Dable, what are you thinking? Right? I don't think he did anything to cost the team. Other than you could argue, if you despise the rushing 3 and dropping 8 for the first play of the final drive of the game that sets up the field goal, if you despise that play call, which I don't like it, but I think it's much more on the execution of the players in that moment than it is the play call, but fine. And by the way, Burns has come out and tweeted, and Carl Banks reacted to it. So unless Carl Banks got fooled, I didn't actually go back and check Burns' actual Twitter, but there was a picture of Burns' Twitter saying that was taken out of context. He has no problem with his coach or the play call. But that in reference to that video of him walking through the corridor of the building after the game, talking about he yelled dropping 8. You can hear that clearly. He says he has no problem with the call or the coach. Take it for what it's worth. He said it. He has no reason to lie. He could have just not said anything. But, I could argue if you despise that play call, and if Brian Dable despised the play call because he was yelling at Bowen after the game, that's on you. That's on you. There was time. There was time to make sure this happened in Dallas, where they rushed 3 and dropped 8, and they played even a worse, really off-the-ball defense and played a zone as opposed to the man-to-man they played in this call. But still, they only rushed 3 and gave him all kinds of time to make a play. If you don't like that, if you are furious with that call, if it's worthy of yelling at Bowen because he made the call, if the team doesn't like the call, if you felt that same call cost you in Dallas and it won't happen again, as soon as the touchdown is called good from Jackson Dart, you're kicking the ball off. You go to the defensive coordinator and you say, we are not dropping 8. We're rushing and going after the quarterback. You're the head coach of the team. He had every opportunity to make sure that defensive call was the exact call he wanted. Now, I know he's an offensive coach, and I know Bowen's the defensive coordinator, but if you felt strongly enough where you're going to yell at the coach after the game, and they haven't admitted or he hasn't admitted that was the reason he did it, but if you are that mad about that call, that's partially on you, because that wasn't just in the moment. It wasn't the 4th play call of a drive. It wasn't that was touchdown, extra point missed, time, kickoff. You had all day to go to your defensive coordinator and say, we're not rushing 3 on first down. Go get them. But other than that, yeah, I don't put the game on Brian Dable at all. At all. I don't. And moving into this game, is this a must-win for the New York Giants? If they want to go to the playoffs, yes. If they want to go to the playoffs, almost every game the rest of the way is a must-win. Obviously not quite that dramatic, but that's what it feels like. 2-5, you can't go to 2-6. You got to go win this game. But is it a must-win for Jackson Dart? Is it a must-win for Brian Dable? Is it a must-win for Giant fans who want to believe in the future of this team? No. But, it depends on how you want to look at it. Ultimately, most importantly, is winning. Do they need to win this game if they want to have a winning season and be a threat the rest of the way to the NFC playoffs? Yes. It's a must-win. At 0-3 when they went to this quarterback, did I think this game would be a must-win? No. Will I still take positives of it if they go into Philadelphia and give them a hell of a game and Jackson Dart throws 3 touchdown passes and plays incredibly well and they lose, 28 24, depending on the manner in which they lose it? No. Like, unfortunately, this season, to me, when you go to the rookie quarterback at 0-3, the season has a different expectation and viewpoint. Now, they won 2 out of 3 games and did it in impressive fashion, and suddenly expectations changed. And expectations changed because of the quarterback and because of the job the coach was doing with the quarterback. So expectations changed. And I'm with you, and Sunday was extremely infuriating and crazy, but I still feel good about the trajectory of this team. I think they're going up. I think they're playing well. I think they found their quarterback. That's the biggest question. Was this team going to go win a Super Bowl anyway? The question is, they found their quarterback. That is the biggest part of this season, without question. It's more important than the wins. Finding the quarterback is the most important thing. Now, having said that, wins are pretty damn important. They blew one. And yes, if they want to continue to be a threat, at least at any level, they got to go win this game against Philadelphia. David in Rockland. What's up, David?
What's going on, Chris? How are
What's up, buddy? How are you? Good.
I'm good. 2 quick Jackson Dart questions. Number 1, if you were to compare him to one quarterback in the NFL, who would it be? And number 2, what do you think Jackson's ceiling is as a quarterback?
Well, if I were to pick between who?
If you were able to compare Jackson Dart to one quarterback.
Oh, if I were able to compare him to one quarterback, who would it be? And
his skill set, yeah.
Yeah, and then what was the second one?
Second one is what's the ceiling for this quarterback? What do you like? Where do you see him?
The second one is really hard to answer, David, and thank you for the call. What's the ceiling of this quarterback? The ceiling of this quarterback is a franchise. Like, how could I tell you any more than just a franchise quarterback? I mean, right now, what we've seen through 4 games, I could go crazy and say, what's the ceiling? The ceiling is an MVP level quarterback. I don't know how, is that crazy to say? It's really pushing the limits of what I believe he could be, but from what we've seen, is it possible? Have we seen like Jaden Daniels? I think right now we would think off of last year that his ceiling is MVP. What has Jackson Dart done in these 4 games that wouldn't tell you that if everything breaks right, if he continues to progress, if he takes what he's done now and improves on it, he could be Josh Allen. He could be an NFL MVP. That's the ceiling for Jackson Dart. Is that a realistic ceiling? I don't know. But 4 games in with how he's played, it's open if I wanted to take it. But I don't need MVP. Eli Manning never came close to being an MVP. That's why that's why I didn't make the Hall of Fame. That's why we have that debate. Is Eli Manning a Hall of Famer? Is Paul Rosenberg is left, but that's his favorite subject to talk about whenever you need calls. Just bring up Eli Manning, like right now, right? It's no secret. I'm rambling forever about 1995. I don't have a call. So what I could do right now is just give you the Eli Manning's not a Hall of Famer and just say that pretty loudly, and boom, this thing will light up like a Christmas tree. But there's a reason for it, because he wasn't a great week-to-week, Sunday-to-Sunday, year-to-year player. He wasn't. He was never even in the realm of the NFL MVP conversation, ever. Giant fans, you have to, even if you think Eli's elite, and I do, and Eli's a Hall of Famer, and I do, you have to be open to that. You have to be honest with that. He was never his brother. He's not even close to Tom Brady. He's not Drew Brees. He's not, Dan Marino. He's not John Elway. He was a solid, tough as nails, play every week through whatever was bothering him, make every big play down the stretch of the game, had 2 amazing playoff runs, and won 2 Super Bowl MVPs. And I would sign for Jackson Dart to be that exact player in blood right now. So what's my hope for his level of ceiling? My hope is he's the franchise quarterback for the next 15 years. I think you would have to sign for that. I don't know what that means as far as championships. I don't know what that means as far as real, level of high-level winning. I can tell you right now, I would sign in blood for 15 years from now, talking about how Jackson Dart's finishing up his great Giant career. I'd settle for that. I would sign for that right now. because that means that means a real good level of success. And I don't know how you wouldn't sign for that. And we'll see what that gets them. But yeah, if you're going to be pie in the sky about it, he's shown you enough to say right now the ceiling's MVP. And I think Josh Allen's game is similar, right? There's been, the coach said his game is similar. Now he's worked with Josh Allen, so he's got a close look to it. His ability to run, his toughness, his ability to throw down the field. When he first started playing, Jalen Hurts was a name that was thrown around for, his kind of style of play. He moves inside the pocket. There are the design runs, but his ability to scramble, and that's what the Denver defense was talking about. That's what Nick Bonito was talking about when he said, his ability to maneuver inside the pocket was even better than we thought. We game planned for it. We had a spy for him. We knew that was part of his skill set, and it was better than we thought it was. I mean, he's elite at that already. His ability to maneuver inside the pocket while keeping his eyes down the field to make a play is, it's as good as there. It feels like, and maybe I'm being hyperbolic here with just what we're used to from Giant quarterbacks over the last couple of years. It feels like it's as good as anyone in the NFL. Just watching it, his ability to maneuver inside the pocket while keeping his eyes down the field looking for plays, it feels as good as anyone in the NFL. That might be a little bit much, but honestly, watching the game, it's what it felt like. And for a rookie, it's freaking bananas. It's the best I've ever seen for a rookie. Jaden Daniels has a skill set, and the way he played last year was incredible. He's even more of a kind of able to get out of pressure and make plays with his legs than we've even seen from Jackson Dart yet. He had a great year. We have a lot more to see from Jackson Dart to tell you it's the best I've ever seen a rookie play. But that specific ability of maneuvering inside the pocket, going left, going right, backing up, stepping up, running right, rolling left, and doing it all in complete calmness while looking down the field, I don't know if I've ever seen a rookie do that better. That's how he's elite at that. And that's a special quality. And that's what I said. When you say that a quarterback has it's hard to define what it is. That would be the easiest thing for me to pinpoint as it. When you talk about it, he's in the eye of the storm, doing a million different things, and it just looks comfortable. It just looks comfortable. That's as close to being able to define it as I can come. If you have a better one, 888-808-1019. But for me, when we say a quarterback has it, he's in the eye of the storm. He's got bodies all around him. He's got 300-pound men trying to take him down, and he can just step left while looking down the field. He can back up. He can step forward. He is just, and it's calm, and it's special. And that's, at least for Jackson Dart, for me, at least the beginnings of what it is. Let's go to Alex in New Haven. What's up, Alex?
Hey, Big Mac. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy. What's going on?
I was just wondering, I know Judge is obviously more talented, but when both of their respective careers are done, who do you think is going to be more beloved in New York, Jackson Dart or Aaron Judge?
All right. Aaron Judge is going to be the better player. I mean, we are talking about one of the great right-handed hitters of all time. Like, that's what we're talking about. He's most likely going to win his third MVP. He's the best hitter in the sport. I don't think Jackson Dart is going to be the same level of player that Aaron Judge is. Aaron Judge is the best hitter in the game. I don't know if we'll ever say that Jackson Dart is the best quarterback in the game. We'll see. That would be great. It's too hard to fathom. It's too hard to put that on him. But I will say this. Unless Aaron Judge wins multiple championships, because of the nature of the New York Yankees and the expectations of winning championships, the difference in the sport where they're allowed to spend as much money as they want, there's just penalties for it, as opposed to the cap in the NFL. The nature of what the Giants have been over the last, 10, 12 years, or 14 years since the championship. The expectations are different. Aaron Judge has been there and failed at times. If Jackson Dart leads the Giants to a Super Bowl, that will count as 2 or 3 championships for Aaron Judge. Because the fan base is already just furious and practically toxic with the Yankees. One will be more of a relief than an excitement. When they win a championship, it will be more of a like, whew, thank God we don't have to talk about the 15 years. What an embarrassing this franchise has been. Thankfully, that's over. Now go out and win another. Like, that's it. The Yankee fan base, it's going to celebrate, and the parade's going to be great, but there's going to be no, like, I don't think the fan base right now is in it. There is so much vitriol for the people making the decisions that I think it will be more thought of as long as it's, Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone, it's going to be more of a like, finally, these every squirrel finds a nut. I don't think there'll be excitement. I'm not saying we won't be excited as Yankee fans. There'll be a huge parade. Everyone will be great, but it will be, all right, go win another. It will be special if the Giants win a Super Bowl. If Jackson Dart leads them to a Super Bowl, it will be, holy cow, unbelievable. What a great, like, Aaron Judge has to win multiple because the fan base has different expectations. And although it should be the Giants that have built up such a toxic relationship with the fan base, it feels like it's worse with the Yankees because they keep getting there and hitting their heads against the wall and not being able to get over the top, where the Giants are just lousy. And it would be, oh, my God, they won. Amazing. Where the Yankees would be, finally, you bunch of bums figured it out. Let's hope you could do it again. Probably go right back to losing in the ALDS next year. That's probably how the fan base will handle it. So to be beloved, Aaron Judge is going to have to do a hell of a lot more than Jackson Dart would have to do. And again, the other thing is, Jackson Dart has much more of a tangible ability to control it. The quarterback of a football team has a lot more to do with the success of the team than a right fielder hitting one of 9 players that a baseball player does. So, like, Jackson Dart, if he wins it, most likely he's the Super Bowl MVP. He's the most important player on the team. He's the one who impacts the game more than anyone else. So if he wins the Super Bowl, it's almost, quarterbacks are like, right fielders inherently aren't shaped by championships. You don't look at every right fielder and base their career based on championships. You look at every quarterback and base their career on Super Bowls. That's it. That's it. You base their careers on Super Bowl. Eli Manning wouldn't even be in the Hall of Fame conversation if he didn't win 2 Super Bowls. So I think if Jackson Dart leads this team to a championship, he will be more beloved than Aaron Judge. If they each win 1, the answer is Jackson Dart. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll start where we normally start and take in the next 3 hours till 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. 888-808-1019. Be right back.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There's something about this team that is frustrating because they are so good, yet they don't know how to win.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental, from the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
If you're tired of dealing with neck pain, backaches, even sciatica, stop messing around and go see my guys at Samwell Institute for Pain Management. That's Dr. Shah, Dr. Ko, and Dr. Siddhapara. They've got offices in Colonia, Inglewood, and Livingston, and here's the best part. They focus on non-opioid, minimally invasive, non-surgical treatments. Real solutions that can actually get you back to feeling like yourself again. Don't take my word for it. Thousands of 5-star reviews trust Samwell. So turn to Samwell Pain for relief. Go to SamwellPain.com. That's SamwellPain.com.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with WipeWall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step, telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo, mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Stations.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Jets are the only winless team in the league, but Woody Johnson not buying that this is a team issue.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good. We got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something. Otherwise, it's hard to have a game that you could win.
So Woody throwing all the blame on Justin Fields, and no surprise, reports have surfaced. Aaron Glenn's going to turn things over to Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Bengals. Devils dismissed Maple Leafs 5-2. Jack Hughes a hat trick. Islanders have been the Sharks 4-3. Matthew Schaefer goal and assist. Ilya Sorokin stopped 33 shots. And the Knicks begin their season with the Cavs later tonight. No Mitchell Robinson and Josh Hart. Karl Anthony Towns questionable. Right quad strain. 58 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 2:05. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. If you're just tuning in, where the hell have you been? Check the schedule, would you? 5-hour midnight ride. We've been on for 2 hours. We got another 3 coming your way. 888-808-1019. Talked a lot of football. We get ready for the Knicks opening their season tonight. We talked a lot about the NBA opening up last night and the NBA on NBC and how great it felt to watch that and hear the jingle. I know it's cliched and everybody agrees, but for a reason, because it was awesome. Loved every second of it. Looking forward to this Knicks season. Looking forward to Jackson Dart. We'll get into Russell Wilson a little bit as well, and going back at Sean Payton, which I thought was absolutely fair. 100% fair. 888-808-1019. But let's get back to the calls. I've been talking a lot. John in Maspeth. What's up, John?
Yeah, C-Mac, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Doing good. So, I was, I had this conversation with a friend over the past couple of days, right? Mm-hmm. Now, it really doesn't pertain much to you since you're a Giants fan, and I'm sure your kids are also Giants fans, right?
Yes.
Now,
they have other favorite teams, but yes, they both like the Giants. We're very upset they lost, but they like the Lions. One of them likes the Lions, and one of them likes the Chiefs because they're front runners.
Oh, yeah, front runners. So, anyways, let's take someone like Evan or BT who are diehard Jets fans.
Okay.
And they have young kids, and I'm sure there's a lot of Jets fans that are listening right now who have young children who, they're going through misery right now, but their young children are kind of like free agents in a way, like front runners, and now they're looking at the Giants, and all the kids at school are talking about Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboot and how they're so cool and bringing all this aura, and they're the team with the swag now, doing a little dance, and it's like, I want to know how these parents that are Jets fans are like dealing with this. Like, you want your kid to grow up to follow your team, so you guys can root together when you're older, go to the games together, root for your team. And it's just like, I feel bad for these, Jets fans that now gotta, now gotta watch their kids, more than likely grow up as a Giants fan or something.
I know.
While your Jets are just falling apart every year.
I know, but John, imagine trying to take, have your son or child be a Yankee fan with Brian Cashman running it. I mean, it's almost as bad. It's almost as bad being a Yankee fan with Brian Cashman running things. It's almost as bad, John.
Listen, hopefully Brian Cashman's not still in. Listen.
I hear you. No,
his name is Brian Steinbrenner.
Yeah, I hear you saying. Look, I don't. This is you're talking about parenting advice, on some level, because people say that, right? I don't want to put my kids into this. I don't want to bring them into this life. It's caused me nothing but misery and pain. I kind of would I'm under the belief I've kind of let my kids kind of find themselves. They end up rooting for who I root for because I'm passionate and they watch me and they get into it. So we were watching the Denver Broncos game. We were high-fiving when Jackson Dart scored that touchdown. They were just inconsolable when they lost. Like they'll event, like they came with it. They liked the line when they first started watching football was the opening day 2 years ago, or at least one of the first games. And it was Chiefs versus Lions, and they just took sides, and that's kind of been it. And my son Andrew loves the Lions now, and he has a Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey, and Tommy has a Patrick Mahomes jersey, but we watch the Giants every week and we root for the Giants. I think it's just, I don't know, whatever. If the Giants were terrible and the Jets were great, like it's also watching the games and being able to watch it in New York. I'd rather be local at least, but if they wanted to be Jet fans, I don't think I would push that hard on it. I don't think I would say, no, we're Giant fans in this house. If they wanted to be Met fans, thankfully they're both Yankee fans. I'm lucky enough to take them to a lot of games, so I think that's helped a lot. But if they wanted to be Jet fans, if they wanted to be Met fans, I really don't think I'd push that hard on it. I would have more of a problem with just being like, oh, I love Justin Jefferson. I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan, like forever. I know, because I use that because G is a Vikings fan, or for years, I guess he's kind of lost it a little bit with Sal, but he was a Vikings, Atlanta Falcons fan. Like that one would be weird to me. Like if Andrew and Tommy if they really grow up and become like diehard Lions fans, I mean, that's weird. We can hardly watch. I guess by then all the games will just be a la carte and I could, direct it straight to my brain and watch it with my closed eyelids. I don't know. But like, I'm just saying, like, it could be hard to watch the games together and everything. We're not going to be able to go to any of the games because they play in Detroit. Like, so that, but as long as it's local, I don't think I'd push back. If I really felt like I was a Jet fan and this sucks and my team sucks and Jackson Dart's like the new thing and next year the Giants, win 10, 11 games and the Jets are still miserable and Jackson Dart's the toast of the town and my kids want to be Giant fans, like I don't think I'd push hard back. It depends on how old. Like if it's like 15 and 16-year-old kids who've already been doing it for years and we've been going to games for years and we've been tailgating for years and they've been Jet fans and now they want to make the change, I guess that would be different. But like my kids who half pay attention, they watch the game with me a little bit while they're doing a million other things. And, if they suddenly decided, the next great player, like say they draft Mendoza, right? And he becomes the greatest rookie of all time and takes the Jets to the AFC Championship game next year. And they decide and Jackson Dart flames out and they want to be Jet fans. I really don't think I'm that guy that would insist on, no, we are a Giant family. I don't think I would. I really don't think I would. And I fully admit the Yankees would be tougher because the Met-Yankee thing is a different dynamic. The Giant-Jet thing is really not a real rivalry. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd be surprised. There's a couple, right? We had, I remember, and I apologize because I'm going to call him Turtle, and I know his name, but it's, I'm drawing a blank on it for a second. No, Turtle, not Kevin Connolly. Ferrara. Jerry Ferrara. He came in and filled in for, was it Evan? No, he came in and filled in for Craig. He came in and filled in for Craig one day, and he was talking about it, and he's a Giant fan, and he said the team he hates the most is the Jets. And I was like flabbergasted by that. I'm like, you hate the Jets more than the Eagles. You hate the Jets more than the Cowboys. You hate the Jets more than the Redskins, Commanders. Seriously? Yeah, I hate the Jets. Grew up with Jet fans around me. I'm like, I don't know how in the world that's possible. Like they play each other once every 4 years. Them meeting in the Super Bowl is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard in my life. Like they play every 4 years. I root for the Jets. That's the easiest. Of all the opposite city teams to root for, it's the easiest. There is no reason not to root for the Jets if you're a Giant fan. Who cares? Because they share the building? Because Rex Ryan had some stupid things to say 100 million years ago? Who cares? So if my kids wanted to be Jet fans, I would have no problem with it. None. Blake and Brick. What's up, Blake?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Caller.
Thank you for making it, Blake.
Hell yeah. So I heard you talking before about Eli Manning not being a Hall of Famer, and I'm here to make a case for that. And I gotta say, on the sole purpose of the criteria of the Hall of Fame, right? It's can you tell the story of the NFL without this player? Mm-hmm. And I think arguably you cannot tell the story of the NFL without Eli Manning beating Tom Brady, the Dynasty Patriots, the 1 year, the undefeated Patriots in the Super Bowl twice. And the significance of those two Super Bowls alone, I think he's a Hall of Famer. That's all I got to say, but thank you.
You got it, Blake. I appreciate it. And thank you for proving me right. You say Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame, out come the calls. There's no doubt. It doesn't matter. Blake, first-time caller. I've never called before. I happened to be in the car for 5 seconds, and I heard you say Eli Manning's not a Hall of Famer. And let me tell you why, you moron. That's it. And I didn't say Eli Manning.
Catnip is less effective on cats.
Yes, exactly right. Literally, there is nothing. There is not better bait for anything like worms and fish. There's no greater bait than the Eli Manning's not a Hall of Famer to the WFAN sports call.
He took over for Pete Rose. Especially because Eli's a local player.
Right, yeah, no, the Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame debate is another one. That was forever. You could mention that at any moment.
Pete Rose, steroids, and now Eli.
Steroids, Eli.
But because Eli is local, Eli is number one.
Yep. I didn't say Eli wasn't a Hall of Famer. I tend to agree with you. I don't know if I would put it as plainly as you do that the Hall of Fame is based on can you tell the story of the NFL without that player. I like, it's a clever way to put it. I don't know if I fully agree with that entirely. But yeah, I think those 2 championship runs, when you talk about his durability and still the numbers he put up other than win-loss, which he's a 500 quarterback, which is significant. Because, again, Super Bowls, win-losses, those all go next to the name of the quarterback. To be a 500 quarterback, to throw as many interceptions as he did throughout his career, but the amount of touchdown passes he threw, the amount of consecutive games he played, the playing here in New York and going on 2 of the more improbable and probably the most improbable Super Bowl run in history, I don't disagree with you. I think that makes you a Hall of Famer. But what I will say is, and I think people get way too upset about it when people make the counter argument, because the counter argument is fair. That's all I'll say. I agree. Me personally, if I'm voting for the Hall of Fame, Eli Manning's in. But I don't think it's crazy. Like, people get furious like you're an idiot if you don't think Eli Manning's a Hall of Famer. It's a valid debate. Because outside of those 2 years, he never won a playoff game. He's a 500 regular season player. He won just as much as he lost. He never won a playoff game outside of those playoff runs. And he was never, like when you said the Hall of Fame is about you can't tell the story without that player. I've always viewed the Hall of Fame as that player had to be one of the best players in the game for a certain amount of time. And I don't think Eli Manning was ever one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He was just never one of those guys. He was never up for an MVP. He was never in the conversation for an MVP. He wasn't his brother. He wasn't Tom Brady. He wasn't Drew Brees. He just wasn't. And at some point, you had to be in that conversation for some point. There had to be a 2-year span where you were in that conversation normally. But those 2 championships are enough for me. I'm with you. They're that special. But typically, an average NFL player or baseball player or basketball player, you had to be at the top of the sport for a certain amount of time. Eli Manning was never at the top of the sport. Never. We talk about Don Mattingly not getting in. Don Mattingly had a 3-4 year period where he was arguably the best hitter in the game and still not in the Hall of Fame. Eli Manning never had that run of being at the top of the NFL, ever. Great comebacks, right? Fourth quarter, historic fourth quarter comebacks and big-time plays. And I would argue that his throw to Manningham in the second Super Bowl is the greatest throw in NFL history. I think you can make that argument, that his throw to Manningham, he's looking on the other side of the field, he quickly turns his head and immediately launches it, and it is right on the sideline in the bucket. It is the perfect throw. I could argue that circumstances, the game, it's obviously the Super Bowl, they're going down the field to beat the Patriots for the second time, Tom Brady, Bill Belichick. That is, in my mind, the greatest throw in NFL history. So, yeah, you can't tell the story of the NFL without Eli Manning. But was he ever top of the sport? Was he ever close to top of the sport? No. It's a fair argument. I'm on the Eli Manning side of it, but it is a fair argument. Abraham in Brooklyn. What's up, Abraham?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up? How you doing, T?
I'm doing well, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to ask you a question.
Hold on, Abraham. Try one more time. You're in slow motion here. You're underwater. Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. I got hello, and then after hello, we weren't able to hear you. Try and call back. But another Eli Manning call. I told you. Eli Manning. You mention his name, you get it. That's it. You mention Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame, and suddenly there you are. Talking about Eli Manning and whether or not he's a Hall of Famer. 888-808-1019. I do want to talk about this Titanic thing at some point because it's so silly. And when I tell you, you're going to be like, why are you even telling me this? But it literally made me mad. So just real quick. The movie The Titanic, because we like to talk movies. I got to incorporate the Saturday matinee into the Saturday show. I got to start doing movie talk. I've had this theory about the Titanic, and maybe I'll get to that too. I've told the story a bunch about Rose at the end and how dare she go into heaven and be with Jack when she had a family and everything. I've done that a bunch. But I saw something scrolling, and I have no idea how long ago it was. But forget my thing for a second, where I've always felt like Rose, she's the old lady. She had a granddaughter. That's her granddaughter that sees the television and tells her to call and everything. So she has a grandchild. So she had a family. She had a husband. She had a family. She passes away as an older woman years and years, 80 years later. And when she goes to heaven, she goes to see Jack. Like, what about her husband who's been waiting for her for all these years in the afterlife, waiting for his wife to return to him? And she's like, no, sorry, I'm going to go spend eternity with a guy I had a weekend on a boat with. Like, I always had a problem with that. I always thought that poor schlub who was married to this woman and built a life with her, waiting for her in the afterlife. And she's like, no, remember that time I told you I was on the Titanic? Yeah, I'm just going to spend eternity with him. But forget that one for a second. Obviously, the big controversy about the Titanic that everybody talks about is whether or not Jack could have got up on the door or whatever piece of wood they're floating on at the end, that she lives, he dies. And that there was room for both of them. I've even seen the question be asked to Leonardo DiCaprio while promoting another movie, and he's like, I'm not talking about it, and laughing. He's like, I'm not getting into that subject. So that's the big controversy of the movie. I was scrolling through social media, and again, I don't know if this video is 10 years old, a week old, 15 years old. I have no idea. But James Cameron, the director of the film, along with, I guess, doctors and scientists or whatever, are literally conducting an experiment to find out whether or not it would have been capable for Jack to get on the door or whatever piece of wood. And they put two people through the conditions in icy cold water. And floating in this ice cold water, they have oxygen attached to their nose just to keep safe. This poor guy is trying to push his arms up to get on the boat, and he's shaking and he's blue. And I'm like, why are you putting people through this? To what? Just to answer the all-time question of whether or not Jack could have got on the door? Take it from The Sopranos. Let's just leave it up to interpretation. You didn't put him on the boat. Maybe he could have, maybe he couldn't. Why are we putting and subjecting two people through these torturous conditions just to prove the theory? I honestly was like, this is crazy. It makes me, I don't know why, I had a visceral reaction to it. James Cameron's like, now look, you might be, if you were in this situation, you might be so inclined to try and help him. So why don't you try, it's freezing. These people are shaking. Get them out of the water and get them a hot cocoa. What are you doing? To prove some stupid movie theory? I was astounded. Astounded. I know that's a weird, convoluted thing, but every once in a while something jumps. I was like, I have to tell the people. The people must know. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the fan. We're going to try Abraham one more time, see if he got a better line. Abraham, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I just want to talk about Eli Manning.
Yeah, let's get it out real quick because I have no faith in your phone line. So what do you got?
All right. Look, listen, I want to say this. I don't think Tom Brady could have did with the Giants with the line that he had with it. Eli would have had the Patriots. It'd have been different, just how we see with Indiana Jones. All right, boom, we're going to clear that up. And nobody's better than the Beatles. We're going to clear that up. Chill out. All right?
Yes.
Boom. And another one, too. I mess with you, T-Mac. Chill out. Listen, and I'm going to tell you this, another one. Judge is not better than Guerrero.
Judge is not better than Vladimir Guerrero Jr.?
He's not better than him.
Okay.
He's not better than him or Kyle Lowry.
Or better than Kyle Lowry?
Yeah, whoever that is, the guy from the Mariners. The Mariners. the catcher.
Yeah,
what's his name?
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, whatever, man. I probably got it mixed up with
That's
a basketball
okay. Yeah,
player.
I thought you were doing Bad Boys. Mike Lowry.
Mike Lowry.
Yeah. Come on, Abraham. I know you're trying to get me. No. Vladimir Guerrero is having one hell of a postseason. He is not better than Aaron Judge. That's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not even in the same. They're not in the same realm. They're just not. I don't even have to go through the numbers. Judge is so far better a hitter, so far superior hitter. He's having a great playoff run. He's taking it to another level, and he's playing with a ferociousness. Like you could see it on his face that he wants this bad, and he's playing like that. I'll give it to him. He looks like a freaking monster right now. He looks like he won't be denied. He's not better than Judge. He's not close to better than Judge. Ralph in West Hempstead. What's up, Ralph?
Hey, we talk about Eli. I guess I could look up the stats, though, but Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls.
He certainly
did. Kurt Warner, I believe, only won 1 Super Bowl. Why is he in the Hall of Fame?
Because it's not just Super Bowls, because he won MVPs, because he was the best quarterback in the league, running the greatest show on turf for years.
Well, you made a point. You said to be considered, you gotta dominate the sport for a 2-year window kind of thing.
Well, he has to dominate the sport for a 2-year window, couple-year window. You have to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league. I believe Kurt Warner won 2 MVPs.
Okay, because I only, as a Giant fan, I go back to Y.A. Tittle and Sam Huff and Andy Robustelli. But, when the Giants won with Eli, with Bill Parcells and then Eli, okay, that's great. But as far as I know, Kurt out in St. Louis or where I was like, oh, he won a Super Bowl. I didn't realize, like I said, I could look up the stats. I didn't know he dominated the stats and the MVPs. But all I know is he was, packing groceries in a grocery store. Next thing I know, he won a Super Bowl. I didn't know between the high and the low that he was that good. Are you telling me he was that good?
Yes,
I guess I got to look it up.
He won 2 MVPs. He was the NFL MVP twice. He won 1 Super Bowl. He went to 3. He went to 2 with the Rams, and then he went to a 3rd with the Cardinals and lost to the Steelers. But he's a 2-time MVP, and without question, I mean, he had 3 consecutive years. I mean, you look at those 3 years. Now, again, he also had longevity, although he started his career late. He started at 28 years old, but he played till 38, and he was still doing it at 38. But you look at 3 consecutive years, from 99 to 2001, there's black print all over his reference page. I mean, he led the league in completion percentage all those 3 years. He led the league in yards once, but 4,300, 3,400, 4,800. He led the league in touchdowns twice in those 3 years, TD percentage twice in those 3 years, QB rating twice out of those, yards per game twice out of those 3 years, yards per catch out of those 3 years. Him and that offense were something incredibly special. They were a dominant football team, and he won 2 MVPs. And he won a Super Bowl. So, yeah, Kurt Warner had a better, again, MVP twice. Kurt Warner had a better career. Kurt Warner was a dominant football player. I bet you, I'm not even sure if Eli Manning had 2 years where he was in the MVP voting. And he won it twice. I'm not trying to tell you that, Kurt Warner was so much, during the regular season, he was. He was a more dominant football player during the regular season. Now, he had great teams, don't get me wrong, yeah. He had the greatest show on turf. He had Marshall Faulk, who might very well be the greatest dual-purpose back in the history of the NFL. He had Bruce. He had an incredible, talented team. But he also threw for a ton of yards, a ton of touchdowns. And his overall winning percentage, his overall QB record was 67-49. Now, he also was hurt a lot, especially at the end of his St. Louis days. He only started 6 games in 2002, 1 game in 2003. Then he started 9 for the Giants, and that was an injury. They went to Eli Manning. But even finished strong down the stretch, took the Cardinals to a Super Bowl. Yeah, he's worthy of the Hall of Fame. He was a great player. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Come back with more of your calls right here on The Fan.
It may be the off-season for the Bombers and Amazons, but there's no off-season for Yankees and Mets talk. Get the latest here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is J.J. Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill. We're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line of duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen and DePrisco LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 2:35. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Halfway through our 5-hour midnight ride right here on The Fan. All right, so let's talk a little. We're talking Giants, obviously. A lot of Jackson Dart. Suddenly Eli Manning. You mentioned Eli Manning. Here they come. But obviously, let me pull up the exact tweet. Russell Wilson, who, let's be honest, all right, I don't know if I feel bad for necessarily, but Russell Wilson probably was given some sort more of a promise than what ended up happening. He probably had an understanding of probably being given more of a chance than what he actually got. There's no doubt about it. Let's see if I can pull up the exact tweet. So I do feel bad for him on that angle of it, right? He comes to the Giants after, leading the Steelers to the playoffs, struggling down the stretch, losing in the postseason, and he comes here because he's been told he's going to play for a while, young kid drafted, blah, blah, blah. He has an incredible game against the Dallas Cowboys, but outside of that was atrocious, and the coach decides to move on to the young quarterback who clearly at this time was better and clearly is better. And it's probably a tough time for him. And I know he's had a great career. I know he's won a Super Bowl. I know he's got a beautiful wife and a beautiful family and has made a ton of money in his career. And he'll be just fine. But I still do. Right now has got to be a tough time for Russ Wilson. You saw him during the game with his helmet on the sideline. And I'm sure because of the way things ended in Denver and the way things ended with Sean Payton, he was expecting and hopeful to get an opportunity, when he signed, to go play that game in Denver. He probably figured, I like this team. I still believe in myself. I'll win enough games where it'll justify going to play week 7 against the Denver Broncos. And instead, he's on the sidelines being benched by a rookie quarterback who clearly outplayed him and has now transformed the Giants, and his role is backup. And when he steps on the field in MetLife, he gets booed out of the building. So, again, I understand it. It's the business. It's the nature of the business. And he has had an incredible career, a Hall of Fame, borderline Hall of Fame type level career. He'll be just fine. But obviously it ended bad between him and Sean Payton as they did what the Giants did to Daniel Jones. They pretty much moved on from him because his contract would have been guaranteed had he gotten injured. And they didn't want to see that with the amount of money he was making. So he was benched and then jettisoned. And he probably is holding a lot of ill will about how it ended with Sean Payton and with the Denver Broncos. So when at the end of the game, I don't know if you've heard this, but Sean Payton, while talking to the media after the game, is talking a little bit about the Giants and the organization and his respect for the organization and how well he knows John Mara and how it goes back to Bill Parcells and everything that we all, know his connection to the New York Giants. And he says, I was talking to John Mara before the game, and he said, obviously they got a spark with this young quarterback. And I was talking to John Mara before the game, and I told him I was really hopeful that change wouldn't happen until after you played us. Now, he didn't specifically, at least not in the clips of that comment that have been out there on social media, he doesn't specifically mention Russell Wilson, but he literally just said, I was really hopeful that you would have stuck with Russell. You know, I mean, that's pretty much what he's saying. I wish this change didn't happen before you played us. I'd rather have Russell Wilson out there because he's not good. Like, that's what's inferred. That's what's insinuated. And Russell Wilson tweeted back at him today. Now, he doesn't mention him, but we all know what he's talking about. And Russell Wilson tweeted today, classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Emoji with sunglasses, emoji crying, emoji laughing. Let's ride. Hashtag let's ride. I honestly think that is a tremendous shot back from Russell Wilson. He mentions the bounty gate and what cost him his job in New Orleans. I just thought it was a quick, clear response because there's no way to not take that as a dig. And clearly the relationship between him and Sean Payton wasn't good, right? Obviously, it was a disaster year one with one of the worst head coaches, and then Jets will tell you offensive coordinators we've ever seen. And then Sean Payton comes in and there's immediate talk about, well, I don't know about guys with their own offices, and we're going to come in here, and that was the worst coaching job that I've ever seen done, and we're going to change things. And clearly he meant Russell Wilson was too comfortable out in Denver, making too much money. They cut him. They released him. And now, honestly, I don't disagree. It was a needless shot. There was no reason to say. I was talking to John Mara, and I told him, I wish you weren't playing this quarterback, knowing Russell Wilson was the quarterback. It's a shot at Russell Wilson. There's no way around it. It is a direct shot at Russell Wilson, who, in fairness, if this were last year and he's starting for the Pittsburgh Steelers and winning games for the Pittsburgh Steelers, or at least just still playing in the NFL, and you want to take shots, I have less of a problem with it than taking shots now. The dude's career is pretty much over. He had one last shot, he failed, and now he's the backup quarterback to a rookie week 7. This has got to be a tough time for him, and that's when you want to take shots at Russell Wilson? I agree. It was classless. It was classless. And good for Russell Wilson. We didn't make much of it, but that is a dig right at Russell Wilson in a very difficult time for that guy. And I don't know how much they dislike each other. I don't know what happened there, but to bring up the bounty gate, didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Now, to be fair, someone must have fed him. That's the only thing I'll say is I don't think it's genuine. Someone must have fed him that line because he literally tweeted it out like 10 hours ago. Like, the game ended on Sunday. That thing's been around for a while. 10 hours ago, he decides to put that out there. Someone mentioned to him, oh, he's bounty gating through the media. And he's like, that's a great line. And then he put out the tweet. But I do feel bad for Russell Wilson because I thought he played well against Dallas. I thought, they were going to be able to win. I thought they were going to win both the first 2 games of the year. They might have with Jackson Dart. Russell Wilson couldn't play anymore. One of my other great takes, Jays are frauds, trade for Russell Wilson. I wanted Russell Wilson bad a couple of years ago. Before he went to Denver, I wanted the Giants to trade for him bad. I had no faith in Daniel Jones even back then. And I'm done betting against Daniel Jones. I'm done. To me, that was an impressive win last week. To go on the road to the Chargers and do what they did offensively, he threw a couple interceptions, but he played his ass off. And that offense right now with Taylor, the best running back in the game right now, or at least the leading rusher, they're for real. They're legit. Him and that coach have found something. That offense is dynamic. They run the football. He throws the football. He's throwing it down the field. He looks less timid than he did as a New York Giant. He has been unlocked and unleashed, and he's playing really good football. Pat in the Bronx. What's up, Pat?
Hi, Christopher. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm good. You were talking about Titanic.
I was.
Yep. No, my problem with Titanic.
The movie specifically, not.
I know. Yes.
Yes.
The door was your issue, and that's never been my issue. I mean, that was clearly an artistic statement. But let me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but it wasn't my issue necessarily. I had no problem with it, but it's been a discussion. Like everybody always says, like, oh, like you watch the movie and at the end you go, why wasn't there room for him? He didn't have to die. And then, but my point is James Cameron, the director, like put two people through hell in freezing water to test the theory if he could have had both on the boat. That was crazy.
And you're sure that wasn't just clickbait? That wasn't an urban legend story that actually happened?
No, it was no. I watched the video of him doing it with the people.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But regarding the Titanic, now you got Bill Paxton, the character who owns the boat that goes to look for the Titanic, and the granddaughter, right? They're in a budding relationship. He's invested all his money to find this Star of the Sea diamond. And the last scene of the movie, spoiler alert, it's 30 years old, she's dropping the Star of the Sea into the water, letting go, ruining the life of this guy who invested all his money in the ship. Obviously, it clears her of all her past and all her past feelings. I understand that. But at the same time, she could have made this guy's life, with the granddaughter, we assume, really opulent. So it's a question of the afterlife versus the present life. You know, to make her to be at peace at 100 plus years old, which is what she was, to make her life at peace, to get rid of the diamond, symbolically to rid herself of that past life and to embrace the future life. I do want to bring up a point on the Jets, but do you have anything to say about that?
No, not really. I think that's definitely part of the angle. But and like I get it. Yeah, she wants to rid herself of that moment. It's as she dies, doesn't like she then dies, right? We're assuming.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You know, that's the end of her life.
And that's my problem was my bit with it always has been it's like my stand-up routine bit with the movie is like that. The female character with her is her granddaughter. She says, "Grandma, look at this on the that's you. You were on the ship, right?" So it's her granddaughter. So you have to assume she had a family. Right. So she had a husband and a family in the years after the Titanic. She dies and she goes and spends the afterlife with the guy she met on the Titanic. What about her husband? That she had a full life with, she had children with, she spent years with. The guy passes away, he's waiting for his wife in the afterlife, and she's like, "Nah, I'm going to go spend it with the guy I had the weekend with on the boat." Like
I think Cameron's point was that she was letting go of that, to let go of that part, to be with her own family. But she's forgetting about her living granddaughter, who could have a great life if they had the Star of the Sea.
Oh, I hear you say, yeah. No, she could have helped her a lot. Yeah, instead of throwing in the ocean, give it to the kid and let the kid live comfortably for the rest of her life. Yeah, that's true.
I recall at the end of last season.
Selfish.
I recall at the end of last season, Chris, that they were starting to move off of Jets games in terms of TV coverage to go to other more meaningful games. And I think this is a step in a certain direction, is that eventually when the Jets are 0-13 or 0-14, they won't even put them in a standalone game in New York. I know that's a rule in the NFL that you have to show local games on regular TV, but if they have a compelling game, there's no reason to broadcast the Jets.
No, they won't do that. They won't do that. Don't worry. Jet fans, or worry, however you want to put it. You're going to be able to watch your Jets on the stand on CBS or Fox every single week. Don't worry about it.
They have to. So I don't know what game Pat's even talking about where it got moved off in New York. They can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think they did. That's why they never cut away from the game.
Unfortunately, we saw the ending of every horrible Jets game last year.
No doubt. That is absolutely true. What were you telling me about the Titanic? Was that on for air or not? It doesn't matter.
No. So the way you guys were talking about it with obviously Rose and, immediately thinking of Jack from the Titanic, not whoever she spent her entire life with.
Yeah.
There's a trailer I saw for a new movie with Elizabeth Olsen, Miles Teller, and I think his name's Callum Turner. It's Dua Lipa's fiance.
Okay.
So Elizabeth Olsen dies and she's in the afterlife, and she has to choose who she spends eternity with. I forget which of the guys is which, but one was who she married very young and he died, and then the other was the man that she spent her entire life with, raised a family with, all of it.
Interesting. That's the exact scenario, yeah. Now, she spent more time with the man she was married to and then died young. Like, this was literally, now, obviously, on the Titanic, it's a memorable experience. I understand that. It's not just a weekend on a boat. It's a very traumatic, memorable experience in your life if you were on the Titanic. But, you spent your entire life with someone, and then, I spent a weekend. At least in that point, it would be they got married. So theoretically, you would think
there was a real relationship.
There was a real long-term relationship. Might have been the love of her life. He passed away. She remarried, had a life, but never had those same intense feelings. I get that on some level. It's different than just, it was really traumatic and it was a crazy moment. And my fiance was a piece of crap and I fell in love with this kid on the boat and then he died. So I'm going to go sip champagne with him instead of, spend eternity with you, kick rocks.
So if you watch this movie, you'll say, listen, I'm okay with either choice?
No.
Where Rose only had one clear choice.
No. Yes, I would say that. Rose had one clear choice. In this scenario, I have to watch the trailer. In this scenario, at least it's up for debate slightly. There's another movie. It's kind of like that. It's a little different. There's a movie with Albert Brooks called Defending Your Life. Did you ever see that one? It's not really like you're making choices. It's about when you die, you go to this place before heaven or afterlife or whatever you think, and you go there, and it's like Earth. And you stay there. It's like a resort, and everything you eat, everything they make is the greatest meal you've ever had. Everything's delicious. Everything's wonderful. And while you're there, you have a certain amount of days. Each one's different, and you get a lawyer, and you have to argue your life and that you're worthy to make it to the afterlife, and that you're not resent to another body for reincarnation. Like you have to prove that you were a good enough person or did enough where you warrant moving on to the afterlife. And it's mainly about conquering fears. And they literally, and it's a comedy, obviously, with Albert Brooks. And like, you get a lawyer, you go in, there's a prosecutor, there's a judge, and they play clips of your life. And you literally watch your life in the movie in certain days of your life where you failed or you were, you let your fears conquer you or you did something, whatever. Like there's a scene where he goes into a business meeting. He's like a job meeting. And he's like, I'm not taking anything less than $60,000, $60,000. He gets into the meeting. The guy's like, well, we're offering $40,000. I'll take it. Like, and it's like, well, what? Like, and then he's like, is this about money? Is that really what I'm judging my life? No. Why couldn't you defend yourself like that? It was a very interesting movie. It's with him and obviously the greatest living actress of all time, Meryl Streep. Very good movie. Interesting movie. Food for thought. Not quite making choices, but it's about defending your life. And then he obviously fights for her because she's going to.
It's called Defending Your Life. It's about defending your life.
Yes.
This movie's Titanic. It's about the Titanic sinking.
Yeah. There's this new movie coming out with Springsteen. It's Bruce Springsteen. It's about Bruce Springsteen. Oh, man. Marcus in Manhattan. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm okay. I just had to chime in on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Just real quick. I don't know what this is like. I think I've been running into a couple of people, or some people who, not running into them, but listening to certain podcasts, whatever. Some people, or even political, and this is not a political thing at all. Okay. And they've been like looking at movies and reviewing movies. And I agree. Everybody got an opinion. All art, all sports, everything is subjective. But it's like you guys are all great at what you do, but you're all horrible for the most part at reviewing movies. And this wasn't a review; it was an opinion.
Yes,
I know it was an opinion.
This was more of like it started
an observation.
As an observation of the movie, yeah.
Right. All right. So real quick. All right. I'm done. I'm done trying to give you a
so you don't like the take.
No, because that's it, and I'm not the master of anything, right? But I just like how people like how you are into sports like that. That's how much I'm into movies. I love sports, but that's how much I am like how you can dissect sports plays and you understand. That's how I dig movies. That's my thing.
Yeah.
And so my thoughts and take was always that it wasn't that. It was what Cameron did at the end. It was a dream sequence. It really was for us. It was for the audience. It wasn't her afterlife. Okay. It was a dream sequence. It was like, since he knew that he screwed us, you know what I mean? For
so you think it was just they filmed that at the end because they didn't want people walking out of the movie with the last thing being Leo dies?
Yes, because a lot of people, I mean, from years past, I know you got it, but so many people didn't even understand the things in her room, all of the clues of her life and all that stuff, all of the things that he inspired her to do and go on and live and go live. Yes. And what she said at the end, what she said during the movie, she said that, a woman's heart is like, what is it? Like an ocean full of secrets. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's half and half, you know what I mean? Yeah, okay, yeah, she loved her husband, loved her kids and grandkids.
Well, I'm sure she did, yeah.
That part, she had for him was always there. But I believe that part was just for us. It was for us to.
Well, I mean, the whole movie's just for us.
Experience.
The whole movie's just for us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not. The whole movie's for us. But I always took it as she died, and that was the afterlife. I know people think it's a dream sequence. What's the difference? Like, I don't know. So, if she dream it when it really happens, that's what she would do. Either way. It either really happened, she passed away, and that's what she did, or she's dreaming it, and if that scenario ever arose, that's what she would do. Either way, I don't like it. Either way, I don't like it. And yeah, I just Googled it. James Cameron, 2 years ago, used its science to test the iconic Titanic water scene.
Is that a new report or an old report?
It's a new report, but 2 years ago. James Cameron created the iconic Titanic floating door scene for a National Geographic special, Titanic 25 years later, to scientifically test if Jack could have survived. Using stunt doubles, scientific experts, and cold water, the experiment aimed to determine if both Jack and Rose could have fit on the door, concluding that the variables they might have allowed Jack to survive under certain conditions, such as the two staying together on the panel and Jack having a life vest for insulation. And I was watching it going, you're putting two people through hell to prove some dopey movie theory? Like, who cares? This guy was shaking. He was so cold. He was shaking. I was like, get him out of the water and put a towel on him. Warm that dude up. Who cares if Jack could have fit on the boat?
Give him a hug like Woody Johnson gives to Aaron Glenn every day.
That's right. Send Woody in to hug him. My goodness. Body warmth. Oh, my God. Where are we going with this? Anthony in Hicksville. What's up, Anthony?
Okay. I had a question. You know what? I'm looking at this Hall of Fame list. My question to you was, do you think you need to be great to be in the Hall of Fame? You almost answered it already.
Yes, I think you do need to be great to be in the Hall of Fame, but I do think it takes greatness to win those two games and go on that playoff run.
So you could only... so you're not saying over the course of a career, as long as you're great in a moment,
no, I mean,
that's good enough. Pretty much. It's okay if that's your answer.
You have to be great for a certain period of time. Eli Manning happens to be really good and then especially great for two different playoff runs. He wasn't great in a moment. He was great. He was great for how many different road playoff games? He was great for those two Super Bowls. He beat an undefeated Patriots team. He beat an undefeated Patriots football team that would be considered the greatest football team ever had they won that game.
I understand. All right, so that's enough. It's still all right. We won't say it's a moment, but it's 2 seasons.
Correct.
He had 2 great playoff runs, and that's
along
good
with throwing for you know how many touchdowns. You know where he is on the touchdown list. Like it's not like he did nothing in between.
No, I know he just wasn't a great quarterback, and can we admit?
No, he was a great quarterback. He wasn't.
No, please,
yes.
Please. He wasn't a great quarterback. He did great things, if you want to say that.
Mm-hmm.
He could. There's no way you think, with all the interceptions, with all the years that you guys missed the playoffs, that you could tell me Eli is great.
He wasn't his brother. He wasn't. Wasn't. Tom Brady. He wasn't Drew Brees.
Well, what about this? I'm going to bring up a name.
Yeah.
He wasn't even as good as Tony Romo.
Oh,
except when it mattered.
Except when it mattered. Well, that's the Hall of Fame, buddy. That's part of it too. You got to be there when it matters. You think?
Oh, that's what you're
saying. If you were starting, if you were starting a team, you'd pick Tony Romo over Eli Manning.
No, I'd pick Eli.
Well, there you go. So what are you talking about? And what are you talking about? And Tony Romo didn't play long, and he was hurt all the time. And Eli Manning played every single snap in a sport where guys go down in an instant every single year. That dude played every single game. I didn't like the level of disrespect you had for Eli. I think it's a fair conversation, but you were very cavalier and very disrespectful to the great Eli Manning. He was a great quarterback. He wasn't the greatest, and he was never in any one season an MVP player. I don't disagree with that. He was never in the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. That's fair. But it wasn't just, two moments. Like, he took a team that nobody expected to be a legitimate contender and went on to have two of the great playoff runs of all time, winning how many road playoff games along the way in all those series. Like, it's a significant run. 888-808-1019. All right, 3 hours down, 2 more to go. We got you till 5 o'clock right here on the warm-up show until we come back and get you to the warm-up show at 5. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Feels like the same situation at the end of the Dallas game, where it's like, let's just throw these guys out there and just hope that somehow the worst thing doesn't happen, as opposed to continuing to attack.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Well, think again. Bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everybody in the family can choose their own plan and save. So, bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Go running with the Devils on November 2nd, a 5K race hosted by RWJ Barnabas Health and the New Jersey Devils. Register at rwjbh.org/runningwiththedevils.
We're your official station to talk Yankees and Mets. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by policeofficersrighttosue.com. Well, if we could just complete a pass, it would look good. Those are words of Woody Johnson as the Jets owner. Apparently he's had enough of Justin Fields, but Johnson doesn't seem down on first-year head coach Aaron Glenn despite the winless start.
If I were a player, I would respond to him because he's the real deal. He's no BS. There's no second agendas. What you're hearing is the truth, and a lot of times players don't get the truth. They get a lot of gobbledygook.
And according to reports, the truth that Glenn will impose on Fields is that he's headed to the bench. Tyrod Taylor expected to get the start Sunday against the Bengals. Jack Hughes a hat trick. Devils too much for the Maple Leafs 5-2. Islanders have been the Sharks 4-3. Matthew Schaefer goal and assist. Ilya Sorokin stopped 33 shots. And the Knicks begin their season without a couple of important pieces. Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart both ruled out for tonight's opener against the Cavs, while Karl Anthony Towns listed as questionable with a right quad strain. 58 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, boy. I always hear Mickey Mouse say, oh, boy, whenever I hear the song. We just rejoin. All right, 304. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Somehow we've got into Eli Manning Hall of Fame conversation. I don't know how we did it. I think I was joking.
Because you brought it up.
I know, but I didn't. I brought it up in the vein of that'll always get calls, but it wasn't to actually try and get calls on it. Stupid me. But obviously we opened the show talking Aaron Glenn. We got to the Knicks as well as the season starts tonight. We'll probably do a lot of that tomorrow. I'll be on 2 o'clock after Keith. We'll break down the Knicks first game of the year. You just heard Marco tell you Josh Hart, Mitchell Robinson, both missing the game. Josh Hart with a lower back spasms and Mitch dealing with something because you don't just, load management doesn't begin game one. So I think he tweaked his ankle a little bit. He's dealing with that. And they're going to take it slow with Mitch, as they should. Got to keep him healthy. But it is the beginning of the most important season in 30 years for the New York Knicks. So very excited for that. Looking forward to get the season underway, watching them on a nightly basis, get back in the groove. Obviously, we open with Aaron Glenn and his, Woody Johnson on his comments about Aaron Glenn and his comments about the quarterback position, which they still haven't announced. And that's really, you want to talk about all the other stuff. All the other stuff is like ancillary to it, right? All the other stuff is, oh my God, Woody, how could you say this? You make me miserable. Defending the coach, ragging on the quarterback. But the real problem is they have not announced who the starting quarterback is for this week. All of the drama surrounding that question. 2 weeks ago, the disastrous game against the Denver Broncos, the scolding of the media from the head coach about asking who the quarterback's going to be, pulling the quarterback this week in the third quarter, being non-committal up until yesterday about who the quarterback is going to be. And then the owner speaks at these meetings to the media and bashes the quarterback to such a level that there's no way they can go back to him. You heard it, and Marco just said it. If we could complete a pass, that would be nice. To defend the coach, he completely throws the quarterback under the bus. Not like the coach picked the quarterback or anything, or that he picked the quarterback. No. I mean, these guys brought him here and paid him $30 million, and now they're saying, well, or at least Woody Johnson saying, well, how could you win a game? Look at the quarterback's QBR. Look at the rating. Look at the rating. Look at the Madden rating. Look at the rating. Look at how, he can't complete a forward pass. How could you expect any coach to win under these circumstances? You picked him. But more than that, to the point of just dysfunction. You are obviously saying you don't think the quarterback can play. The owner is out there publicly while the question still hangs in the air. Who's going to be the quarterback this week? You're bashing Justin Fields. You were throwing him under the bus. You were saying he is awful and you can't win with him. How could you expect the coach to win a game with this awful quarterback? That's the owner before they've made a decision to bench him. At least publicly. Don't you think the head coach should be the person to tell us or the media that the quarterback isn't playing anymore? Because I don't know how you could have the owner say that and then make a different decision. Can you imagine that would be the perfect thing? Like, honestly, I hope it happens. Oh, God, I hope it happens. The best thing possible would be tomorrow or later today for Aaron Glenn to say Justin Fields is the starting quarterback this week. That would be the greatest thing ever.
And then say, why would you guys even think that that's a question? Go back to that.
Now, you guys, hey, listen, Justin is our guy. We're sticking with him. We have belief in him. Oh, do you? I have a quick question. The owner said he can't complete a forward pass. The owner said you can't win with him. Any thoughts on that? Well, that's what I hope happens. I hope it happens. Oh, my God, I hope it. That would be the greatest thing ever. Aaron Glenn announcing later today that Justin Fields is still going to be the quarterback for the New York Jets would be the greatest thing ever. It's not going to happen. It's going to be Tyrod Taylor. It has to be. Like, it has to be. But, man, it would be perfect Jets if Woody Johnson goes out there and publicly just completely throws Justin Fields under the bus and then the coach sticks with him. It would be just perfect. It would be just perfect. But that's the real dysfunction. The rest of it, that he hugs him, that he hugs Aaron Glenn, that he has faith in Aaron Glenn, that he would love to play for Aaron Glenn, like that matters. And that the fans have blind faith. Like he fully admitted. The only reason we have fans is because people get connected to these teams and they can't quit us. We're a drug they can't quit. We know it. They know it. Doesn't matter how bad we are. It's amazing. I'm so lucky that they still show up because we are god-awful. But it's just faith, man. They have faith. They don't have to see it. They don't have to smell it. They don't have to taste it. They just believe it. Faith. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And, me and Fleegs were talking about it. He mentioned it too. It's slightly different, but not really. Like he has said things about Zach Wilson. He has said things about Aaron Rodgers publicly. There's the report that he was killing Mike White to the team while Mike White was in the shower in the locker room. But he has publicly bashed how many different quarterbacks? And compare that to John Mara, who has made mistakes, whose franchise has won pretty much just as many games over the last 10 years, who've been in, after that Super Bowl, and I know they have 4 and the Jets have 1. I get it. But listen to John Mara talk about his quarterback. Go back and when they hired Shane and Dable, listen to him talk about Daniel Jones and talk about how we ruined him. Talk about how he has promise, he has tools. We did everything we could to ruin this kid. We didn't help him. We didn't make life easy. We are at blame, not Daniel Jones. And then this owner is, man, this kid sucks, huh? I mean, I don't know. You guys are asking me about Aaron Glenn. You know better than that. You shouldn't ask. How could you? You know better than that. What kind of dumb question is that? You know better than to blame the coach when the quarterback sucks this bad. It is. The Jets are just a disaster, man. It's unbelievable. 888-808-1019. Steve in Long Island. What's up, Steve?
Hey, C-Mac. Good always to speak to you. The Jets have to cut their losses. It's clear. It's clear this team is not an 0-7 team. I'm not suggesting that they have talent for a Super Bowl, but there's enough talent here to win some games. This coaching staff is a disgrace. They are horrible. Forget about the elite coaches in the league. I'm not talking about the top 3 or 4 mediocre coaches in this league. The second level would have this team at 3-4, 4-3. This is not a problem with talent. Yes, there's a weakness at quarterback, and that's going to be addressed. But there's talent. No team in the league is dominant in talent anymore with the salary cap and with free agency. The days of the old Dolphins and Cowboys and Raiders are over. The Jets have enough talent to win games, and this coaching staff is not devising the right schemes. They're not making the right halftime adjustments. There's a problem at the coaching, and until that's addressed, this team is going nowhere.
I don't disagree with you that the coaching's been pretty bad. I do. Like, for all of my yelling about what Woody Johnson had to say, it's more about the owner preempting the coach with the quarterback scenario, because I don't disagree with him. The quarterback play has been so bad that I don't know how many games you could win. Were mistakes made? Absolutely. Did he handle the end of that first half against Denver in literally the worst possible way that you could imagine? Yes. Do I think he's been a good head coach this year? No, I think he has done a dreadful job. They're 0-7. He's been terrible. I don't think it's such great talent that they'd be 3-4 with someone else. I really don't. I don't know what other coach would have come in here and turned Justin Fields into 3-4 other than recognizing you can't play Justin Fields. But I don't disagree with the coaching's pretty bad. And again, I have a very linear opinion on this. I have a very just straightforward. It's all about what happens at the end of this year. If this were normal circumstances, or I shouldn't say normal, but if they had a quarterback here, right? Say they had a quarterback and he went down, right? Say they had Aaron Rodgers, right? Say he was the coach of Aaron Rodgers, the Aaron Rodgers-led Jets a couple years ago, when Aaron Rodgers goes down 4 plays in, and his first year, and Aaron Rodgers goes down, and the team is awful, and he's making all these coaching mistakes, and he's doing everything you just said. No in-game adjustments, just a terrible head coach. I would be open to bringing him back because I don't need a quarterback. I'm not drafting a quarterback. That decision's not up for grabs. And I do believe you can learn from these situations and get better as a head coach. It's not impossible. And clearly he's coming back, so we're going to find out if he gets better. My only point, and I've been very clear about this because I defend head coaches. I do. I think we're too quick to get rid of them. I think we're too quick to blame them for everything. I think he has a lot to do with why they're losing. He's not the only reason why they're losing. He handpicked the quarterback, and the quarterback is god-awful. And we all knew this. Like, I don't know who, like, I was screaming it, and not just to say I was screaming it, but we all, we knew what Mike Tomlin knew what Justin Fields was. It's so crystal clear that Mike Tomlin knew. Russell Wilson was dragging his body to the end of that finish line at the end of the year last year. He was awful heading into the last few weeks of the season and into the playoffs. And they never even considered going back to Justin Fields, who was 4-2 with the team in the 6 weeks he played. Didn't even consider it. That told you all you need to know about Justin Fields. I was screaming it. I could not believe they gave him the contract. I could not believe they handpicked him. I could not believe they jettisoned Aaron Rodgers for Justin Fields. And everyone, listen, he's athletic. Hey, he could do something. It could be significant. He's got athleticism. But I heard it all. The dude isn't a quarterback. And we saw that in his career in Chicago, and we saw that by what one of the greater head coaches in this league told us when he decided to move on from him. What he was capable of. And to your point, yeah, if you had a better team and a good head coach, Tomlin found a way to win 4 games with them. Shocking. But because he handpicked this quarterback, because he's been unable to build a game plan around him to be more successful than he's been, because he was unwilling to make the change to Tyrod Taylor at halftime of that game where he was throwing for, he was having a miserable game and ended up throwing -10 passing yards. Because of the way he's handled this quarterback situation, because of who he's picked and how he's handled it, I can't, in good conscience, allow him to make the most important decision of the next 5 years of this franchise. I can't do it. That's the only reason. I say, they put out the clips of me talking about I would move on from the coach, and after only 1 year, you're ready to fire the coach. You're protecting, Brian Dable to the nth degree, and you're ready to fire Aaron Glenn after 1 season. I'm only there because of the decision at the end of the year, and I just don't see what he's done to justify allowing him and Muji to make that decision. That's my sole reason. He's coached terribly. He's been awful. He's been everything. He can get better. I don't think he's an idiot. I don't think he's incapable of learning from mistakes. I mean, is there a chance that he's a terrible head coach and that it never gets better? Sure. But there's a chance he could get better, and I wouldn't necessarily fire him after 1 year. But they're going to pick a quarterback. He just picked one. And the owner told you he can't complete a pass. He picked him. The GM paid him $30 million. He doesn't know when to bench him. He doesn't know when to go away from him. He doesn't know what to do. They can't scheme a game plan for him. They picked him, and they have no plan for him. And I'm supposed to let him pick the next future quarterback with the greatest asset that any team could have, possibly the top overall pick in the NFL draft? I'm supposed to allow him and Muji to make that pick after the way he's handled the quarterback position? I can't. In good faith, I just can't. It's too important a decision to be left to someone that has done this with the quarterback position in 1 year. I can't just hope that it makes a better decision. I can't just sit there and pray that this defensive-minded head coach who has done a miserable job and handpicked the worst quarterback in the NFL to pay $30 million to be their guy, I can in good faith allow him to make that same choice again next year. And that's not just $30 million. That's your franchise's most valuable asset, a top first-round pick. You cannot allow him to make that pick. That's my only point of moving on from him. That's it. If they had already traded away their first-round pick and didn't have it, he can come back. If they already had a quarterback and it was just bad, he can come back. I can't allow him to make that decision. I don't know how you could. James in Los Angeles. What's up, James?
Hey, Mr. McGonigal.
What's going on?
Fellow Disney fan, my friend.
You're a fellow Disneyer?
Yeah, I am. I'm a Walt Disney World guy, DVC member over in...
Oh, look at you, a DVC member. Very nice. Look at you, building up the points.
Now living in California, now Land is
Land is your home
park.
I have to admit. Now, when I was before I was a parent, when me and my wife would discuss it, because I knew she was a big Disney, like her parents sent her and her sister to Disney World to celebrate their college graduation. I graduated college. Let's go celebrate. Let's go on. It's a Small World. It's a weird, it's a weird one for me, but that's how much she loved Disney. And I always said, when I was a kid, I went when I was like 13, and I think I had missed the magic of it. And it was just blazing hot. And I don't know. I didn't love my experience as a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old. And I always said, you know what? I'm really not going to be that guy. We're not going to go to Disney a ton. I'll go once because you love it, but I'm not going to be that guy. I also said that I would be open to my kids about the, I don't want to say this on the radio in case there are any kids listening, but about a certain man who comes down the chimney wearing a red suit. I'd be like, why? What's so bad about telling them it's me and I love them? I was always that guy, right? And then the same thing at Disney World, we went once. We go every friggin' year, and I love it. It's great. It's a great vacation. We have such a great time. It's so clean. It's so nice. The hotels are beautiful. It's just I've done a complete 180 on Disney World. I always thought I would never want to go and never take the kids, or at least we'd go maybe once every 6 or 7 years. But we're back all the time. We love it.
Yeah, I've converted my wife also. She has no nostalgia for it. She's an Australian. Just brought her into the fold, and she's gotten into it.
It gets in you. It gets in you. It gets your hooks in you, and then you can't get away from it.
Something about those 10:30 beers at a park really gets you going. Those green cups.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. That's my favorite part. My favorite part of the trip is going to Animal Kingdom. And going and in that hot morning and getting breakfast at and I'm losing the name of the place, but we get breakfast, but right before breakfast at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, it is piping hot outside. I could barely breathe, and I get one of those ice cold African beers. It's phenomenal.
I agree. You got me calling.
Tusker House is the name of the breakfast.
Let's go Knicks.
Let's go Knicks.
But to what you were saying about the Eli Manning thing, and I've had a lifetime of defending this because I've lived in San Diego for about a decade before I moved to LA. Mm-hmm. So the Rivers Eli thing was, I can't count how many bar conversations I've had on it. However, if we want to go losing records, no MVPs, no Super Bowl MVPs, mm-hmm. Matthew Stafford has a losing record. Is he a Hall of Famer? how does he then equate to Eli Manning's Hall of Fame status?
That's a good point.
I would like to hear.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he was on a miserable team. He won the championship now. I think the difference, like Matthew Stafford, did he ever get Hall of Fame votes? Like, that is...
He really wasn't that top.
Well, he's still playing. I understand that. But I'm just saying, so he has opportunity to continue
He will.
his
At the end of
Hall
his
of Fame
career,
pace,
he
yes.
will probably have a winning record. But
yeah.
Right now, he's like one.
Oh, no. Yeah. I figured it. I honestly, I know he's been with the Rams now for a bunch of years and winning games. I honestly thought it was so bad with the Lions that the record would be worse. He's only 2 games under 500. He's going to be well over 500 if he continues to play, even for another, this year and one more year. He'll be well over 500. But it'll be close. Like, I mean, I guess it won't be, I shouldn't say well over 500, but he'll be above 500. Eli Manning's at 500. Right now, he's 2 games under 500. He's a career 113, 115, and 1. But he was on, miserable Lions teams. Miserable. He had a couple of winning seasons, but for the most part, he was on some bad Lions teams. Yeah, I would think most people, I would think the conversation around him is Hall of Famer, Matthew Stafford. He's got a Super Bowl now. He had a lot of great seasons. He's thrown for 5,000 yards. He's thrown 40 touchdowns on 2 separate occasions. Again, he's won his Super Bowl. I think people view him as one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. Yeah, I bet you he would. And I think that's a fair comparison. It's a fair comparison between Eli and Matthew Stafford. Benjamin in Howell. What's up, Benjamin?
Yeah, I wanted to just make one point about the whole Woody Johnson situation. If he's going there and saying that he's hugging Aaron Glenn every day and that he's the best head coach, he's a real good head coach, which other team in the NFL has the owner go and say quarterback decisions over their solid head coach?
One more time? Decisions over his solid head coach? I missed what you were saying.
If you hold that your head coach is a very good head coach,
yes.
Why is the owner coming out with quarterback decisions?
Again, the exact same thing. I got the first part of your sentence, and then you rush through the back end, and I'm not sure what you said. One more time. I'm sorry, Benjamin. If you think you have a good head coach,
then why is he coming out and saying quarterback decision?
Why is he coming out and saying the quarterback position?
Why is he saying that Justin Fields isn't a good quarterback?
Why is he saying?
Just had Aaron Glenn come out and say it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying. Why is he saying it and not letting Aaron Glenn say it? Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know why. I have no idea why the coach isn't the person telling us that the quarterback's not playing. I have no idea why. Like, that's a problem. That's a problem. Like, the owner is just flippantly saying things you can't walk back. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand what he's saying. He thinks he's backing the coach. And he is, right? He is backing the coach. He's throwing the quarterback under the bus, and he's saying the very familiar, which I have said. I said this about Robert Saleh. I said this exact thing about Robert Saleh, that he was given Zach Wilson, and it's hard to judge him as a coach. Like, it's hard to just say he's an awful head coach when he's been given that level of quarterback play. But he won games. He won games. He won a lot. He won a lot more than, he wasn't 0 for 7. He won some games. He found a way to beat the Buffalo Bills after Aaron Rodgers went down in 4 plays with Zach Wilson. Like, that must, you know what that moment must have been like? He runs out of the tunnel with the American flag and the spotlight on 9/11, ready to usher the Jets into a new era of Jet football, and he goes down in 4 snaps after the offseason, after Hard Knocks, after everything about how he was going to transform the organization. He goes down in 4 plays, and here comes Zach Wilson, who was ready to embrace the role of backup like no one's ever embraced the role of backup before. He was ready to sit behind Aaron Rodgers and learn and not have to worry about playing. And he felt he looked better in preseason because he knew he wasn't going to be the starter. Pressure was off. And here we go, 4 snaps in. Back to Zach Wilson, back to the letdown, a brutal injury to watch him get carted off the field. And he found a way to get that team back in the game and beat the Buffalo Bills. But I said the same thing about Robert Saleh. Hey, tough to judge him with this level of quarterback play. And I'm okay with the owner having that stance on some level, but you can't do it and bash the quarterback to this level. I mean, he said that you can't win with the quarterback. No coach would win with the quarterback and the quarterback rating we're having. It would be nice to be able to complete a pass. He's telling you the quarterback can't play. They haven't. It's still up in the air on whether or not he's starting on Sunday. You can't do that. You can't be the one to break the news, and he doesn't even realize he's breaking the news. He thinks he's defending his coach. He's also telling you, well, we're not sticking with him. If they're sticking with him, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And it would be perfectly Jet because it's the perfect, both the coach and the owner, who seem to be so together, would do the exact same thing. Like, if this team, if Aaron Glenn showed you with every ounce of his being that he did not trust Justin Fields to throw the ball down the field and make a play at the end of the first half. He said, this quarterback's not good enough. I'm not taking the risk. I'm not throwing the football. He can't throw the football. I'm more than happy to just fake punt it, do everything I can, move heaven and earth to hopefully just run the clock out and not even take a shot at a Hail Mary. I'm going to do everything I can to avoid putting this game in my quarterback's hands, and then I'm not going to change quarterbacks in the second half. That's what this would be. Like, this would be the owner coming out and saying, we can't win with this quarterback, but he's starting on Sunday. He's telling you they're making the quarterback change. Unless he's going to call a press conference to do it and cut Justin Fields, the owner can't just be flippantly saying these things at some meeting off the cuff to the media and bashing the quarterback at such a level that you can't go back to him. Who knows? What if this coaching staff had the inclination to go back to Justin Fields? What if there was an honest discussion? What if Aaron Glenn was considering going back to Justin Fields? How do you do that now? You have taken that decision out of his hands. Now, most likely they've probably made that decision and he's aware of it. But that's my guess because I can't imagine it being the other way around. But I'm sure they've all discussed it. They know they're going to Tyrod Taylor. They haven't told the media yet. Obviously, the owner knows. And he's bashing the quarterback. But if that's not the case, which we don't know it's the case for certain, he's out there making decisions for the coach that he has to abide by. It's just dysfunctional, man. It's just dysfunctional. 888-808-1009. Quick break. Back after this.
The Nets open the 2025 season on the road, taking on the Hornets. 7 o'clock tonight.
He baked it in from straight on.
The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Kick off the new season in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Looking for an SUV with extra space and style? You'll find an impressive lineup of GLC, GLE, and GLS models in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Or take advantage of their exclusive loaner-to-owner program. Buy or lease a 2025 X-Loaner and enjoy the experience of a like-new Mercedes-Benz. Don't wait. Upgrade your drive this fall at Mercedes-Benz of Edison, the Tri-State's premier destination for luxury driving.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Talk New York sports on WFAN 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right. Let's go back to the calls. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you for another hour and a half of our 5-hour midnight ride. It goes by so fast. I can't wait for tonight. I cannot wait to turn on the television and watch our New York Knicks begin what is the most important season in the last 30 years. But we got some football still to discuss. I got a guy on Twitter who doesn't understand it. He doesn't get it. The owner, I agree. The owner's not benching him. I'm not saying the owner made the decision to bench him. I agree. Most likely that decision had been made. They haven't told us yet. Woody's aware of it because he's the owner. And he went out there and badmouthed the quarterback he knows isn't playing anymore. But that's letting us know. Flippant comments to a media scrum at an owner's meeting is not where the owner should be telling us who the quarterback of the team is. That's the coach. There's a reason they haven't told us yet, and it's not so that the owner can just casually bash him so badly that it's obvious where they're going. That's my point. The team might not know. The team might not know who's the quarterback on Sunday. The players might not know necessarily who the quarterback is on Sunday. I don't know. And they're turning on and listening to me. If they are at 3:30 in the morning, they shouldn't be. Get your sleep. It's important. But, like, maybe they're listening going, oh, man, I hope it's not Justin Fields. The owner thinks this. Like, you can't just go and bash the quarterback to that extent and throw him under the bus when he is still the starting quarterback. I mean, it's not. What owner does that? What owner goes out there and bashes any player to this level? Like, again, needs to be better. The offense needs to be better. The whole thing. You don't single out one player as the owner and say, we can't complete a pass. The quarterback is playing so terribly we can't win. What kind of coach could win with this quarterback? It's not a good look for the owner. I'm sorry. I don't know how you could argue. You think it's a good look to go bash the players like this? He says public things about Zach Wilson he had things to say about. Aaron Rodgers he had things to say about. There's reports that he's bashing Mike White in the locker room while White's behind him coming out of the shower. But no, it's okay. That's fine. It's okay. The coach specifically didn't tell us yet, but it's okay for the owner to make it crystal clear where they're going with the quarterback position. Sure, that's not dysfunctional. That's perfectly normal. That's what every owner does. Whenever there's a quarterback change, the owner just goes out to a meeting, gathers up a bunch of reporters, and starts bashing the player that they're going to bench. It's perfectly normal. Happens all the time. That's what a good owner does. Justin Fields is no longer going to be the starting quarterback, so let's start real quick and let's start bashing him immediately and trying to prop up the coach by doing so. Let's put him down so that we can prop up the coach. That's exactly what we should be doing before they've even announced that there's going to be a quarterback change. Good business. But I'm the one who's not seeing it clearly. Okay. Donald in the Bay Area. What's going on in the Bay Area?
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
It's like 12:30, like nothing.
Oh, there you go.
Everybody goes to sleep at like 11 out here.
People go to sleep early out there? They're early risers?
Yeah, well, the sunrise is beautiful. Right? The fog comes in over the city, so it's it's gorgeous, right? It's cold.
I love a cold
but it's
morning.
Like kind of sunny.
Cold morning and a cup of coffee, nothing better.
Yeah, like 50s. It's really interesting.
Nice.
Anyway, I'm a Giants fan.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you talking about something the other day. I wanted to just connect the two.
Yeah.
I don't feel like that. I don't feel that the success that Jackson Dart has had has really anything to do with Brian Dable yet, because it's only been 4 games. He's playing out of his mind.
Mm-hmm. In what offensive scheme is he playing? Is he playing the Lane Kiffin scheme that he learned in Ole Miss, or is he playing Brian Dable's NFL scheme and going through his playbook and being coached by this coach? How could you say that it has nothing to do? So, yeah, 4 games.
He's played 4 games, all right.
And there was rookie camp, and then there was camp, and then there was preseason games. Like, he's been coaching him. He was getting him ready for this moment. Like, how would you say there's nothing?
What he excels at is under pressure response and creating outside of structure. You can't blitz on him because he carves you up. Look what he did to Denver, who has the best pass rush in the NFL.
Yeah.
When they were getting blitzed, he had like 2 touchdowns and 190 yards. He's been in the league for 4 games. How is that taught?
Yeah,
5 games ago, he was playing for Ole Miss. This has nothing to do with Brian Dable.
So no early success has anything to do with coaching staff.
I think it's too early to presume that Dable has had an influence because of the intangibles that Jackson Dart brings.
I mean, that's just not fair, man. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Why? Because his pocket presence is good. I mean, they worked on it. Like, he's been coached inside this system. He's playing extremely well right now. I don't know to what level. I don't know if he could have stepped on the field with anybody and just suddenly been great. I don't know. Maybe. But I know he's doing it with this coach. And I have seen coaching changes hurt quarterbacks. Bottom line, I've seen it hurt quarterbacks. Well, so what does it have to be? It has to be just Tua, drop back, timing routes, everything. Otherwise, it's the intangibles of it all. It's just the intangibles of it all. Otherwise, unless it's just the plays, guys open, he makes the throw, it's on timing routes, everything is, structured perfectly. Otherwise, the coach had nothing to do with it. Giving the kid the confidence, working with him, going over the offense, putting him in a position where he's comfortable knowing everything, where he can be comfortable and make adjustments and play without thinking. Like, it's a lot of it's coaching. Sure, is there inert stuff that you have to have as a player? And again, I've said this a bunch. He was the quarterback in this draft who was not ready or was not perceived to be ready. He was the last one, right? That the offense he ran at Ole Miss, a lot of rollouts, cutting the fielding half. He was the guy projected to be one of the least likely quarterbacks with a first-round grade who would be ready to step in. And now he stepped in and immediately has found success inside this offense. You can't tell me it had nothing to do because of the amount of games he's been coaching them. Since he drafted him, they've been talking, they've been working, they've been going over things. They've been working on the scheme. He didn't just show up and say, "Oh, I can avoid the rush and make broken plays." Yes, there's God-given ability. And he can't do this you can't just put anyone in that situation, have him coached up and suddenly come out and be great. Yeah. No, other teams were wrong on him. He was far more ready than people suspected, and he's been playing great, and a lot of that is just his natural ability. Of course. That's every player, every quarterback, every player who would come out and be instantly successful. It's a special talent. We don't see it all the time. But what I do know is the relationship is what he has is a product of the relationship. However he's playing is a product of the relationship. How much of Dable's part of that relationship is involved, I can't tell you. You can't tell me. We don't know. But I know it's working. That's the bottom line. It's working. It's a game of success, right? That's what we talk about. It's a game of results. It's a game of results. If it wasn't working, let me ask you, if he came in and was terrible for 4 games, if he came in and was god-awful for 4 games, I wonder if your estimation would be it has nothing to do with coaching. Well, listen, it's only 4 games. He's barely had him. How could you expect him to be good? He's terrible. He's god-awful. We have seen quarterbacks dropped after 1 year. We've seen them move on. We've seen top picks. Rosen was given his walking papers after 1 season. He's come in and he's been great. And if you want to tell me it has 0 to do, 5% to do, 10%, 40%, 75% to do with this coach, I don't care. It's working. I'm not messing with it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Limo driver Ed, what's up, Ed?
I need to vent, man. I'm on my way to work now. I got a couple pickups going to JFK in North. Right. But I tell you one thing, I said, you know what? I've been dealing with the Jets organization, man, since the early 70s. 61 years old. I am tired of this organization each year. I love Joe Namath. I respect him. I'm glad he did win for us. Because you know what, Chris? In my day, I'm 61. I may not see this. We are and I want the NFL to know it. We are the worst organization around right now. It's terrible. I was on Twitter last week and I had to vent and I went off. The stadium's terrible. I got to walk 45. I gave my tickets back last year. They've been hounding me to get it. They even said, "Hey, you want to finance it?" Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So what I want those 60, 70,000 fans that keeps going every week, I guess they go to have a good time, have some drinks, tailgate, or whatever. That's the only thing you're going there for.
Right.
It's not for the team. You know, I mean, this team has gave up. We're not going to win a game. Who are you going to beat? You couldn't even beat Carolina. You're not beating nobody. These guys then gave up on everybody. This franchise has given up. And people say, well, Woody Johnson needs to sell. Well, Woody owns all these businesses in New Jersey. I know. I pick up there. They ain't going nowhere. And his brother's family, it will trickle down to the other parts of the people in the family. So you're never going to see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just tired of this organization, Chris. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of we supporting it. I know you bad. I bash them. Okay, tell a fan, start wearing bags. Start not going. Start turning your tickets in.
Well, that I won't. I won't go that far. I don't believe in calling for boycotts. Do what you want to do. You personally, Ed, you want to stop going? You want to stop spending your money? You want to stop watching? God bless you. Because as much as it was a ridiculous statement about the faith, because it points to the idea that, yeah, I we're so bad, it's amazing we still have fans. But ultimately, and I know nobody wants to hear this, and it's part of the reason I get in trouble with Yankee fans, this is a game. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to try and enjoy it. I know the Jets make it very, very difficult to enjoy. But if you love going to the games, you love taking your kids, meeting up with your friends, tailgating at the football games, don't stop doing it because the Jets suck. Like if you truly love it, even though you come home sick and mad because your team sucks, but you enjoy it, don't stop. Don't stop. Do it. This is supposed to be fun, man. We're supposed to enjoy this. This is all about, this isn't, you don't have to do it. It's not a requirement of life to be a fan of something, to buy into something, to believe in something, to try and really, to care about something like this. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be about enjoyment. And that's where I think I try and take that aspect into it a lot. I get mad, I get frustrated, I get pissed off. But ultimately, this is about enjoying the game. It's not necessarily just about having a parade. And I think that's where I get in trouble with Yankee fans, because I'm not satisfied necessarily. I'm not okay with. I'll point to the things where there are shortcomings that can be fixed, and they should do this and they should do that. But ultimately, they win enough and give me enough joy not to despise them. And I could understand why Jet fans despise the organization, because they don't give them that. They don't give them any winning. They don't give them anything. It's just a brutal, nothing but disappointment and anger. There's no enjoying the season and then ultimately failing. So I try to enjoy the season. I try to enjoy the baseball season. I try to enjoy the football season as best I can. That's why I've killed the Giants. I haven't killed the Giants because they haven't made the playoffs. I haven't been so critical of the New York Giants over the last handful of years and screamed about them and went on and on about them because they don't win a championship or they haven't won a Super Bowl or that they haven't even competed for that. It's that the seasons have been dead by October. That's why I've gotten on the Giants. That's all I've gotten on the Giants and Jets because they don't even give us a season. There's not even anything to hope for, excitement to get behind, enjoyment of watching the games. It's done. I'm on to my fantasy team. I'm on to my gambling. I'm on to my whatever else besides this team because there's no point in watching them. It's not because there hasn't been a parade in however many years. I'm sure for Jet fans, I get it. There hasn't been a championship since '69. That's a long time, and I'm sure that's part of it. I know for Beningo, it's part of it. But the main thing is, I get into this because I want to have fun with it. I want to ride along with the season. I want to be invested, and I can't be invested when you're 0-5. I can't be invested when it's 1-6. I'm done. My investment is done. That's what bothers me. I want to be invested. I want to have something to be invested in. And that's where, maybe me and some Yankee fans disagree because I'm still invested up until the end. Even if they lose, I'll tell you why they lost. I'll be frustrated with it. But it's almost like most Yankee fans can't even enjoy the year. They can't enjoy it. They can't get invested because ultimately they don't necessarily know or believe that the ultimate payout's coming. And as long as the ultimate payout's not coming, or I can't have ultimate belief in the idea that they're absolutely 100% going to win a championship, then what's the point? I disagree. There's a lot of point. I enjoy the season. I enjoy watching the games. I enjoy the ride along. And the problem with the football teams is for the last handful of years, too many have been dead. 888-808-1019. I think we can squeeze one more in. Rob in Virginia. What's up, Rob?
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm well. Just a couple of quick suggestions about the direction I think the Jets could maybe go in with quarterback. Like you, I think my opinion was they should have kept Aaron Rodgers, kind of stabilize things. But since that's a done deal, I would still turn around and try to do that for the next coming year. I would take a wild swing and I would look around at the other 31 teams and see if there's any available starting quarterback, or if any team would be possibly interested in making a trade, for a quarterback. And I know Cincinnati would never be interested in getting rid of Joe Burrow, but I would still call Cincinnati and see if there was any interest at all, and then possibly getting rid of Burrow for a couple of first and a fourth and maybe another player, or more likely a secondary option. I would look at, say, someone like a Kirk Cousins, just someone to come in to stabilize this situation and kind of give you a legitimate quarterback. After sitting out this year, his Achilles should be completely healed, so he should be completely healthy. Just to stabilize this situation, once and for all, and then allow you the opportunity to maybe look in the draft and see if there's a quarterback you could maybe draft in, say, the second or third or fourth round.
Absolutely. That's that plan, you're talking about the Giant plan this year. They went out and got Russell Wilson and drafted a young quarterback. That's a fine plan. I don't think I think I read a story that literally no one is calling Kirk Cousins. Like, Kirk Cousins is fielding calls. Kirk Cousins wants to go out and try and play, or do, like, no one's calling Kirk Cousins. I don't think a trade for Joe Burrow is plausible. You don't trade guys like that. I know he's injury prone. You still don't trade guys like that. I think that's what you do. You either draft the young quarterback and play him right away, or you bring in a veteran and let him sit. It depends on who the quarterback is. It depends on where you're drafting him. If it's the number one pick, it's hard to do that. The number one pick, the Giants were able to do it this year. You trade it back into the back end of the first round. You can get away with it. Trying to think of other quarterbacks. Well, Patrick Mahomes was the 10th pick in the draft. They traded up to take him 10th or 11th or 12th, somewhere in the middle of the draft like that. But they had Alex Smith and a winning team that you knew was probably going to the playoffs. If you're the Jets and you're this bad and you're picking number 1 or number 2, and you take a quarterback, it's really hard not to just start him from the beginning of the year. But I would be open to that. But that's what forget the quarterback solution is no longer important for this season. And next season, it's staring you in the face. Draft one. Plain and simple. Now, if you want to let him sit, you could play Tyrod Taylor. You can go get a veteran quarterback. Fine. But if you're going to be drafting where we all suspect the Jets to be drafting, it's hard not to take that quarterback in the top 5 and not just play him right away. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Be right back.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
If you're a Giants fan, you got to feel like, we're coming out of the wilderness, bro. Or you're out. It doesn't materialize in 4 straight wins. It wasn't going to materialize in beating the Chargers, the Saints, the Eagles, the Broncos. It's the NFL.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad. Daddy? Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft a line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Also brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Well, Woody Johnson didn't mince any words, throwing the blame for the Jets' winless start at the feet of his quarterback in Justin Fields. Aaron Glenn, though, receiving plenty of praise.
I hug him every day. All right?
Literally hug
I
him.
do.
And what do you say to him?
I say, keep the faith, man.
And you really believe it?
I do. I'm not a liar, you know. You may think I am. But, you know, I can't say something I don't believe.
So Woody believes in Glenn. He was also asked what he feels is the key to fandom.
Faith, you know, I guess it comes down to, or something. But it's really an absolute phenomenon, you know, and it happens in sports. And it happens in other things, but particularly happens in sports. When you get this allegiance to a team, it sticks with you. It sticks with me, but it sticks with them. And I'm thankful we have fans like this. So I think they're the most important ingredient by far.
Well, apparently the fans are set for some change. Justin Fields will reportedly head to the bench in favor of Tyrod Taylor Sunday against the Bengals. Devils overpowered the Maple Leafs 5-2, courtesy of a Jack Hughes hat trick. Islanders clipped the Sharks 4-3. Rookie Matthew Schaefer a goal and assist, while Ilya Sorokin stopped 33 shots. And the Knicks begin their season with the Cavs tonight. Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart both ruled out, while Karl Anthony Towns is questionable. 58 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Oh, good morning! Colin's wife in 403. McMonigle here with you on this Wednesday morning, and we wake up to a new basketball season. We heard it and saw it last night as they opened the NBA year. NBA on NBC, they played the damn song and everything. Took me back. It's like a time machine. It felt good. It was good to have the NBA back on NBC. Back when the Knicks were great. And now we're hoping to get back into that time period as well. It's perfect. You got Michael Jordan. You got Reggie Miller on the broadcast. And you got the New York Knicks back to being one of the top favorites to be NBA champions. And we will start that season tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. A couple guys down, obviously. Mitch Robinson, who I guess is dealing with some sort of ankle injury, and they are going to be clearly, as you were seeing, he's missing the first game. Remember how much you hated Tibbs and all the minutes he was playing? Well, get ready for load management. It starts game one. That's probably not fair. I know he's dealing with something in his ankle. And obviously Josh Hart dealing with some lower back spasms. He is going to miss the game as well. But ultimately, more important than just one game, this season is the beginning of the most important regular season in the last 30 years for the Knicks. They have absolutely 100% joined the New York Yankees, the New York Mets. This is championship or bust. The New York Knicks have to make the NBA Finals. The New York Knicks have to win a championship with this group, with this team, with this coach. After firing Tibbs, making the change, and you're hearing some things about this team right now, right? We saw a little bit of a faster-paced team in the preseason. We've already talked about, and they've talked about, Karl Anthony Towns has talked about not, absolutely 100% sure about his role in the offense. The coach has come out and talked about how Karl Anthony Towns has, more on his plate and more trying to figure out this new role in offense than anybody else on the team. And that's really what this season comes down to, right? And why he was hired. And why Tibbs was moved on from. One, just the idea of getting over the hump, the amount of minutes, playing the bench, sure, we'll see that. But also, we need to figure out and get a coach in here who can really make the most out of the dynamic of Brunson and Cat. They have to be better. And it's also, get more from, everyone on the team. But that specific group, those two guys those are the two superstars of this team. They didn't trade for Giannis. They didn't. All the years of waiting for the guy. They signed Brunson. He became the guy, and then they went out and they got Cat to mix with him. And in the postseason, that really wasn't a dynamic. They were better separate. So they need to find a way to work better together. And right now, they're trying to find a way to get that to happen. Cat's got to learn the 4 and the 5. Him and Mitch are going to have that dynamic where, when he's on the floor, he's going to have to play the 4. And they're going to have to find a way to make this offense dynamic. But there's no question that is the most important thing, along with Mikal Bridges, another player who, we figure had a lot to do with Tibbs being let go in these exit meetings. He was public about the amount of minutes. He was public about the bench being not used earlier during the later part of the season last year. And let's be honest, he was a disappointment. And it's time for him to play up to his capabilities. This is a dude who's capable of being an all-star. Go be an all-star. I think he is the swing player. If he, the second year with this team, time to get comfortable, time to be what they thought they were getting when they traded all those first-round picks for you. Because right now, there's no Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Josh Hart's not playing. Doesn't matter. Mitch Robinson's not playing. Doesn't matter. Karl Anthony Towns is figuring out his new role. Doesn't matter. There's a new coach. Doesn't matter. NBA Finals, and it starts with being a dominant regular season team. It starts with imposing your will. It starts tonight. The biggest season for the New York Knicks in 30 years. It's the last time that they have been this high a favorite. They are now the second favorite to win the NBA championship. And it hasn't been that way. That hasn't been the case since 1995. After losing to the Rockets in the NBA Finals, I believe that year they entered that season as the favorite to win the NBA championship. It has been that long since the stakes and the expectations were this high, and it gets started tonight. We yelled about the New York Jets and Woody Johnson and his comments yesterday, throwing the quarterback under the bus, the quarterback that we're still not sure. I mean, I guess we are sure after those comments, but the coach has not alerted us to the fact of who the quarterback is on Sunday. He's decided he wanted to keep that answer quiet until he was ready to give it, but I can't imagine them going back to him after the owner's out there saying they can't complete a pass and that it's hard to win and you can't expect much from this coach. With a quarterback who plays like this, has to put down the quarterback to uplift the coach. Coach is coming back. Have no fear, you Aaron Glenn supporters. He is coming back. He believes in him. He hugs him every day, talks to him every day. He would play for him if he would get up to play for him because he tells the truth. He's honest. Not like some of these other coaches who give you gobbledygook. Like, he's taking shots at other coaches. He's putting down his quarterback, all in the name of preserving the hire of Aaron Glenn. Because he senses the noise is getting high on him. The noise is getting loud on Aaron Glenn. So he had to quell it by putting down the quarterback, taking shots. Other coaches lie. Not this guy. He's honest. I love him. He's straightforward. He's going to be a great coach. I would play for him. But how could you expect him to win with a lousy quarterback like this? Oh, is he playing Sunday? I'm not sure. It's an absolute disaster. So those have been the two main topics of the day. We sprinkled in a lot of Jackson Dart. Believe it or not, Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame came up. Shh. We don't have to do that again. But the praise Jackson Dart is getting around the NFL kind of struck me yesterday as Vic Fangio was talking as they're getting ready to take on the Eagles on Sunday and said pretty much every team who needed a quarterback and passed on him is going to regret it. It's pretty high praise from a pretty well-respected defensive mind in the NFL. The defensive pass rusher, Nick Pedino, for the Broncos, who had, obviously that team had been very critical of Jackson Dart and wearing chains and kind of talking trash. He came out and was talking about how he was better than they expected. They even game planned for his legs and game planned to put a spy on him, and he was better than they even thought he was. A lot of high praise for Jackson Dart, who right now is making a name for himself. It should have been the coming out party against the Broncos. Unfortunately, they lost the game and gave up 33 points. But for me, the Giants are on an upward trajectory. They are moving in the right direction. They go into Philadelphia this Sunday with a chance to win that game, having already beat them 2 weeks ago. And this team, along with the head coach, is going in the right direction. And even off that miserable loss, I'm excited to watch him. I'm excited to watch this team. I'm excited them to take on the Eagles in Philadelphia and see if they have a chance to win a game, the likes of which they haven't won in forever. So that's all on the table. We can get to baseball as well as we get ready for the World Series. There seems to be a question around the Yankees, and we'll probably do this tomorrow or later in the week. We have plenty of time in the offseason. But there seems to be right now, besides all the obvious questions about how brutal they are, how terrible they are, how much they suck, how embarrassing it is, all that, the question of, was I dismissive of all those thoughts? No, not me. I shouldn't have. That's not my
I'm just
style.
laughing because you did 4 hours on everything else.
Yeah.
Gio is now in the car driving here, and you're going Yankees.
You think it's an accident, my friend? You think it's an accident? I have to throw it out there. I don't
know if you saw, I made it the chapter and podcast yesterday. If you check your own podcast out, Yankees Hot Stove returns.
Yes, Yankees Hot Stove returns. But that is true. I have not mentioned the Yankees once today 412 is the first time I bring it up for Yankee Hot Stove. But, and to be honest, part of it's that, and part of it's I happen to just see it on Twitter again. But whether or not they should go after Tucker or re-sign Bellinger seems to be a hot topic among Yankee fans. And I was saying we'll get to that probably more tomorrow and the next week, but we will have plenty of time for that. We'll have the Knick game tonight to react to tomorrow. I'll be back with you at 2 a.m. as we always are. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Anthony in Brooklyn. What's up, Ant?
Hey, Chris, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
I don't expect anything different from Woody. I mean, he's got to pay him for the next 5 years. I would have been more impressed if he came out and criticized the two people to pick this quarterback, for the team. That would have been even better. The other thing I wanted to bring up is yesterday you were talking about like what teams in the World Series that you can never root for. I got to add Houston to that. I don't care if they sell the team, they change all the players. I just never root for them again, no matter what.
No, I hear you. I don't about rooting for. I don't know. I'm torn on it. My initial thought was I'll probably root for the Blue Jays because who the hell wants to see the Dodgers win again? That basic thing. Like, I don't want to see the Dodgers win again. I don't want to see the Dodgers become this dynasty. I don't want to see the Dodgers be the first team since the 2000 Yankees to win multiple championships in a row. But I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel. I'm going to turn on the games. I'm probably going to watch. I'm not going to watch every pitch because it's going to bother the hell out of me. But I'll tell you how I feel in the moment. Right now, I feel like I'm going to root for Don Mattingly. And I'm going to root against the juggernaut that has become the Los Angeles Dodgers. But, yeah, the idea that they would be able to beat the Dodgers where the Yankees couldn't, and the Dodgers, this is probably a better version of the Dodgers than last year. Yeah, I'm not going to feel great about that. So we'll see how I feel in the moment. I know you're all waiting with bated breath to decide who I'm rooting for in the World Series. That was very important. Tom in Chappaqua. What's up, Tom?
T-Mac, talking to you the first time. Honor.
Oh, well, thank you for calling in, Tom. I was going to say, I don't know.
Thank you.
I mean, remember those commercials where, what's his name would go, it's Massapequa? As I said, Chappaqua. I was like, I don't think I've said Chappaqua before.
Yeah.
Chappaqua, that's a fun word to say.
Yes. Yeah, the telemarketers say Chappaqua, but anyway, it's an Indian name. But anyway, you're right. Toronto, simply Donnie Baseball and anti-Dodgers. But I'm here to bury the Jets.
Okay.
New York guy, so I'm a New York fan of both football teams. As a kid, Giants first as a Yankee fan, but like the Jets. The owner, I talked to diehard Jets fans. I've gone to games, but the owner is disastrous, is a dumpster fire. And listen, I hate to say it, the coach is not competent. I actually lived and watched Super Bowl III as a kid, and this franchise has lived off it for 56 years, torturing the fans. I mean, C-Mac, please. I mean, it's like the owner is just, it's I don't know how to say it, but the fact of the matter is his coach, he was a great Jet, but I question whether he's a competent head coach. If you're really going to turn this, you are correct. If you're going to pick the franchise quarterback as the Giants did, and you're going to try to get this ship from sinking like the Titanic, you got to make the right decisions. And I just don't know if this group can do that. I mean, and the friends have said to me, sorry to cut you off, the friends have said to me, if they go 0-17, who cares? But don't be an embarrassment. What do you think? Please, C-Mac, give us the answers.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, you know what I think? I think getting the first overall pick is the best thing that can happen from this season right now. Not going in. I wanted them to win games. That's why I wanted to keep Aaron Rodgers. I wasn't rooting for them to lose all these games. But now at 0-7, the best thing that can come from this season is the first overall pick. That's just what I believe. I don't think there's any amount of wins. I don't think there's any amount of competence. Like, once the season is dead and it's at 0-7, excuse me, I believe the best interest of the team is to get the first overall pick. Change the rules. I wish they would. I would vote for it if they gave the fans the opportunity. Institute a lottery, do something. But as the rules are presently constituted, losing games benefits you more than winning games. I believe that. I don't think there's anything to gain. I don't think there's any winning culture to be built. I don't think it manifests itself into any, the next year. We see, like, the Colts ended the season miserably, losing to the Giants and just not even showing up at MetLife. Look at them now. Like, look at them now. Did the losing those games mean anything to them? The Giants coming off the best, that season, win 9 games, win a road playoff game, 40-0 against the Cowboys, and the season went to crap immediately. I don't buy it at all. Year to year is different. I don't think there's any sort of like, oh, let's at least see them do this or show me they can do that. I don't believe it. But as far as the coach being inept or over his head, clearly. But here's my only point, and I've said it a bunch this morning, so I'll say it as quickly as I can. I am all about, like I just said, the best thing that can happen is the number 1 pick. They are going to draft a quarterback in the draft. I don't know how they get around it. I think you have to do it. You have to draft a quarterback. So with that decision looming, in 7 games, miraculously enough, and hopefully the Jets and this owner who has killed the quarterback yesterday, and we've been talking about it forever, hopefully someone inside the organization is smart enough to recognize that within 7 games, this coach has shown you the inability to pick and develop a quarterback. Plain and simple. In 7 games, miraculously enough, you have your answer. His evaluation of the quarterback position is dreadful. He got rid of Aaron Rodgers. He handpicked Justin Fields. The GM gave him $30 million. They can't come up with a scheme to make him successful. And when it's obvious he can't play, and it's obvious you yourself, the coach, don't trust him to throw the football down the field or to put the game in his hands on any level whatsoever, you still stick with him. The quarterback evaluation of this coach and this regime has been god-awful to the point that I just can't, in good faith, allow them to pick the quarterback in the draft. Again, if they had traded away their first-round pick and didn't have it, I wouldn't have a problem bringing him back because, yes, he's in over his head. That doesn't have to last forever. You can learn from this. You can get better. You can develop as a player, as a coach. It's only 1 year. I'd be open to bringing him back. I probably would bring him back, and it sounds like what he's going to no matter what the circumstance is. But I would bring him back if there was no first-round pick or if they already had a quarterback or whatever. But the only reason that I think this needs to be a one and done is because they are drafting the quarterback. They are making the most impactful decision for the next 5 years of the New York Jets. That's coming in April. And in only 7 games, they have made it crystal clear to me, at least, that their evaluation process of the quarterback is a disaster. How can I allow them to make that decision again? How can I allow them to make that decision again? That's my only point on moving on from the coach. If that decision wasn't looming, if they had won enough games and he still looked terrible, if they had won 6-7 games but he was awful, I don't know. Or again, they traded out their first round pick and didn't have it, I don't know. If they weren't drafting a quarterback at the top of the draft next year, I wouldn't be calling for a one and done season. I would say I hope he learns from this. I hope he gets better because he's a good, smart football guy who happens to be in over his head. But because that decision looms, I personally, in good faith, cannot allow them to make this decision. I need somebody else making that decision. If it were me, that would be the scenario. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Mario, hang in there. We're going to get right back to you. McMonigle with you for another 40 minutes as we take you to the warm-up show at 5, right here on this Wednesday morning as we open up a Knicks season and we say goodbye to Justin Fields as the quarterback of the New York Jets. 888-808-1019. Be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
The tush push is wide open, and we can all see that, the offensive linemen are pre-snap moving, and it should be a penalty every single time.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman.
And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm.
We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work.
If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will.
At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family.
We'll always go the extra mile for you.
New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill.
Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Cash App is built for this city. You got built-in security that's rock solid. Face ID, scam warnings, 24/7 chat support. It's like having a bodyguard for your money. You work too hard to let anything slip through the cracks. Download the Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and Cash App drops $10 right back into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Overdraft coverage provided by Cash App, A Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer, now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
All right, 427. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Just a half hour left of our 5-hour midnight ride as we take you to the rest of your Wednesday morning. The warm-up show comes your way at 5. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
Hey, how you doing, C-Mac?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, you get me all psyched up about the Knicks. Big Knicks fan, you know?
Yeah. No, this is it, man. This is a huge season. I can't remember going into the season with this much expectation and anticipation as this season.
Everything is set up. They got getting Yabusele and Clarkston really helps their bench.
Yep.
And also, now's the time to take advantage with no Tatum and no Halliburton, you know?
No, clearly, yeah. The injuries impact, the Celtics are a completely different team this year. So are the Pacers. Doesn't mean they won't be threats. Detroit is still a good basketball team. Orlando, there's going to be, it's not Cleveland, obviously. They opened the season against. Nothing's ever easy in professional sports, but they are, they're as good as anyone in the East. They should be right at the top of this conference. There's no doubt.
Right. One point about Bridges, right? When you really look at what Bridges' season last year, it really was a success. And I'll tell you why. Big time. It was a success because the reason they got him. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Okay, because the real reason they got him was to get a wing defensive guy to play against Tatum and Brown, right? That's the real reason why they got him. They wanted to have guys to guard those guys, right?
Yeah, I mean, and his ability to score. But yes, his two-way player, the wing perimeter that he is, yes.
Yes. So in the playoffs, he stole the ball in the last 5 seconds in 2 consecutive games. They do not win that series without those plays. He really did what they do not. It was the last 5 seconds. If you look back, he ripped the ball out of both of those guys' hands with the last 5 seconds, and they were either down or it was tied.
Yeah, I'm just saying they do have to make the shots to beat the Knicks. But I hear what you're saying. Yes, they were huge. Like to say they don't win the game, they still have to make the play, even if he just defends it normally instead of ripping the ball out of his hands. But you're right. If you watch the regular season the entire year, his defense was not like that all season long. His shot was struggling. His defense was struggling. He did not have a great year. In the playoffs, you're 100% right. The defense ticked up. He had back-to-back games of the final play, right? He had back-to-back games of stuff in the pass. He ripped the one out of his hands, no doubt. He played his best basketball in the postseason. That is 100% true, certainly defensively. And even went on runs offensively that were impactful. He stepped up into the postseason and played better. But the overall season was a little bit of a disappointment, and ultimately in the series they lost to the Pacers. He didn't do enough offensively. He didn't. Like he's got to be better. I disagree with you. I would disagree with you to call it an ultimate success because he made 2 big defensive stops at the end of games. They were huge. I don't disagree with you that he played better defensively in the playoffs than he did during the regular season. He stepped up his game. He stepped up his intensity, no doubt. But it still wasn't great. He still was shooting at a poor clip for a lot of it. He still, he can do a lot better. I believe he is. I believe they got a better player in there. And again, when you say immensely successful, they traded a hell of a lot of first picks. They traded how many first picks? And you're giving me 2 defensive stops. Now, they were critical, huge. But they traded a lot of first-round picks for a player where all you can tell me is he made 2 big defensive stops in the playoffs. Like, important. And I might have even put out all the picks were worth it in the moment, but like looking back on it, he could be better. He has the talent to be a better player than he showed last year. He also is probably, I feel confident saying it, but he was one of the players that was instrumental in the new head coach. I mean, he's one of the guys who spoke up in these exit meetings, clearly. One of the guys who probably there was rumors, someone said that they wouldn't continue to play here if Tibbs was the coach. I mean, we all assume, and I know what happens when you assume, but he was publicly critical during the season about minutes and lack of minutes for the bench. He's notorious. He's been an Iron Man his whole career. He's played a ton of minutes, and even for him, it felt like too many. And there was some sort of disconnect there. And not only just with him, because I don't think one player would have ended up getting him fired, but there was just a feel with that team. And now they all have to step up their games. Everyone outside of Brunson has to be a hell of a lot better than they were last year. Bottom line, everyone outside of Brunson needs to be better than they were last year. I didn't even mention OG, but like, he needs to be better too. This team needs to be better offensively. Now, we'll see. Again, in preseason, it's just preseason. In preseason, they played at a fast clip. You know, they've talked about with Mike Brown being up-tempo. It's going to be a little bit of a different offense with Karl Anthony Towns is still openly kind of saying the role inside this offense he's still figuring out. Coach talked about it. Coach Brown said that, he's going to have, of all the players on the team, that Karl Anthony Towns is going to have the biggest adjustment to what they're doing here. He's going to have to, he's going to have to run the court, up and down the court. Remember how many times they got beat last year defensively in transition? They're going to have to be faster down the court. They're going to run a lot. They're going to put up a lot of shots. I remember, I think it was the Minnesota Timberwolves game. I can't remember which preseason game, but there was a preseason game where they talked about kind of running no plays and just kind of having a free-form offense. I wonder how much they actually do of that. Probably not a lot early on. But if they're doing it in the preseason, they're doing it for a reason, trying to build chemistry between those two. I mean, how much of this, that's what it comes down to. I mean, yes, minutes, yes, just losing to the same team twice, whatever way you feel that the roster was better than their team, whatever the case may be. One of the main reasons that Tibbs is no longer here is because Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson at the end were better when they weren't on the court together. Jalen Brunson was better when Karl Anthony Towns wasn't there, and Karl Anthony Towns was certainly, he had his moments in the postseason taking over games, specifically when Brunson wasn't on the floor. They were having trouble figuring out how to run a functioning, dominant offense while they were both out there. They both needed to have the offense run through them to have it be successful. There has to be a level of the Knicks are at their best when they're both on the floor. Both of them are at their best. The offense is at its best. It runs smoothly. It runs efficiently. There is a game plan. There is a functioning style where the two of them can coexist and both be at their best. Because by the end of last year, and part of the reason why they lost that series is because Karl Anthony Towns was invisible while Brunson was on the floor. And then won a game for them when Brunson was off the floor. Went on a big run, won game 3 for them when Brunson wasn't on the floor. That can't be the case. That's what Brown is working on right now, and we'll see. And again, I know it's a first-year head coach, and we're probably going to see a little bit of a time period of adjustments and getting used to things and change and adapting to the new system here, but they better pick it up quick because this team better be a freaking 1 seed. Honestly, you want to get to the NBA Finals, you need these games at Madison Square Garden. Plain and simple, you need these games at home. This needs to be, from the beginning of the year or pretty damn close to it, a team that's a dominant regular season team, a team that's winning a lot of games, a team that's building, a chemistry and getting to the top of the standings. Because I don't want to go on the road and have to play the Cleveland Cavaliers, even though I feel confident against Cleveland. It's been a good matchup traditionally over the last handful of years. But, there's going to be some good teams. The Hawks are going to be better. Orlando's going to be good. The Pistons are going to be better, and they gave them one hell of a time. I don't want to find out that, the Knicks are, probably on paper still one of the better teams, and you expect them to win and blah, blah, blah. But game 1's in Detroit because Detroit found, a way to just have an incredible hot regular season while the Knicks were floundering, figuring things out in the first 2 months of the year. I don't want to do that. Philip in Pearland, Texas. What's up, Phil?
Hey, Chris, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Phil?
I can't believe the Knicks are number 2. Are you kidding me, Chris? How can that be?
How can it be? Because they're projected to win the East. That's how. They're the best team in the East when you look at all the injuries and you look at everything that's gone on. On paper, they should be the best team in the East. So they have them getting to the NBA Finals.
Right, because because Boston took a big hit with injury. I forget.
Yeah, and they moved on from Porzingis. They traded they've changed their team a little bit. Same thing with the Pacers. They moved on from Turner. They moved on from their center. So they're going to change a little bit too. Yeah, but yes, right now
too
NBA.
Bad. They were so good last year.
Yeah, no, they were so good in that last year. That's true. Yeah, I know. Then they kicked the crap out of the Knicks, unfortunately. I'm trying to... I guess they're second in the conference, not in the NBA Finals. They're second in the conference behind the Cleveland Cavaliers, not second in the NBA, not overall second. Second in the conference behind the Cleveland Cavaliers. So, but when's the last time they were the second team in the conference? It's been a long time. The expectation of this team right now is to get to an NBA Finals. That's it. For me, that's the expectation of this team. Get to the NBA Finals. Now, what I will disagree with is what Omar said yesterday. I don't believe that they're going to fire the coach if they I know they fired Tibbs because he couldn't get to the NBA Finals. I don't think if they don't get there, they're going to suddenly change it. Rose isn't going anywhere. Brown isn't going anywhere. Not year one. But that is anything short of that is now a failure. It's a failure of a year. It's not a failure to the point where they're going to clean house, but it's a failure of a season. There's only one way to have a successful season, and that's win an NBA championship. And those are expectations that we haven't felt about this team in a very long time, dating back to, again, the mid to late 90s. And last night we saw the NBA on NBC, and that was it, man. The Bulls, Marv Albert, the Pacers. That team, I hated that team. I hated every piece of that Pacers team. And now we got to hate this Pacers team, and hopefully they can go through and find a way to get back to the NBA Finals, back to the Eastern Conference Finals. I suspect they will. Because they are on paper, and to me, and I know Cleveland is really good and they're favorite to win the Eastern Conference, but that's a good matchup. It has been a good matchup. I know they lost in the regular season. I think they're tougher. I think they're tougher than the Cleveland Cavaliers. I would feel pretty confident playing that series. Again, would I like it? Would I like Game 7 at Madison Square Garden? Yes, I would. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style through the last 20 minutes as we take it to the warm-up show at 5 on this Wednesday morning, the morning of the new NBA season, the new Knicks season, as we get ready to see what this team is. Can they meet the lofty expectations we've been talking about all morning? 888-808-1019. Be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
This is not just a this year issue. This is not just a Jackson Dart, Dable with Dart issue. He was giving games away last year that they should have won. The NFL wins are hard to come by. You can't be giving them away. Dable's been doing this for years.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey, New Yorkers. Fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in after every Giants game for the Giants Drive the Game, sponsored by New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety, reminding you to look out for pedestrians. Safety is a shared responsibility.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Listen, we didn't mention it, but the Brooklyn Nets are playing tonight as well. Keith will be on after the Net game. I will be on after Keith. We'll break down what we saw with, I guess, both basketball teams. On a Thursday morning at 2 a.m., we'll get into, we'll start looking forward to the Giants-Eagles as well as we start to turn towards the end of the week. We saw an exciting young player with the Islanders, that's for sure. Fleegs was all excited. Their first overall pick, having a really good start to his career. Rangers struggling at home continues. We'll get to the hockey as well as we get into the mix of the season as we start.
And the Jets are probably going to announce the starting quarterback. Who could it be?
Who could it be? Honestly, I'm telling you right. If they, we need to do something. If they say Justin Fields is coming back, that is the greatest moment in Jet history.
Also, and you know how things go with the Jets? He's probably going to start again at some point this season.
Yeah, probably.
Tyrod Taylor doesn't stay healthy.
100%.
They're going to play Brady Cook?
No. If Tyrod goes down, they're going back to Justin Fields. There's no doubt. But they haven't announced who the quarterback is this week, and the owner is just casually just burying him. It's amazing. It really is amazing. Jesse in Queens. What's up, Jesse?
Hey, Chris. What's up? I'm kind of tired of hearing about Stearns and Cohen talking about winning a championship because they keep talking about it, but the Dodgers just do it. They don't talk about it. The Dodgers go out, get the top talent, the premium talent, Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, Glasnow, Snell, and everybody's saying they're going to get Kyle Tucker this offseason. So I mean, they're super loaded, and they're not putting the brakes on it. So to get into that kind of league, the Mets have to just get rid of that philosophy they have and just go for it.
Yeah.
Enough with the
and do what? What should they do?
Well, go get the star players. Go get a real number one, a real number two, a real number three. Get some real pitchers over here because they have a bunch of number 4 and 5 stars.
So who?
Well, Michael King is there.
Yep.
Valdez is available. I wouldn't do the Scooble trade because you got to get rid of most of your young talent to get involved with that.
You just said stop with the plan. The plan is to keep developing your young talent. Like that's it. And the Dodgers, they're not developing. Pages, and Smith is homegrown and Muncy, but for the most part, look at the team that's winning. Who they winning with? They spent a ton of money. They brought in veterans. They have 3 Hall of Famers, their entire pitching staff. They went out and spent. And again, I know I keep talking about it. Nobody, I know you don't care. The Mets should do it. The Yankees should do it. The advantage the Dodgers have with the Shohei Ohtani contract is on another level. It's another level. They're not paying him. He's striking out 10 batters through 6 shutout innings and 3 home runs, making $2 million. Yamamoto wants to come play with him. That's how they get him. They have money. John and Maspeth broke it down. They take that money that they should, the $68 million that they're not paying Shohei Ohtani, if they put it in an account that, gets 6, 7, 8% and compounded for the next 10 years, they're making money off Shohei Ohtani. He brings in $70 million to the Dodgers a year. He is literally playing for free. They have the greatest player in the sport for free. And everyone who plays in Japan wants to come here because 1, the West Coast, 2, because he's there, right? Sasaki could have went anywhere. The money was the same. He posted early. The money was going to be the same wherever he went. Where'd he go? Where'd their closer, their starter who didn't have a great year, who's 20 years old, throwing 100 miles an hour, where is he? He's closing games. He's going to be closing games in the World Series. He could have went anywhere. Chose the Dodgers. The Dodgers are doing everything they can, yes. I don't know how in the world, even certainly Hal Steinbrenner, and then even Steve Cohen. I don't know how you expect them to do this. Yeah, and they did give out the Ohtani. They did give out the biggest contract ever in Soto, and they're stuck paying him the actual real money that he's making, the 50-something million. Ohtani isn't getting paid. They're kicking it down the line. They're investing that money and making money on that money, and then he's making them $70 million a year with all the revenue from Japan. Plus, they own they're billionaires, that the conglomerate that owns the Dodgers. You can't expect anyone to do what they're doing. I'm sorry. Now, can you compete with them? Can you spend more? Absolutely, you could. Absolutely, you could. And the Mets could do everything you want them to do. They could trade for Skubal. And again, Skubal's great. They had him for Game 5 of the DS. Did he win? You could get Skubal. You could get Tucker. You could get Michael King. You could get every single player that you want them to win. It doesn't guarantee you you want them to get. It doesn't guarantee you a championship. It doesn't. And right now, the Dodgers are a perfect mix, and they have an advantage that no other team has. Shohei Ohtani is not only the greatest player in the league, he's the best recruiter, and he has the greatest contract. It's the greatest contract. It's the best contract in the history of sports. Like, I can't think of another contract that was this good. I remember, I've said it a couple times, I remember exactly where I was. I was on my way to UBS Arena in Long Island to go see the Islander game for the first time with the event that, Giannotti and Sal did with the Islanders. I was driving down from where I lived to Long Island, and it came over the radio that he signed the contract, 10 years, $700 million. I said, $700 million? That's insane. I know he does both, but he's injured. He's not going to be able to do both this year. $700 million. That's bananas. Little did I know it was the greatest contract and the most team-friendly contract in the history of the game. The Yankees would have done that. The Mets clearly would have done that. The Yankees tried desperately to sign him when he first signed with the Angels. They had a whole package ready. They had Matsui flown in. They were ready to go and try and bring him to the Yankees. He didn't want to even consider them. And I remember Brian Cashman was in here after Ohtani signed the contract, or was on the phone with the afternoon show, and they were like, yeah, he's like, I would have never even considered offering that contract. I wouldn't have thought to insult him like that. Ohtani took less money, kicked it down the line so that they could build this super team. Best player, best recruiter, best contract. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy. What's happening?
What's up?
Two things. I heard what you said about not breaking up the Dart Dable connection.
Yes.
But, Boomer signed off on Mike McCarthy yesterday. I don't know if you heard that. He agreed with me. Okay. My question is to you, if you had to pick a couple of names I know it's going to break your heart and twist your arm, but if you had to pick a couple names for a mid-season replacement
a mid-season?
Or an adjustment, yes, whatever it has to be.
Well,
whatever it has to be.
Mid-season, nobody. Mid-season, absolutely nobody.
Defensive coordinator change.
Yeah.
The end of the season, because there's another guy who says a lot about on the sports, and he's saying that Dable's doing a big act of hugging and kissing Dart, and like it's his savior, and his job is saved already. And I think he has to do a lot more than what Jackson Dart is bringing to the table, because I think Jackson Dart would have brought that without him. Because soon people are going to say, "Oh, look at Daniel Jones' development. It must have been Brian Dable."
No, I don't think anyone would say that. He was miserable the last couple of years. I would never give Brian Dable credit for that. I do think I give Brian Dable credit for finding a way to win 9 games in a road playoff game with Daniel Jones. It's clicked with this coach. It's worked. Daniel Jones needed to get away from the Giants. Daniel Jones needed to get away. And he's playing very well, and I'm not, absolutely. He found a way to make it work year 1. Then the injuries and everything else, Brian Dable was unable to make it work with Daniel Jones years 2 and 3. And clearly, it's working in Indianapolis. God bless him. He's playing great. Jackson Dart's playing well. I'm very happy with Jackson Dart. I no longer think about Daniel Jones other than when you call and when Brett calls. But, how could you say it has nothing to do with him? Honestly, how could you say it has nothing? I just don't understand that. Nothing to do with the coach. Nothing. So, I don't get it. So, all of these quarterbacks who have now succeeded, right? It had nothing to do, it had nothing. Baker Mayfield, his coaching in Cleveland had nothing to do with the stunting of his growth. Geno Smith, the coaching at the Jets, although now he's terrible. He had a couple of good years in Seattle. He's playing miserably. But coaching had nothing to do with any of the stunt. It's just players playing. It's the NFL. It's the NFL. He's an offensive head coach. He banged the table for this dude. And again, the idea that Jackson Dart was so suited to come into the NFL and play great. The guy was the Ole Miss offense is completely different. He was rolling out, eliminating half the field. Everybody said he was going to be one of the less likely quarterbacks to step in and play well right away, that he was going to need some time, need some development. It's a completely different offense. He stepped in and has done great. You think that's just luck of the draw? You think Jackson Dart is just so overwhelmingly talented that he stepped into a brand new offense in the NFL and has just taken over on natural ability? Like, come on, man. To say the coach has nothing to do with it is ridiculous. But furthermore, let's just say that's the case. I don't care. I'm not